Tom, a really important distinction that you're making here, though, the amount of time that it will take to count the vote. That's one reason why we might not get a result tomorrow morning. Yeah. It's not just about whether this will be contested over a long period of time. You might just have to wait. You mentioned Texas. Tom, you might have to wait for Pennsylvania for several days too.
Yeah, well, Kevin's made very clear this morning that is the case. John, I would say tonight as David Weston begins our coverage, there's going to be a lot of action, folks, in the 7 o'clock hour. It's really going to be interesting. And, John, as we showed Riviera Beach north of Miami there moments ago, Florida is really front and center early.
Georgia, when the polls close at 7 Eastern, the people that were talking about a huge blue wave, Tom, they've talked about Georgia being in play as well, and I think that'll be the first one that people start to look to a little bit.
With those two Senate races as well. John, I don't see much on the market. I would say within the blinky of the Bloomberg terminal, it's sort of a quiet market day, but I guess that's to be expected.
You're hard to please. You are hard to please, sir. Monday we had a big rally. Tuesday we added some weight to that, Tom. Equities with a lift, Treasuries lower, the curve steeper. What more do you want? Is that why you're disappointed? Because this market's not lower?
I'm a little nervous.
I listen, few the fucking guys know man just banged up with T right now, right? Get me 3 Miz, 3 Giant, 3 fucking Sizzles, 3 Chat Mash, 3 Bugs, 3 LR, right? For the guys, man. Serious.
Feds say I'm a threat to life, I guess they're right, cause he lost his right. I'm married to this Rambo knife till death does part, it won't leave my side. Jump out, chef that twice, spark this suit and hope that he dies. Don't gamble your life like dice, there's only one chance that you live this life. The feds say I'm a threat to life, I guess they're right, cause he lost his life. I'm married to this Rambo knife till death does part, it won't leave my side. Jump out, chef that twice, spark this suit and hope that he dies. Don't gamble your life like dice, there's only one chance that you live this life. Fill up the ride cause the talking's long, don't come to the hill cause you could meet God. Jake's from the do man wrong, but my case dismissed like no more. I mean drop like shit, most do man bang it was fucking long. Late night watching Goggle Box. I was chilling in the walk, 2 cans in my sock, 3 floor, I might buck me or up. And I might land block, but it is what it is. Numerous man's been ching. What you know about living on the op block, and the ops ain't doing a thing. Sit back, laugh with the gang. How they rapping, it ain't on piss. We got countless ops and Rizzler, fill up the dinger and pray that we get one. Pulling up at and we got down 2 in the A like peekaboo. Said don't get dead if the door went through. Up thoughts when they hit the suit, it's when the muzzle when you inhale boo. And he couldn't even take a poo. Piss, should've just stayed at home. And this bitch don't leave me alone. She heard I'm dope, now she giving me dome. See he got bun like toast, chop this rock and fly it. Oh, little bro wanna make some rackets, bank this package and get it sold. They say I'm a threat to life, I guess they're right, cause he lost his I'm married to this Rambo knife till death does part, it won't leave my side. Jump out, chef that twice, spark this suit and hope that he dies. Don't gamble your life like there's only one chance that you live this life. The feds say I'm a threat to life, I guess they're right, cause he lost it. I'm married to this Rambo knife till death does part, it won't leave my side. Jump out, chef that twice, spark this suit and hope that he dies. Don't gamble your life like there's only one chance that you live this life. The dead ops get smoked like shisha, I'm chilling in the track with Ben and Lisa. I just got a call from Peter, you know I serve free like the local Nisa. Nothing ain't changed, still G'd up, gal check, fuck and ops get spleezed up. Everyone knows who we are, M-squad ops don't really want beef us. You can get cut like a slice of pizza, or you can get smoked like a dirty blem. Please don't sit on the fence, cause you can get wet just for chilling with them. Broski rev up the ped, let's get round there and find these gems. How many man are we chef? Look, the man love chatting on YK, let's not forget how no set dead. I told Broski bill up a reckless, swing him to me and let's spill him again. This life that I live is mental, running down neeks and grown ass men. This bad D wanna suck and fuck, I'm talking ops, not got me coughing again. 3VD, they got him locked in a pen.
Fucking hell.
¿Qué dice tu mirada? ¿Qué cosa extraña tus ojos tienen cuando miro tus fotos? Una rara obsesión me detiene. Dios mío, tú que eres el creador de todas las cosas bellas que hay en este mundo, ¿por qué no escuchas mis peticiones? Hiciste médicos para todos los males, pero ¿por qué no creaste uno que pueda curar un mal de amores? Yo quisiera quisiera que la tierra girara al revés para hacerme pequeño y volver a nacer. Y no tener que volver a extrañarte, ni en tus fotografías mirarte, ni llevarte fundida en mi pecho, como si fueras parte de mí. Barranquilla, ciudad de cantores, de vallenatos y de acordeones. Ella adorna tus calles, decile que le deseo que sea feliz, que es la última canción que compongo, que no creo volver a enamorarme. Pero dime cómo hiciste, negra, para olvidarte de mí. Ay, la gente me critica porque ahora ya no soy parrandero por tu partida, negra. Siento más frío, muero en silencio. Cuida bien mis retoños porque tú sabes que yo los quiero. Dios mío, dame fuerzas para continuar con este canto. Ay, recuerdo un mes de octubre, tu cumpleaños. Te juro que trato y no he podido buscar el remedio para olvidarlo. Yo quisiera que la tierra girara al revés para hacerme pequeño y volver a nacer. Y no tener que volver a extrañarte, ni en tus fotografías mirarte, ni llevarte fundida en mi pecho, como si fueras parte de mí. Barranquilla, ciudad de cantores, de vallenatos y de acordeones. Ella adorna tus calles, decile que le deseo que sea feliz, que es la última canción que compongo, que no creo volver a enamorarme. Pero dime cómo hiciste, negra, para olvidarte de mí.
Radio and Bloomberg Television to what we hope will be really good conversation over the coming hours, including John Farrow's property at 9 a.m. on Bloomberg Television. Lisa Bramo, it's what I find extraordinary here as we actually get to polling is to see the trends beneath the presidential race. The Senate is a complete mystery, isn't it?
Yeah, although a lot of people are pricing in a blue wave or Democrats taking control. I believe the latest from 538, the election statistic blog, has it as a 75% chance of turning Democratic. What I'm looking at today, Tom, we're not necessarily going to get a result. It's going to be a nail biter for everybody on all sides. What I'm looking at is actually how the social media aspect will weigh in. I think it's been very interesting to see Twitter and Facebook try to come up with policies to insulate themselves from some of the same criticisms back in 2016, but introducing new criticisms of censorship and the like as they put warnings on different tweets. I think that's a fascinating development.
I was explaining 1972 to the cherubs last night, Nixon McGovern, and there was no social media at that time. What we've seen here, folks, on TV and radio is a juxtaposition of President Trump with his favorite network, Vice President Biden attending church in Delaware. We saw images of that, about 40 minutes ago. John, the view from London, is London engaged in this election?
London's always engaged. The view from London and the view from Berlin. There's always been a take that in the previous administration before this one, that President Obama had a preference for Berlin over London, Tom. And there is a conversation taking place in the city, and it has been for the last couple of months, as to whether President Biden, if we do get one, would do the same thing, whether he would move more towards Berlin and not maybe give London the treatment that this president has. This president talking up the potential of a free trade agreement with the United Kingdom, Tom. It's not clear whether Joe Biden, if he did win, would be going down the same track. Do you remember that line from President Obama? They'll be at the back of the line. That was the intervention from President Obama around 2016. Wasn't the best of friends with the UK, Tom, and you wonder if we get a repeat of that if Biden becomes the next president.
John, one more important thought. You've been way out front on the pandemic. In the last 24 hours, maybe 48 hours, we've seen not only Dr. Fauci, but Dr. Birx really go after their boss. They've made some real statements on the pandemic and its serious nature in America. Are they wearing the mask now in the United Kingdom with the grimness of this lockdown?
Yeah, they've started to, and I think we should clarify. I don't think they're necessarily going directly after their boss, but they certainly put out a point of view that is very different to what he's putting out on the campaign trail that was turning the corner. In England, things are locking down. In France, things are locking down. In Germany, things are locking down as well. I think the more important question right now, Tom, is what happens in the United States. The UK, the Europeans clearly made mistakes, particularly the United Kingdom, on how to reopen. In the United States, many people have made the same accusation. Now we've started to see a move in Massachusetts, and I think that's really notable. And quite clearly, it's not getting the kind of coverage it would typically get because today is the election. But that's the thing for me. What happens in America and the American economy is going to be key to the cycle for the whole world.
A 10-second data check here. There's so much to talk about. Futures up 37, up more earlier. We'll take it. The VIX in a large stick, 35.83 on the VIX. Yields higher, 3 basis points to 0.87. On the 10-year, we have some dollar weakness as well. And John noting oil. West Texas, 37.90. We had a 38 handle moments ago. Michael Zezas is with us with Morgan Stanley, not only doing policy research, but with a foundational understanding of our municipal finance. We're thrilled he could join us this morning. Michael, every single conversation we have in your area says, and then there'll be infrastructure. And yet there's never infrastructure. What is the political outcome you need so there can be infrastructure?
I think it is a necessary condition to get a meaningful infrastructure package that you end up with a situation where the Democrats take the White House and the Senate and keep control of the House. Simply put, in a divided government scenario, there's not much legislation getting done beyond perhaps another COVID relief package under certain circumstances. In a scenario where the Republicans take control of the House and keep the White House and the Senate, you have the same problem that you had in 2017 and every other time that you've had complete control by the Republican Party. In theory, they're on board with the idea of infrastructure spending. In practice, they haven't been able to get there because they also can't agree on raising taxes to do it. They are against letting the deficit expand to do it. So you end up sort of twisted up without a solution. The Democratic Party sort of is obviously a little more amenable to raising taxes or expanding deficits when it comes to spending. So again, I'd say it's a necessary condition that that's the configuration that you get. Not a sufficient one because, of course, the Democrats are going to have to balance their policy priorities, and healthcare is certainly in the mix and probably a high priority item also.
Michael, there's a lot to unpack there. I think the broader theme to all of your comments is just the risk of a divided government when it comes to fiscal spending. How big of a downside risk could there be to markets should there be a divided government? Because it does not appear that that's being priced in.
Yeah, well, the first thing I'd say is that I think most post-election configurations here lead to fiscal expansion. The one that concerns us is the one where the Democrats take the White House, but the Republicans keep control of the Senate. And it's not to say that you might never get fiscal expansion or COVID-specific relief in that situation, but that you might need a greater demonstration from economic data or markets that such a response is needed. And that's because we know where the Democrats are on COVID relief. They want to go big. Senate Republicans are expressing skepticism that the economy needs it, are also expressing concern about raising deficits further. And so that disagreement manifests in that type of election outcome. And again, you might eventually get there, but the fiscal reaction function becomes very reactionary as opposed to proactive, which is what markets are expecting right now.
Michael, I'm really interested in the conversations you're having with clients at the moment. If you were to ask them, you think, whether they would prefer to know the outcome of the Senate race or the White House race ahead of time, what do you think they'd say?
Most clients would prefer to know the outcome of the presidential race. I say the consensus is still, at least in terms of the surveys that we've run, the consensus is still that a divided government outcome of any type is preferable to a unified outcome, mostly because it creates certainty around policy, or at least that's the perception, right? I obviously outlined an argument where I think it's nuanced and a little bit different. So I do think that that is where most investors are paying their attention, but they also obviously understand the difference between the Democrats taking the White House without the Senate versus with the Senate. And generally speaking, in our surveys are agreeing that you get the biggest fiscal boost in that situation.
Mr. Zizas, the votes are in the judiciary, and I believe we have 9 justices at some point here as the clerks get ready to help Justice Coney Barrett. Great. What about the Affordable Care Act? What is the Morgan Stanley view on where the Affordable Care Act is, say, in March of 2022?
Again, I think this is very path dependent. So if we generalize a bit, not specific to the Affordable Care Act, but whether or not in 2021 you're going to have the same level of government spending on health care or greater, the situation that makes that true is the Democrats taking the White House and the Senate, regardless of what the Supreme Court outcome is, because one could expect a pretty quick response legislatively should the Supreme Court overturn the Affordable Care Act. In the situation where the Democrats take the White House, Republicans keep control of the Senate, I think it gets quite a bit trickier, and obviously it gets trickier if Republicans maintain the White House. So to the extent that you're looking for, and certainly our healthcare equity team looking at managed care organizations thinks the Affordable Care Act has largely been beneficial for the bottom line of large MCOs, the configuration that gets you the best outcome there is the Democrats winning the White House and the Senate.
Michael, appreciate your time, sir. Send our best to the team at Morgan Stanley, won't you? Michael Zizas there of Morgan Stanley. Days like today are days where typically a lot of news just slips beneath the radar. This headline does not. The Shanghai Exchange suspending Ant Group's listing on its starboard, citing an inability to fulfill conditions for listing amid changes in the regulatory environment. This coming from a statement just about 10 minutes or so ago. Lisa Brammertz, can you speak to the regulatory tension between the Shanghai Exchange and this listing?
This is fascinating because we talk about tech regulation in the United States, but it's also going on in China, in particular with Chinese regulators going after online lenders. There are a number of new rules that have come out of China recently, particularly targeting the use of asset-backed securities to finance quick consumer loans. That's for Ant Financial. And they basically cited an inability of Ant Financial to comply with some of these rules as withdrawing this. But fascinating, John, at a time when China is talking about how it plans to or hopes to double its economy by 2035, that it's cracking down on one of its stars. It speaks to a shift in some of the policies over in that nation.
I saw that headline on doubling the economy size over the next few years. I saw that out on Twitter, Lisa Brammertz.
Oh, did you?
With Lisa Brammertz's Twitter account, just putting out those headlines all the time. Tom Keene, I don't know if this derails the listing in Hong Kong, just the Shanghai one.
Yeah.
No sign that it derails the listing in Hong Kong.
That speaks to the 760 miles between Hong Kong and Shanghai. Guess what, John? It's a lot bigger divide than 760 miles. This will be fascinating. I mean, the political tension of the city-states of China, and they can speak when they have an opinion.
That's the news coming out of China. The news coming out of America is where the focus is through the next 24 hours and perhaps beyond. Alongside Tom Keene and Lisa Brammertz, I'm Jonathan Ferro. On this election day in America, this is Bloomberg Surveillance.
With the First Word News, I'm Ritika Gupta. 2 small New Hampshire communities that traditionally vote just after midnight have already tallied their ballots in the presidential election. It was a clean sweep for Joe Biden in Dixville Notch. He won the town's 5 votes. In Millsfield, a slightly larger town, President Trump won 16 of the 21 votes. In Vienna, authorities say the gunman who killed 4 people was an Austrian North Macedonian dual national who had a previous terror conviction. The suspect was killed by police, and it's not clear if he was acting alone. But police made a number of arrests in raids this morning. In addition to the fatalities, another 17 people were wounded in the attacks. Authorities say shots were fired at 6 different locations. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Ritika Gupta. This is Bloomberg.
Welcome to That's Debatable, an interactive series on today's most pressing issues. The resolution this time, is a U.S.-China space race good for humanity? We'll hear from both sides.
The competition, if you look at the past, led to innovation.
A whole new arms race could start.
And we'll get your perspective too, with help from the artificial intelligence of IBM Watson. I'm John Donvan. Join us for That's Debatable, presented by Bloomberg and Intelligence Squared, Friday on Bloomberg Television.
The time has come to elect the next president of the United States, and the stakes could not be higher. Two candidates, two very different paths for the future of the country. I'm David Weston. We will bring you the results as they unfold live on election night. Join us Tuesday, November 3rd at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on Bloomberg Television and Radio.
Mercedes-Benz is on a path towards CO2 neutral mobility. So we have flicked the switch there, and really we're going to step by step electrify everything. And what does that mean? Combustion engines get electrified.
We explore the trends, investments, and competition of the European ETF industry. Join us on Bloomberg ETF IQ Europe.
This will be the most important election in the history of our country. It's going to set a course. It's going to go one way or it's going to go another. And if it goes the other way, it's going to be a terrible thing. It's going to be a terrible thing. So get out there and vote.
It's time to stand up and take back this democracy. We can do this. We're better than we've been. We can be our best when we're the United States of America. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Go vote.
President Trump and former Vice President Joe Biden at their final rallies ahead of today's election. Alongside Tom Keene and Lisa Abramowitz, I'm Jonathan Ferro. For our audience worldwide, this is Bloomberg Surveillance Live on Bloomberg TV and Radio. Here's the price action Tuesday morning. Going into the main event, we advanced over the last couple of days, up another 38. We had some more weight to the S&P 500, up a little more than 1 percentage point. We've talked about that cyclical rotation beneath the surface of the index level, away from big tech towards the financials, materials, industrials. That really captured yesterday's session. In the FX market, everything stronger against the dollar in G10, euro dollar with a tidy 117 handle again, up about 0.5%, and a lot of talk about what's happening in the bond market at the moment. The curve is steeper, yields are higher, and treasuries are heading south. Yields up 2 basis points to 0.8671%. Before I go, Tom, before I wrap this one up, got to throw crude into the mix. Bouncing back after an ugly week. 37 handle on WTI, up almost 3 percentage points.
Almost back to 40 on Brent. And that percentage change, John, Dow versus Nasdaq 100 is important. It continues at this moment. Dow up 1.4%, Nasdaq up, let's call it more than half that, 0.6%. These are little nuances as well. We welcome you on Bloomberg Radio and Bloomberg Television, where we are going around the nation looking at polling places. This is an interesting polling place in Houston, Texas. This is a building of service to disabilities, the West Gray Multi-Service Center in Houston. It is part of Houston Parks and Recreation. So many of these around the country. And, of course, with important public services to the disabled. Polling going on there, probably at a little less. CNN, I know, reporting we're now over 100 million in, according to CNN, on total pre-voting. Right now, John Lieber joins us. He's been a good acquaintance to surveillance. He is with Eurasia Group and the U.S. Managing Director. John Lieber, an open question to you to begin. What is your number one focus as you begin to look at the mathematics of this election day?
Florida. It's going to be Florida. Florida counts quickly. Biden's ahead, but barely. I think that the early vote totals that come in tonight could show a lead for Biden, and then you'd expect to see that shift back towards Trump as the evening goes on. And if Trump wins Florida, he's competitive. But if Florida late tonight looks like it's going to go for Biden, then this race is all over, and we can all pack up our bags and get ready for the new inauguration and the transition.
John, you are calling as a House. Eurasia Group is calling for a Biden win. What do you see in the numbers that gives you that confidence, that conviction?
You know, this has just been a really steady race, and Biden's been had a polling lead despite Trump's relatively high approval ratings given the coronavirus. Biden's had this steady polling lead since he clinched the nomination in March. And this is not like 2016, where it was an up and down race. Trump pulled within 2 to Hillary Clinton at some points. And critically, in that 2016 race, you saw an absolute collapse in the Clinton numbers over the last 10 days of that race. The 12% of undecided voters broke towards Donald Trump, and he's now the president. That's just not happening this time around. You've got a steady lead for Biden, no trend directionally suggesting that that lead is going away, and polls that show Biden competitive across the Sun Belt in all the swing states that Trump won in 2016. All Biden needs to do is win one of Arizona, Texas, Georgia, Florida, Iowa, Ohio, or Pennsylvania, and he's going to be president of the United States.
You know, Jonathan, a lot of people would say that sounds good, but 2016, we don't buy that this is so much different. And I'm looking right now at predicted measures. This is betting markets, basically, people putting money on the election, currently pricing in about a 61% chance of Joe Biden winning versus a 44% chance of President Trump getting reelected. This is a much tighter race in prediction markets than it is in the polls and in 538 or The Economist, which puts it at a near sure thing. So what do you say to people who say that there are shy voters, that the Republicans have registered people who did not vote in the 2016 election who are likely to go for President Trump, some of these other dynamics in 2020?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think the betting markets have learned humility from 2016, and that's probably appropriate. We shouldn't be too overconfident in our prediction, but there's a lot of signals here that suggest Biden's the favorite. There's very little evidence that there are shy Trump voters. There's basically one pollster out there who's pushing that and getting a lot of airtime about it, and after the election is probably going to be the go-to pollster from the Trump people to suggest that he was, in fact, robbed of this election. But he's a real outlier in the polling community. There's been numerous studies that suggest this shy Trump phenomenon and just very, very thin evidence for it. I think the polling markets are the betting markets are being a little overly cautious given the strong signal we have in all the swing states nationally and all the way down to the local level, where you're seeing that Biden seems to be having some coattails that Hillary Clinton did not, that should help Democratic candidates in this election cycle. We could be wrong again. If we were wrong, it would be the largest polling miss probably in certainly in U.S. history. I mean, you'd have to be off by nearly 10 points nationally, which would be pretty absurd. And you'd have to be off between 6 and 8 points in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin and Michigan, which is larger than the error that we saw in 2016.
John Lieber, thank you so much with your Eurasia Group. Greatly appreciated today. A terrific essay, by the way, on the Putin outcome. What outcome of this election would Mr. Putin most like? That from Eurasia Group. See it at their website. John, images from Wisconsin. And for those on Bloomberg Radio and Bloomberg TV, good morning in the battleground states. John, Kevin Cirilli, mincing no words. Wisconsin will be on his late shift tonight.
A lot of voting to be done there, Tom. Coming into today, the turnout, 63% of the 2016 turnout. You compare that to Texas at 108% coming into today, and say Florida at 93%. Those are the kinds of states, Wisconsin, they are the kind of states, Tom, where we haven't seen the same kind of turnout in the early voting.
Riverside High School in Milwaukee, and of course, it's many different Wisconsins. I thought David Weigel at the Washington Post doing a great job on partitioning the states out, the difference between Milwaukee and over to Dane County and then up to Green Bay is, well, John, there's a headline from the President of the United States, and he's got a 306 handle on it.
I'm surprised he put out a number. I'm not surprised he's on with Fox, Tom, saying he thinks he's going to win. I don't think that's a shock the morning of the final day of voting. Do you?
No, Mr. Bannon out on Fox Biz early, and, of course, Mr. Rove now I see over here. I've got a wall of TV monitors here, folks, mostly set up on Tottenham football in London. I'm watching like BBC 6 or BBC 7, which is
what a shocker.
Tots football 24/7. I thought the Bale goal was really good the other day, John. I mean, just to, like head the ball in like that, I thought was really
honestly. Lisa, even on election day, he's doing this.
Look
even
at
on
those
election
markets.
day.
They're up.
Look at those markets. They are up. For a second day going into this election, equities advance on the S&P 500 alongside a distracted Tom Keene.
Move the
focus
even
alongside Lisa Brown.
Even
I'm
Kane,
Jonathan
the
Ferro.
penalty shot is, I hate penalty shots.
This is Bloomberg.
manera me gustaría decirle a los empleadores que fueran más humanitarios con sus trabajadores, que les hagan valer sus derechos.
Y estábamos viviendo en dos casas, en una 50 personas y en la otra otras 50. En cada casa había 5 habitaciones. En cada habitación había de 3 a 4 camas abarrotadas. Vivíamos de 6 a 7 personas. Un baño para cada habitación y una cocina para todas.
Una vez que nos atendieron en el hospital, al salir nos avisó una compañera que ya nos habían reportado a migración.
Gracias a Dios ahorita de salud yo estoy muy bien, pero en lo moral no estoy muy bien, porque a causa de esa enfermedad yo perdí todo, perdí mi trabajo.
Yo creo que mi caso resulta un gran problema de cómo las personas migrantes estamos en riesgo de explotación por parte de los empleadores.
What is happening today in India is actually a determination to rebuild our economy.
India has an opportunity not only competing in the space of the factory of the world, but a very big opportunity to compete in being the office of the world.
Today is usually a little bit tedious for Wall Street, for financial market participants worldwide. You're just waiting and waiting. This market is not waiting this morning. Good morning to you all. Alongside Tom Keane and Lisa Abramowitz, I'm Jonathan Ferro. This is Bloomberg, and here's the price action. Up 40 on the S&P. We advanced 1.2%. Gains yesterday, gains today. In the FX market, dollar weakness. Had some dollar strength last week. Quickly replaced that with weakness this Tuesday morning. Euro-dollar back with a 117 handle. Talked a lot about that move in the Treasury market. Curve steeper, yields higher, fueling some of that. Commodities get a lift. Taking a bite out of crude in yesterday's session, last week as well, though we bounced back, up 3%. Almost a 38 handle, Tom, on WTI.
Yeah, it's a nice lift here again. Futures up 40, Dow futures up 400. I'm watching the VIX here. A 34 handle would be a big deal. We're not there yet. We're going to get to James Sweeney of Credit Suisse here, but first we must speak with Mark Niket. He's with Bloomberg out of Columbus, Ohio. He's really quite expert on regional politics, the corporate influence, and the study of the races underneath the presidential race. And we're thrilled he joins us from Philadelphia today, the home of the Reading Railroad. Reading is not just near Oriental and the Monopoly Board, but it is the gorgeous terminal in Philadelphia, which is now part of the Philadelphia Convention Center. It is what they did in Philadelphia after New York City destroyed Penn Station, and it is a triumph. Mark, what are you going to see in Philadelphia today? It is a hotbed. I believe various military, quasi-military have been brought out. What will you observe in Philadelphia today?
Well, you're right. There's still a National Guard presence in Philadelphia because they had some protests and some unrest last week after a black man was shot by police. But there's not going to be any kind of police presence at the polls. It's not allowed here unless there's some kind of incident. So we're going to be watching to see how long the lines are in Pennsylvania and in Philadelphia, given that there was a new option for voters in Pennsylvania this year to do mail-in voting. And we saw a big surge in
voting by mail because of the pandemic here. And actually, Philadelphia and Pennsylvania are kind of running two elections at once today. They have their regular in-person voting, but they're also counting and starting to process this flood of mail-in ballots.
Mark, Philadelphia and Pennsylvania more broadly, pivotal for the election's outcome. We may not know the result in that state for days or even weeks. Why?
Well, it's because of these mail-in ballots. Pennsylvania is one of the only states that doesn't allow the election clerks to start actually physically opening the envelopes, flattening the ballots, and scanning them until 7 a.m. on election day today. Wisconsin also doesn't allow that, and Michigan there's some time. But states like Florida can start 22 days before the election, so they'll have most of their mail-in and absentee ballots counted on election night. But here in Pennsylvania, they're expecting it could take days in Philadelphia and maybe some other places as well before they get a final count on all the absentee and mail-in ballots. They can just start counting today.
Hey, Mark, really appreciate your time this morning, sir. Good luck for the rest of the day. Mark Niket there, Bloomberg's very own, from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. From London and New York this morning, good morning. Quick check on a price action, just briefly. Equities with a lift. We're off session highs, but we advance. 42 on the S&P 500. Tom, we are up by 1.27% this Tuesday.
Absolutely. Again, futures up 42. Right now, James Sweeney joins us with Credit Suisse, and this is an important conversation because in the mix of the political punditry and, frankly, the financial punditry, Mr. Sweeney has been very clear of a cautious view on American economic growth. James, you still continue with the view that it will be a struggle forward?
Well, I think it largely depends on the stimulus outlook. And so, what I'll be looking for today is, do we get a clean sweep scenario where the stimulus expectations become clear, or do you have something a lot more muddled? I think effectively what's happened in recent months is that the big increase in deposit balances of a lot of households and the fact that people have bought a lot of physical goods while they haven't been buying a lot of services has hidden some problems that the household sector has with cash flows if we don't get that stimulus. There are quite a few things that are going to restrict household cash flows and incomes in the months ahead without new help from the government.
James, when you say problems, can you be more specific about those problems and why you think they are?
Sure. Well, first, you remember the unemployment insurance, which we had supplementary unemployment insurance during the worst part of the pandemic. It expired in August. People said there would be a cliff. There was a cliff. It fell. But there's another cliff at the end of December. So there's more, basically unemployment payments from the government will be reduced further. There's also forbearance measures that many households have benefited from, which will expire at the end of the year. If you look at labor income, it's very unlikely we're going to continue to see 600 to 1 million in jobs growth per month. So jobs growth should be good, but it should continue to slow. Wage growth should slow because wage growth has been driven up by an odd composition effect in the jobs data. And the hours worked per week should slow due to a similar effect. So if you're in the nerdy details, a lot of them point south in the near term in terms of the cash flows of households.
James, I've got to say, you just don't sound as constructive as you were maybe a month or so ago on this recovery. Is that a fair characterization of your development of your ideas in the last month or so?
Well, I think I just see it as very stimulus dependent in the near term. I mean, recently we are in a little bit of a slowdown relative to the sharp acceleration that we had in Q3, but the economy is not contracting. The economy is growing right now. But I do think stimulus in the very short term, something like the package that was negotiated between July and this month, is very important. And so, if you have an election outcome that makes that stimulus likely, then I think we can be in pretty good shape. But otherwise, I think there's trouble. Also, the virus. I mean, the virus is picking up again, and that's a new headwind. And the virus is probably picking up a little more than a lot of people expected. So we're just skittish, I would say, rather than actually forecasting a major problem.
James, that's where I wanted to go, the virus and how much it's spreading. What high-frequency data are you looking at to gauge the response? If it isn't lockdowns, as a lot of people expect the U.S. to avoid some of the lockdowns that we're seeing in Europe, what are the measures you're looking at to determine how much people's behavior is sort of acting in a restrictive way on the economy?
Well, sure. So, I mean, on the virus side, we just look at the positivity rates and the spread and, you know, the direct virus data. On the economy side, I think a lot of this new data that we have on foot traffic to establishments, on point of sales data, I don't think the macro data are all that helpful. And I think the market is somewhat accustomed to looking at the same old indicators, but you can get thrown off pretty easily. So, for instance, people have been excited about retail sales being strong. Retail sales are goods consumption. Consumption is 70% of GDP, but only 20% of that is actually goods. Services are the problem here. So looking at foot traffic into restaurants, foot traffic into airports, things like that,
right.
And related spending numbers are what we're watching.
James Sweeney, Jean-Claude Trichet loves the word diffusion, except he says it with a fancy French accent I don't have. And right now the major question is, if we have the haves doing better or even prospering in this pandemic, can any of their prosperity diffuse over to a large body of Americans who are, to be kind, economically anxious? Is there any ability to see a diffusement of that prosperity, that income, that wealth?
Well, the problem isn't just that the income trends are different, but the concentration of people working in lower wage services sectors while having lost their unemployment or their extra unemployment and, you know, about to potentially be losing their forbearance, that's trouble. So the fact that people are buying big ticket durable goods, largely imported, are not necessarily helpful, you know, to a waitress who isn't working right now.
James, great to catch up with you, sir. James Sweeney there of Credit Suisse. I want to bring you some more breaking news just very quickly. Earlier on today, about an hour ago, we found out that there has been some tension between the Shanghai Stock Exchange and the listing of Ant Financial. So much tension, in fact, over regulatory issues that Ant Financial's listing will not be going ahead on that particular exchange. Now understanding that the Hong Kong exchange is set to make an announcement on Ant's Hong Kong listing. This according to Business News. So that's a report at the moment. Lisa, remarkable turn of events in just the past 60 minutes alone.
Yeah, I got to say, this is fascinating, again, because we talk about tech regulation in the U.S., not so much in China, but they are cracking down, particularly on the financial sector, trying to make some of the online lenders hold more capital and perhaps not as easily raise money through asset-backed securities to finance consumer loans. There is a fear of stoking, perhaps, financial unrest should there be some instability in the financial system. And, John, just to put this into context, this $34.5 billion IPO, the world's largest, what was set to start trading on Thursday, had $3 trillion of retail bids, of retail demand coming in. This was going to be incredibly hot among the rank and file in China, a high button issue. Interesting to see what actually transpired in some of these meetings.
So this could go one of two ways, I guess, Tom. Either you recalibrate the listing in Hong Kong, you go bigger there, you adjust things, or the whole thing gets pulled. I think probably people leaning towards the former and not the latter at the moment.
Yeah, what I would partition here, John, is the idea of a financial calculus. Okay, the price, the shares, we want a piece of the action in that. Or is it more about an unrest over the structural calculus? This headline from the Global Times, Ant Group to readjust listed businesses' valuation. I get the valuation part, that's sort of Wall Streety. But the listed businesses to readjust, John, is this about a strategic structure or is it simply about a financial pricing? I don't know.
I don't know either. I'm looking for the clarity. Alibaba, though, is falling in the pre-market by as much as 6.7% at the moment. Down and down hard. Alongside Lisa Rabbit and Tom Keene, I'm Jonathan Ferro this morning. Good morning. It is election day. We have a rally for you going into this one. A rally yesterday. Monday into Tuesday, it continues. A lift in this equity market, up 40, up 1.21%. In the FX market, a euro with a 117 handle. And in the bond market, yields up, curve steeper, crude rallying It's Risk on Tuesday on this election day in America. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
With the First Word News, I'm Ritika Gupta. President Trump and Joe Biden have brought their bitter campaign to an end. They spent the final day rallying support in states crucial to deciding the outcome. Almost 100 million Americans have already voted. Biden is seen to have the upper hand with leads in national and most swing state polls. President Trump's counting on heavy turnout by his supporters today. A federal appeals court has denied a request by Texas Republicans to ban drive-through voting today in the state's most populous county. The Republicans said they wanted to prevent election violations. The court denied the request without an explanation. And reported coronavirus cases have hit an all-time high in the U.S., and hospitalizations have risen in 44 states. Battleground states in the elections are facing their worst moments of the pandemic. Wisconsin posted America's third highest cases per capita in the past week. 7-day average cases are at records in Michigan and Iowa. Hurricane Eta has strengthened into one of the Atlantic's most powerful storms of the year. It's roaring towards Central America with winds of 150 miles an hour. The Category 4 storm is expected to cause flash floods and life-threatening storm surges when it slams into Nicaragua today. And Apple will start to end its 15-year relationship with Intel next week. That's when new Mac computers are revealed. These Macs will have main processors designed by Apple for the first time. They'll replace Intel chips, which have been a mainstay since 2006. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Ritika Gupta. This is Bloomberg.
Women leaders were actually better at controlling the deaths from COVID-19. Do you think out of this pandemic, we'll see more countries be willing to elect female leaders?
When we look at women leaders, we tend to project on them baggage that they shouldn't bear.
Women are given an opportunity when no one else wants to do the job.
Women had a very clear objective. They wanted to save lives.
The women leaders, if you look at their careers, have also built up a level of trust.
In fact, women have to be better at communication in order to be elected as leaders, whereas this doesn't hold true for men.
We need to get those sexist stereotypes out of our head and give women a fair run for leadership.
Trying to change the stereotypes about women is not only the business of women, but men have to be part of it.
This is a market that over the past few weeks has made it clear it wants to go higher. It got a little spooked by the idea that geopolitical tensions are rising.
their CPG history, their experience, and really how we might be able to combine together to really create this fantastic public company. And so we kind of got into the SPAC thing a little bit before it became such a hot method of going public.
All right, so we're going to mass distribute the vaccine in just a few short weeks. It's going to be coming out very soon, and we will quickly eradicate the virus, wipe out the China plague once and for all, get it the hell out of here.
Last night, Trump went on to say he was going to fire Dr. Fauci. Well, I've got a better idea. Let's fire Trump and I'll hire Fauci.
President Trump and former Vice President Joe Biden at their final rallies ahead of today's election. Today, a good day maybe to bury some news. This coming on Ant Financial. About an hour ago, the Shanghai Exchange suspended Ant Group's listing on its starboard. The Ant Group now saying that Hong Kong and that IPO has also been suspended. Alibaba, which owns about a third of the payments company, is getting absolutely hammered in early trading now. Down as much as 9%, off by about 8.5%, Tom, in pre-market trading. Most mornings, this would probably be the story. This morning, of course, the story's something else worldwide. But this is big.
Yeah, it's big. There's no question about it. And it speaks much to the future of stock formation, equity formation on the Pacific Rim. It was certainly, John, an original transaction. John, you wonder how the domestic politics of America folds into this. The China view of Trump, the China view of Biden. What do you think, John Farrell?
Well, I think on that specific question, Tom, it's pretty clear. This market has already decided that the China view of Biden is much softer than the China view of Trump. And you've seen that in the trade around the Chinese currency and some of the calls we've had in the last month or so. The election coverage will continue. I'll step away. Coming up on the Open, I'll catch up with Priya Misra of TD Securities. I'll be catching up with Troy Gajewski of Skybridge as well. Looking forward to those conversations through the next hour, Tom, on Bloomberg TV.
Very good. Right now on Bloomberg Radio and Good Morning 106.1 up in Boston. Greatly appreciate your attendance this morning on Bloomberg Television. I would suggest the most important political conversation of the day. Marty Walsh is from Boston, but is a different path than anybody else I know. The gentleman who fought off cancer as a child, went to BC, and then he had to root for the New England Patriots. He appears with us today, even though the Patriots are not the Patriots he and I know, and even though Brady did better than good last night. Marty Walsh, it is a Boston in transition. Clearly, you are for President Biden. What do the cities need from a Biden administration day one?
The collaboration, I think, is the first thing that we need the most. Myself and Mayor Lance Bottoms from Atlanta just did an op-ed, and we talked about the importance of having a White House that understands how a city works and understands the relationships that need to happen. And in the last 3.5 years, I've had no meetings, no conversations with the White House. The White House, the way it currently exists, is a top-down approach, and the Joe Biden White House would be very different.
Mayor Walsh, Christopher Whalen, a good friend of the show, an expert in financial history, just put out a photo on Twitter on Central Park South. And it's from the Trump campaign. New Yorkers are going to suffer, and that's their problem. That's been the attitude of this president towards Democratic strongholds, and yet we see Republican cities as well having challenges in the pandemic. How much do you need from Washington, and what will you do with the money when you get it?
Well, when it comes to mayors don't regard each other as Democrats or Republicans. We regard each other as mayors that run our cities, and we collectively need to have an administration in Washington that's going to work with us. And I can say firsthand here in Boston, from the early days of the pandemic, right through the pandemic, there's been no assistance from Washington. We've had to go it alone for the most part, including states. We've had to figure out PPE. We've had to figure out even thinking about how do we prepare our residents for the future as far as being careful and physical distancing and social distancing. Our messages have been consistent across America. It's really important. And then as racism reared its ugly head in America again, and we had protests and demonstrations across the streets, around the streets in America, this White House, quite honestly, just agitated and incited violence And it's really, we need leadership right now. And in Boston, I'll tell you, 159,000 people have already voted before Election Day. So there is definitely a feel for change in the air. And it's not just Democratic cities, it's all cities across America.
Mayor Walsh, there is a feeling of change. There's also a feeling of fear. And my younger son last night said to me, you know, is there going to be violence? And he's looking around and he's seeing all of the boarded up windows around New York City, and I believe in Boston as well, your town. How concerned are you about violence in response to any election outcome, particularly if President Trump is in the lead, given the fact that people in Democratic cities are the ones, honestly, that are having boarded up windows?
Just think about the question you just asked me. We live in the greatest country in the world where freedom and democracy is what we're proud of. And we have cities and businesses all across America putting boards on windows, worrying about violence because of a general election. We've never seen anything like that. This is not a result of Joe Biden and his speeches. This is a result of a president who has failed America. This is a result of a president who's failed the American economy. He's failed everything that he claims he stands for. And I'm hoping that after today's election, we don't see violence. And what I'm focused on today is making sure that people get out to vote. People can vote without intimidation. People can vote safely. And they should be able to do that in Boston, Massachusetts, and they should be able to do that all across America today without that fear. I hope that's not the country that we're becoming, quite honestly.
Mayor Walsh, one final question, if we would, this morning. Dorchester represents the heritage of a Democratic Party that has lost so many people to the Republicans, or at least to Donald Trump. What is the policy prescription you would suggest for the liberals in your party to get back to the kind of voters that made Dorchester years ago?
I think first and foremost, we need to elect Joe Biden president today. And I think that then we go back and to kind of look at the party and not I would say we have to rebuild the Democratic Party, but certainly we have to go back and get those Democrats that used to be Democrats and pull them back into the Democratic Party. The values of the Democratic Party are the same values that those people, the party they joined many, many years ago. And as mayor of the city of Boston, I'm committed to doing that. And as other mayors across America, we're committed to bringing our party back and representing everyone.
Mayor Walsh, I'd like to see you at Tom English's pub, but I believe it shut down a year ago.
Oh, there's still one in Southie.
There's still one in Southie. That's all that matters. Mayor, thank you so much. Marty Walsh, the mayor of Boston, here on a most interesting day. And again, we say good morning to Bloomberg Radio, listening across New England, 106.1 FM. Lisa, an eventful morning, including the vice president, I believe, traveling to Scranton.
Yeah, and I think that the imagery is going to be really telling. I keep coming back to that. Both candidates want to display a sense of victory, even though we're not going to necessarily know what victory means for days to come, Tom. This is going to be a very unusual election week, election month, election year. You want to keep going on?
Well, maybe it's going to be a permanent election. I believe on Wednesday, Lisa, we start the campaign for the primary season of 2022.
It already started.
We've had great images today, and thank you to Kevin Cirilli, his focus on Wisconsin, and of course on his Pennsylvania. Philadelphia at the Convention Center in Pennsylvania, front and center, part of the two big city, Pennsylvania. Kevin Cirilli focused on Erie. Stay with us through the day, this election day, across America. This is Bloomberg.
time has come to elect the next president of the United States, and the stakes could not be higher. Two candidates, two very different paths for the future of the country. I'm David Weston. We will bring you the results as they unfold live on election night. Join us Tuesday, November 3rd at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on Bloomberg Television and Radio.
From London and New York, for our audience worldwide, good morning, good morning. The countdown to the open starts right now. With equity futures up 36, we advance 1%, 30 minutes away from the opening bell. We begin with a big issue. It's election day in America.
4 years ago, I was going to lose all nine. It was going to be a very short evening. And I won all nine. I won them all.
You put an end to a president that's divided this nation.
He's not mentally equipped. He just isn't to be your president.
We're going to win Pennsylvania, and we're going to show the world what America stands for.
We win Pennsylvania, we win the whole deal.
We're in a home stretch now. It's go time.
We are going to keep on winning.
It's time for Donald Trump to pack his bags and go home.
Biden would be a disaster.
I've got a better idea. Let's fire Trump.
You have the power with your vote to save America.
The candidates concluding their last-minute campaigning blitz, and now it's all up to the American public with a record-shattering 98 million early ballots already in hand. The final polling favoring former Vice President Joe Biden, leading by nearly 7 points in the latest national average survey. The world waiting to see who will lead the United States for the next 4 years, with the first results rolling in around 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Let's bring in the Bloomberg team. Kevin Cerilli and Katie Lyons joining us now for more. Kevin, let's start with you, sir. The guidebook, the playbook for the next 24 hours and maybe beyond.
Well, here's what we know, that likely we will not have the results of some close states. If it's a close result in states like North Carolina and Pennsylvania, and dare I say even Florida. If it's a close election, we might have to be patient and hold our breath. But in a battleground state like Wisconsin, for example, the Democratic governor there, Tony Evers, has said that he actually does think that there could be a result in that state, mind you, in the early hours of tomorrow morning. Beyond that, Joe Biden, he will be traveling to Scranton, Pennsylvania today, where he grew up. He started the day by attending Mass with his family. And President Trump starting the day on Fox and Friends. And take a listen to what he had to say about how he views today.
I think we'll have victory, but only when there's victory. I mean, there's no reason to play games. And I think we'll have victory. I think I look at it as being a very, a very solid chance at winning here.
Beyond that, we're also going to be carefully tracking the Senate race. I keep going back to this point, Jonathan, but it does bear repeating. Last cycle, there were 34 Senate races, and all 34 of those races voted with the top of the ticket, in the sense that in states Trump won, the Republican Senate candidate won, and in states that Clinton won, the Democratic candidate won. So the battle for the Senate really could have a huge impact in terms of how whomever wins the presidency is able to govern.
Kevin, I'm going to let you run because I know you've got to have a little nap ahead of tonight's coverage. We appreciate your time, sir, as always. Kevin Cerilli, looking forward to the reporting a little bit later this evening into the overnight period. And then, of course, in the morning as well, Kevin will still be awake running through those results for us. On this market, a really nice cyclical tilt to the equity market action over the last 24 hours. It continues into this morning. Futures up 38 on the S&P 500 with the market action. Here's Kaylee. Hey, Kaylee.
Hey, John. Well, equities are staging some kind of election day rally here. Futures pointing to a higher open, following on from the gains we're seeing in the European session. As you said, S&P futures up around 38 points, and it is the Nasdaq that is the relative laggard once again. A cyclical rotation showing up beneath the surface. Perhaps bets that it will be a Democratic sweep and more fiscal stimulus is coming. That would benefit some of those more economically sensitive sectors, and you can see that as well in the outperformance of small caps. Russell 2000 futures higher by about 1.7%. with about 27 minutes to go until the opening bell. And when you look cross-asset, actually, no, John, treasuries are behaving the way that one would expect them to, with the risk-on tone today. The 10-year yield is up around 3 points, printing about 87 basis points on that yield right now. The yield curve is steepening this morning, John. And you're also seeing a weaker dollar, weaker by about 0.6%. It's down against everything in the G10 space. And interestingly, oil benefiting perhaps from that risk on tone, up about 3.5%, a 38 handle on WTI once again. We just saw, though, gold on that board, John, getting a bit of a bid today. That may just be because of the weaker dollar, but it also could indicate there is still some hedging going on against any kind of election uncertainty. And you're actually seeing that uncertainty and that fear about it showing up a bit more in the bond market than you are in the equity market. If you take a look at the MOVE index, which tracks implied bond volatility for the next month, that is climbed to a 6-month high. It's jumped 70% from its record low in September amid growing uncertainty about the outcome of the election. The equity market, on the other hand, volatility there a bit more subdued. The VIX comes in around 144 basis points. Still, though, a 35 handle on that fear gauge, John.
Kelly Lyons, thank you. Elevated volatility and persistently elevated volatility over the last several months has been a key feature of this market worldwide. Going into the opening bow, 25 minutes away, equities do advance up 39. We advance a little more than 1%. Henrietta Trays of Vader Partners seeing less potential for another surprising Trump victory. She goes on to say the following. In 2016, President Trump won the election in a very different environment than the one he faces today. When he has high turnout at this rate, the chips don't have an opportunity to fall in Trump's favour in the same way they did in 2016. He has not attracted new voters to his fold. Henrietta, I'm pleased to say, joins us now. Henrietta, fantastic to have you with us on election day. Thank you for your time. Let's start there. The high voter turnout that we've already seen over the last month in this country. So many people say it's all about turnout, but they've failed to tell us what this turnout actually means, Henrietta. What's your read?
I've been reading through the numbers this morning with the latest polling data, and what it looks like to me, based on what we've seen in this massive surge of early voting, is that one of the biggest surprises that 30% of the voters are new voters. 36% of that group is unmarried women. And that is a group, along with the younger demographic, that skews dramatically in favor of the Democratic conference. You can't say for certain because we don't know how these people have voted, obviously, and a lot of them are classifying as independents. But if you run with a 52%, just a bare minimum average of independent voters trending into the Democratic space and supporting Biden over Trump, you are looking at the early returns suggesting a very strong showing for Biden in Arizona. Very strong for Biden in North Carolina. So much showing in Nevada that local prognosticators there feel comfortable, having already speculated that the race will be won by Joe Biden as of yesterday morning. And weaker than expected showing in Pennsylvania. Florida is very much on the cusp, but the early voting suggests that there is a dramatic increase in younger voters, first-time voters, and those under 29, which skew sometimes 26 points in Joe Biden's favor. So the data sets that we've gotten so far are obviously, we are going to have maybe 60 million people still to vote, and we don't know exactly how those voters turned out, but right now it looks very strong for Joe Biden, which is very consistent with what we've seen for the last year.
Henrietta, talk to me about momentum. A key feature of the 2016 race going into the final week was a real pickup in momentum for President Donald Trump. I wonder if you're seeing any of that anywhere, not just at the state level in battlegrounds, but also in key demographics, the over 65s, suburban women, etc. Do you see any momentum anywhere, Henrietta?
What's so interesting about that is that there's been something going around the street suggesting that October 31st data from 2016 is somehow comparable to October 31st data in 2020. And there could be this dramatic shift and surprise for Trump in the polls in the last 8 or 9 days of the election. What that fails to capture is that the Comey letter came out on the 28th. Dramatically shifted voter opinion. There were 12.5% of voters that were undecided and broke late to Trump. And the difference between 2016 and 2020 is that the election's on November 3rd, not in the following week as it was in 2016. So there's less time. Too many votes have already factored in, and we did not see a material move for Donald Trump in the polls in the late breaking way, the way it did in 2016. So this idea of tremendous uncertainty, I think, is manufactured in part by the Trump campaign itself, trying to remind voters of how successful it was unexpectedly in 2016. But that same environment has not repeated itself this year.
So, Henrietta, you've got your base case, you've got your forecast. Now let's talk about the process through the night as things develop. What are you looking for that will validate to question it?
Well, I want to see Nevada. That was a very big deal in 2016. I do think that that will swing in Biden's favor. So that gives me some comfort that there's not a polling surprise to come. North Carolina is going to start reporting out its findings at 7:30, as are a couple of other states. And I anticipate that we could have a conclusion here before too late in the evening. A lot of races and the big ones were called around 10:30 in 2016. And given the sheer volume of early voting and the potential for a lot of these states to have started counting already, including in Arizona, including in Florida, you could have some real data to run with just based off of that early voting. There will be a bit of a tide. It could come in strong for Biden early, and then as the hours go by, trend in the President Trump's favor, because the in-person voting right now has to be heavily Republican because they are lagging so substantially behind Democrats at this point. So there will be a bit of a tide throughout the evening. But as Kevin was mentioning before, Wisconsin anticipates having all of its reporting in by 6 a.m. tomorrow. So we should have a good idea. I don't buy into the narrative that this is going to be particularly contested.
Henrietta, great to catch up with you. Appreciate that perspective. Henrietta Trey's there, weighing in on the situation for the election through the next 24 hours. And contrary to some of the fears out there, believing that we will have a result before Wednesday morning. Let's get to the price action. Equities up 40 points on the S&P 500. We advanced 1.2% at the market desk with your movers. Here's Abigail.
John, well, with the second day of a rebound rally for stocks and the Dow and the S&P 500 outperforming the Nasdaq, not surprisingly, we do have the cyclical tilt that you have been alluding to. Now, that means that we have energy up top. Well, yesterday up top, up about 3.7% on the day. Yesterday, the best sector. Today, we once again have the oil majors sharply higher, in sympathy with oil, up about 3.3%. The banks are doing well, as they did yesterday. Today, Bank of America, as an example, up 1.9% in sympathy today. This was not the case yesterday. Yields are rising as bonds sell off. And then there's tech. Overall, tech is underperforming, and really standing out is Alibaba, really getting clobbered. This, of course, after Ant Group has suspended its Hong Kong and Shanghai IPOs on regulatory issues. Jack Ma's empire struggling this morning, John.
Abigail, thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Going into the opening bell, equities advancing. I show you a poll, and you all say, I don't buy it. It's a market conditioned by 2016, refusing to believe what's in the numbers. That conversation coming up next with Troy Gayeski of Skybridge from London and New York this morning. Good morning. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Best, your weekly review of the most important business news, analysis, and interviews from Bloomberg Television around the world.
Ken Burns, welcome to Bloomberg Big Decisions.
We have always been a mixture of things. We are always stronger for that mixture.
Growth is a way to stay competitive, delight more and more consumers.
Welcome to the Best of Bloomberg Technology. I'm Emily Chang.
They've moved the needle by acknowledging that they have to monitor the content.
What is one word of advice you'll take with you?
Learn how to listen. And that is certainly something that has served me well.
Ankiti, where do you go from here?
It's a huge market. It's a huge opportunity. I want to go 100x from here.
Our philosophy is to partner where we can and stand apart when we should.
It's really a reminder, isn't it, just how sensitive the markets are to any commentary about trade. We did see some pressure on the yuan. We did see some pressure on the futures. That is now being reversed.
looking at an election that favors a Democratic sweep.
What's really also priced in is the Biden trade, right? The blue wave.
But it's definitely not fully convincing and conclusive.
If it goes wrong, you could get a huge sell-off.
We're wary at the moment in markets.
The margins have been narrowing somewhat.
A lot of people were caught very flat-footed in 2016.
Definitely what we've learned is not to count Trump out.
The scars of 2016 still deep. The national poll showing former Vice President Joe Biden holding a strong advantage, but markets pricing in a much closer outcome. Bloomberg's Scarlett Fu joins us now for more. Hey, Scarlett.
Hi, John. Yeah, you're absolutely right. We make the distinction because 2016 was such a shocker, defying most of the polls out there. Now, President Trump may be trailing in most polls, but he can take some comfort from certain polls. Bloomberg Opinion's John Authors included a couple of charts in his column this morning. You have database models, which include aggregates of different polls out there. So according to, say, 538 and the Economist models, Biden's odds of winning are at least 90%. You also have market-based models where people wager real money to buy futures or place spread bets tied to the outcome. And in the predicted model, you can see that Biden still prevails, but his odds drop to about 2 and 3. Real Clear Politics aggregates the spread betting models. And once again, in that situation, Joe Biden is leading, but by the same margin, around 2 out of 3 odds. Now, the bottom line here is that database models reflect what people say, or at least what they tell pollsters, while market-based models reflect where people actually put their money. So the question really becomes, do the markets, which reflect higher odds of a Trump victory, see something that polls and modelers don't? The problem is the sample size in election prediction markets is fairly small. These are not deep and liquid markets like traditional financial markets are. You also can't read the intent behind a specific wager, which could be a hedge rather than a directional bet. And of course, complicating all of this, John, is that you had a surge in early voting this year, either in person or by mail. Some 100 million people have already cast their ballots. So to get a read on what's been happening and what's going to happen is very difficult. John?
Scarlett, great to catch up. As always, Scarlett Fu on this market, on the consensus going into another election 4 years ago. What was amazing about that specific time wasn't just about the outcome. The outcome was unexpected. It was the outcome of the outcome. What a Donald Trump presidency would mean for this market. How many people lined up on programs like this saying equities would crash? And then they didn't. And one question that I asked earlier today, and I think it's a really important question to ask yourself today as we all sit here and speculate what all these different permutations mean. If I told you 4 years ago what the result of that election would be 24 hours later, would you have put on the right trade? I've asked that question a few times this morning, and so many people have got in touch with me and just said no. So think about that this morning. 14 minutes out from the opening bell, futures up 38. We advance 1%. Skybridge's Troy Gajewski weighing in on the market's potential reaction to the election. He says the following: the question now is whether we get the blue wave and massive fiscal stimulus early next year, followed by higher taxes, as well as a re-regulatory agenda. In the near term, election outcome certainty and stimulus trump longer-term policy changes. Troy joins us right now. Troy, let's start with that question 4 years ago. If I gave you the result, would you have got the trade right?
Well, not in the first 2 or 3 days. You know, we were certainly in the camp that if Trump won, you would have a sell-off that lasted several days, and instead it lasted, basically shortly for 4 hours in overnight futures. And then markets very rapidly started to price in a pro-growth agenda, steeper yield curve, deregulation. The banks really ripped after that, as well as energy. So we would have gotten it right, but we would have been a couple days late, right? And so we took our time to analyze, what the policies meant, and that's when we started to ramp up our bank credit exposure at the time, because it was so much more of a favorable environment, not only in terms of higher interest rates, but also a steeper yield curve and clearly a deregulatory agenda, which particularly benefited banks and bank credit at that time.
So, Troy, let's talk about lessons learned and whether they're lessons you would apply to the next 24, 48 hours.
Yeah, so look, I think the bottom line is the probability of a Biden win is materially higher than the probability of a Clinton win. At that point, it was 3 and 4. So Trump had a 1 in 4 chance roughly, which basically tracked what Nate Silver was predicting. And the odds markets were a little bit higher probability for Trump at the time, around 40%. This time around, it's just a harder lift, as your previous guest articulated. There's been so much early voting. Trump doesn't have as much time to close the gap. In most of the swing states, he's trailing by higher margins. And people forget it's just really hard for a Republican to win. You have to win Florida, North Carolina. You You have to run up the score in Ohio to have any chance in Pennsylvania. And if you know in Pennsylvania, very hard to see how you win Michigan. So, the odds are we see a blue wave. The Senate's 50-50 or maybe 49-51. And that in turn will lead to significant fiscal policy stimulus, which, it's a shame we haven't gotten so far. And from our perspective, markets have been pricing this in the past 3 weeks. I mean, you look at large cap tech, which peaked in early September. Banks had been getting clobbered for quite some time. They've come back. Cyclicals have come back. You've seen a steeper yield curve. And really the last straw today is the dollar getting trashed, because that's been the expectation for quite some time, with even larger deficits being run and more stimulus in the near term. The dollar has been hanging in there relatively well given the resurgence of the pandemic, but you see the dollar finally getting hit pretty hard today.
I see that more pronounced today and yesterday in the equity market. Big tech underperforming, that cyclical rotation, the curve steeper, yields higher. You're talking about the dollar this morning, weaker against pretty much everything in G10. Everything on top of the US dollar, with the exception of maybe the Turkish lira over the last couple of days. We can talk about that later. Troy, my question to you, sir, is that I can sit here and construct a bullish narrative on a blue wave. I can sit here and construct a bearish narrative on a blue wave. How difficult is it to understand how that consensus will develop in the coming days, if indeed that is even the result?
Oh, yeah. No, it's certainly very challenging. I mean, not only lining up the outcomes, but also the timing. From our perspective, in the nearer term, as we said, the additional stimulus plus the certainty of outcome, meaning there's not going to be a contested election, right? Because that's a very big risk factor now, that the race is tight enough and Pennsylvania turns into an absolute mess, and that could lead to a more material risk off. But barring that outcome, if you get the blue wave, in the shorter term, meaning the next several months, even into February and March, we should have a meaningful trade up in all risk assets. Dollar should weaken. Curve should continue to steepen. We may or may not see further sector rotation because of the fact we've already seen quite a large amount of that so far. And then at that point, markets are going to have to digest, okay, corporate taxes are going up. We know that. But when is it going to be? Is it going to be Q2 of next year? Or is it going to be Q4 of next year? We think that just like the Obama administration held off on raising taxes for several years to get the economy back on its feet, that prudence will prevail and the party will delay that. And then obviously you have the re-regulatory agenda, which will be very painful for certain sectors like, oil and gas, but on the broader economy should not be as destructive as many people fear.
Well, let's talk about the broader economy away from the politics and trying to gain what's going to happen in the next 48 hours and trying to gain what it actually means. My colleague Mark Cudmore, running for Bloomberg today, just about how important the trend was going into 2017 for the global economy. That synchronized global growth didn't come from just the US election. It was much more than that. And Troy, this morning, we caught up Chris Verone of Strategas, who was talking about a similar thing. Stick with what's working. Stick with the trend. That's the story here. Troy, does that speak to you? Stick with what's working.
Well, look, again, what worked earlier in the year coming out of the pandemic was mainly large cap tech, and that's lagged recently. However, over the longer term, technology and healthcare in particular are sectors that have tremendous growth, so we don't know why people wouldn't want to have some exposure there. You certainly don't rotate a dramatic amount of your risk away from, growth areas to value based on a rotation that may or may not have happened already. More critically, back to your point, you did have synchronized growth going into 17 that was starting to pick up, and Europe was just about to go on its best growth spurt since really the pre-crisis period. It's really hard to see that now. But coming back to the U.S. economy directly, look, due to fiscal stimulus, due to massive Fed intervention, GDP is only 3.5% below where it was in Q4 of 19. If we get a big round of stimulus, it seems highly likely that we're going to be back to peak GDP by the end of Q2. Now, that doesn't mean we still won't have losers in the economy like airlines and lodging. But on the flip side, if we can get back to peak GDP by the end of Q2, that sets us up to have, pretty powerful growth through the end of 2021 into 2022, which we think will be a more dominant factor in driving markets than a re-regulatory agenda or marginally higher tax rates.
Troy, we've got to leave it there. I'll ping you a message in the morning to talk markets. Great to catch up, sir. Troy Gajewski there at Skybridge. Up next on this programme, the analyst action you need to know. That'll be next in your morning calls. Then later, for this market, is it really just a blue wave or bust? We'll ask Stifel's Barry Bannister at the opening bell. This is Bloomberg.
The Census Bureau has asked Congress for a 120 extension. I don't know that you even have to ask, and I think 120 days isn't nearly enough.
I think what we've seen during this period of time is that communicating via video is not a fad. We are using it in all aspects of our lives, for work, for learning, for communicating, for staying in touch.
Here are the morning calls. First up, Citi raising its alphabet price target to 2,000. The analyst citing broad-based strength in YouTube and search. Secondly, Morgan Stanley upgrading Monster Beverage to overweight. The analyst expecting a re-acceleration in domestic sales. And finally, Argus downgrading Hess to a hold. The analyst citing concerns over the company's debt and mounting losses. Three of the calls this morning. Up next on the program, the election, challenging investors, trying to find the narrative.
Ada 3 kelompok pengungsi tersebut yang sudah berpencar arah. Kemudian kami dari Polsek Banda Sakti berkoordinasi dengan perangkat desa Kampung Jomblang melakukan upaya pengumpulan secara persuasif serta minta tolong kepada warga. Alhamdulillah warga yang terpecah semuanya berkumpul.
Just days away from the most critical election in U.S. history, and it's only democracy at stake. From electronic voting machines to misinformation and fake news and political advertising on social media, is the tech industry ready for its biggest test yet? I'm Emily Chang, and we'll be focusing on these issues all week on Bloomberg Technology in a special electioneering series. Tune in 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific, only on Bloomberg Television.
I'm David Weston. Bloomberg Television is reinventing one of the most iconic brands in financial television for a new audience. Join me to see the news program for the clever investor. This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week.
We explore the trends, investments, and competition of the European ETF industry. Join us on Bloomberg ETF IQ Europe.
So here we are. Usually days like today are a little bit of a snooze. You wait, and then you wait, and then you stay up overnight, and maybe you trade. Today we have a lift, a real rally that follows through from yesterday, a real cyclical tilt to that rally too. The S&P 500 outperforming, the Nasdaq underperforming, up 0.7% on Nasdaq futures. On S&P 500 futures up 36, we advance 1%. It is election day in America. Switch up the board in the bond market. Treasuries selling off, yields are higher, the curve is steeper, up 3 basis points on a 10-year to 0.8739%. Troy Gayeski of Skybridge on the program 10 minutes ago talking about the dollar getting trashed. It's getting hit pretty badly in G10. Euro dollar 117.20, up 0.7%. And there it is. not enough chat about this. The bounce back in crude, up a little more than 3.5% on the day. 38 handle on WTI, worth a look. A real cyclical lift to this market in the last couple of days going into the final day of voting in America. So that's the cross-asset price action. Let's get to the market desk with your movers. Here's Abigail.
John, with the underperformance for the Nasdaq on this morning, higher but up less than both the Dow and the S&P 500. Let's start there with technology. Now, Twitter today is actually getting a bid, the first time in 3 days. The last 2 days down 24%, the worst 2 days going back to July of 2018 on those disappointing earnings results. But today up 1.8%, and yesterday the company saying that it will not allow the presidential candidates to claim victory for themselves. Apple also getting a small bid, up 0.4%. However, where we have some real weakness, PayPal down 6%. They beat earnings estimates, but the revenue guidance disappointing, so that stock getting punished. And Alibaba down sharply. This, of course, after Ant Group suspended, I should say, its IPO in both Hong Kong and Shanghai on regulatory concerns. As for the parts of the market that are really working, let's take a look at the cyclical flavor that you were just mentioning. ExxonMobil up sharply, up 1%, as energy is really getting a bid on that rally for oil you were talking about. Boeing, the industrial company, up 1.8%, and that is the second best sector right here on the open. The best sector, though, John, as you know, the financials up 1.9%, JP Morgan up 3.5%. This as the yield curve is steepening on Election Day, John.
A lift for the banks off the back of that bond market move. Abigail, thank you. About 2 minutes into this session, we advanced a little more than 1% on the S&P 500. Bottom of the pile, near bottom of the pile, is big tech. You see that reflected in the Nasdaq underperforming the S&P 500. Financials, as Abigail points out, up by 1.9%. Industrials up by 1.7%. 2 months ago, if we talked about a blue wave, I would have had guests on this program talking about how bearish that would be for this market. Over the last month or so, you talk about a blue wave and everyone's lining up to tell you how bullish it is for this equity market. Wall Street is warming up to the idea of a blue wave. Invesco's Alessio De Longo is expecting it to fuel the next leg of growth.
If indeed we get a blue wave, if we can get a material expectation for large infrastructure spending, I think that can change the equation for growth expectations in the U.S.
Let's bring in Bloomberg's Kaylee Lyons for more. Hi, Kaylee.
Hey, John. Well, I would argue the market isn't just warming up to the idea of a blue wave. It's starting largely to price it in. The thesis, of course, being, as Alessio De Longo was alluding to, that a blue wave means it will be easier to push through large-scale fiscal stimulus and, as a result, end up with stronger economic growth. And you're already seeing that reflected in the market in recent days, in that those economically sensitive cyclical sectors and small caps are outperforming, while it is tech that is lagging behind. And in the bond market, we've seen strategist after strategist call for higher yields at the longer end of the curve. In the case of a blue sweep, we are starting to see that show up, and a steepening of the curve on this election day. As we have been talking about, John, right now the spread between 5 and 30-year notes is sitting around 126 basis points. Again, the thesis being more stimulus leading to stronger growth. That's the positive end of the blue wave scenario that the market is seeing. But it would bring some negatives too, John, most notably when it comes to tax policy. Biden planning to raise the corporate tax rate to 28%. And you're already seeing fear about that show up in the market, in that when you look at a basket of higher tax stocks and a basket of lower tax stocks, those that have to pay higher taxes already have been underperforming over the course of the past month. The market really bracing itself for a potential increase in tax rates. I have to round it out here, John, though, by saying that a blue wave is far from a certainty right now. When you look at betting markets, they are pricing just over a 50% chance that it actually happens. And in the case that it doesn't, a lot of these trades that are already happening are going to have to unwind, John.
Kelly Lyons, thank you. We're doing it all over again. 4 years ago, no one knew what they were talking about, and 4 years later, just feels like no one really knows, once again, what any of these outcomes would mean for this market. Stifel's Barry Bannister weighing the potential market implications of a blue wave, writing the following, quote, "We suspect that stocks would rise sharply with a clear blue wave, but any stimulus-anticipated rapid Fed response may be a buy-the-rumor, sell-the-fact event. If the Senate or presidency stay Republican, the S&P 500 probably sells off initially as fiscal stimulus visibility fades, lifting the dollar and real yields." Barry joins us now. Barry, it's fantastic to have you on the program with us today. You're always far more nuanced than most on the different permutations and what they mean for financial markets. Barry, can you walk me through what you're looking for in the next 24 hours and what you think the outcome of the outcomes might be?
Thanks, Jonathan. Yeah, generally speaking, Trump is better for growth stocks. That would be like tech and consumer discretionary, which of course includes Amazon. Biden would be better for value stocks. Think financials, industrials, and oddly, even energy, because the dollar would probably be debased, and that drives up oil prices. If you look at right now, though, it's very interesting, but the pure-out defensives, the equal-weighted staples, healthcare, utilities, and the level 2 industry telephones, relative to the S&P, have only been this cheap 3 times in 50 years. So the market is very uncertain at this point. But again, Trump is growth, Biden is value.
Barry, walk me through the balance of risks around that breakdown. When you look at the financials and Biden, we could have a Treasury Secretary that is very, very hawkish on the financials and the banking industry. We could have a regulator come along and do all kinds of things. Barry, when do we start to process that extra nuance around the sector level story?
Yeah. Well, the nuance is really that what's different this time is that normally when you loosen up fiscal policy, you tighten monetary policy as an offset. This time you have loose monetary and loose fiscal policy, which is reflationary. If it is a blue wave, as you said, what you'd have is reflation, a weaker dollar, a steeper curve. Now, housing might slow if the curve steepens too much. You'd have a lower PE but higher EPS. And so those markets, those value markets, tend to go up, but they also go up less in terms of degree than the growth markets. The growth markets would be the opposite of all those outcomes.
Barry, a Bloomberg subscriber's written in and asked the best sector to hold through 2021. If you can answer that and also tell us how dependent that would be on the results of the next 24 hours.
Mm-hmm. Well, if it's Trump and Republican Senate, I would say that technology, this is particularly these fan mag stocks, Facebook, Amazon, Netflix, Microsoft, Apple, Google, they would outperform. And if it's Biden, I would say financial stocks, because the curve would steepen. They're very cheap. They would benefit from this macro environment of reflation. And so those are the two extremes here.
Can you walk me through how defensive you are, Barry, going into this event?
You know, I think that obviously the market thought Trump's odds are about 35%, but I think it's closer to 50-50. And what really matters is the Senate. You know, our focus for months, and when I last spoke to you, was on the Senate. The Senate, through the parliamentary procedures, has a lot of impact. Think about the filibuster. Think about the danger of blowing up the filibuster, as we found out in 2013 when Reid did it, and of course McConnell turned it back on him with the Supreme Court. Think about reconciliation. That's how they passed the 2017 tax cut. That's a 10-year revenue-neutral terminus bill, and that would mean the taxes come up sooner, I would think, and that would be market negative. So you got to really focus on the Senate tonight. I would focus on that more than the White House.
Barry, just finally from me, how much of your outlook then is held hostage by this election?
I'm tied up in a corner with a bandana through my mouth. I'm a total hostage right now. So we're going to be here watching for this election.
Not the image I had in mind. Barry, it's great to catch up with you, sir. Appreciate your time, as always. Barry Bannister there of Stifel. In its equity market, we bounced back quite nicely this week, Monday through to Tuesday. 9 minutes into the session, equities are high. Let's get to the market desk and get you your movers. Here's Abigail.
John, you know, it's really at the sector level still. The top sector on the day, as you know, financials really outperforming. So once again, let's take a look at JP Morgan, along with some of the other big banks that are doing well, such as Berkshire Hathaway, along with Bank of America. Bristol Myers Squibb is also one of the top stocks for the S&P 500 right now, climbing after their psoriasis medicine results. So those are among the top 5 to 10 point boosts for the S&P 500. Where we have weakness is, not surprisingly, some of those discretionary names that you were just talking about, the FANG trade, really, the real FANG part of it. Amazon, Alphabet, Netflix, not huge declines, but these are the biggest point drags on the S&P 500 right now. So the divide that we saw yesterday, the cyclical sectors winning as the stay-at-home tech, communication services, and discretionary sectors lost, that is the case on the open. There is a long time between now and 4 o'clock. Let's see whether it holds, John.
Feels like a lifetime just to get to the end of the week. Abigail, thank you. Coming up on this programme, traditional hedges just are not working. Will Treasuries provide you that inverse correlation if things go bad? That conversation up next with TD's Priya Misra from London and New York. This is Bloomberg.
Welcome to That's Debatable, an interactive series on today's most pressing issues. The resolution this time, is a U.S.-China space race good for humanity? We'll hear from both sides.
The competition, if you look at the past, led to innovation.
A whole new arms race could start.
And we'll get your perspective too, with help from the artificial intelligence of IBM Watson. I'm John Donvan. Join us for That's Debatable, presented by Bloomberg and Intelligence Squared, Friday on Bloomberg Television.
It's terrible when we can't know the results of an election the night of the election in a modern day age of computer. I think it's a terrible thing.
The president's not going to steal this election.
Investors grappling with the possibility of a contested election. Susquehanna's Chris Murphy seeing big implications to stocks, writing the following. Given predicts 75% odds that a winner will be declared by the end of the week, that suggests SPY SPY could plunge by 8.4% should the results be contested. That compares with a 2.8% advance on a clear winner. Let's bring in Bloomberg's Scarlett Fu for more. Scarlett, that's the balance of risks around this story. Not very balanced at all. If you get a contested election, you get a much bigger move lower.
Yeah, and of course, there's a historical precedent for this as well. Back in 2000, the S&P 500 fell more than 10% as the Florida recount battle dragged on. This time around, Bank of America strategists say a landslide victory for either candidate would be positive for markets, while a contested election could send stocks down by 20%. The problem here is that the traditional safe havens haven't been doing their job. You look back at what happened in October, stocks fell and treasuries and gold fell alongside with equities. People are questioning how relevant is the 60-40 traditional portfolio model when the Fed keeps rates lower for longer. And not just in October and September, and I'm sorry, that's the wrong chart that we have up there. Back in February and March, a combination of being long the S&P 500 and IEF, the ETF that tracks 7 to 10-year treasuries, led to big declines as well. So as a result, that's prompting a lot of investors to turn to options to hedge their equity risk. Michael Purvis of Tallback & Capital points out that buying put options is going to be a pretty expensive proposition. Anyone looking for markets to quickly return to normal is going to be disappointed, and that's because the pandemic will be driving the outlook past the election. COVID vaccine headlines will be creating volatility that'll take a while to resolve. Now, within equities, as you've been talking about, we've seen investors position for a blue wave and therefore reflation, and that's lifted value-type stocks that would benefit from an expected fiscal stimulus. If there is a upset by President Trump, that could cause a quick unwinding of these positions, and you could see a lot of things snap back. John?
Priya Misra joining us in just a second. Scarlet Fu, this is the story of the moment for me. Where do you go to get that inverse correlation to risk assets? Where do you get that downside protection? Investors questioning the classic 60-40 portfolio amid concerns that long-term treasuries won't provide that downside protection. It won't provide you that offset if there's pain ahead.
In the US, there's so much uncertainty.
We still have this tremendous U.S. election coming up.
And people have been de-risking modestly going into the election.
The appetite for hedging is going to be a lot greater.
But we are in treasuries as a hedge, but it's a bit of a wake-up call.
A big increase in yield last week. At the same time, the equity markets were falling.
You're not getting bond yields further down.
We don't typically see that.
It's not the way it should be working if everything was, quote, normal.
We don't have safe havens anymore.
The 60-40 portfolio is definitely not working.
You don't want to sit in 60% stocks and 40% U.S. old-fashioned Bloomberg Barclays Ag, which is loaded with treasuries.
You've got to be reallocating your portfolio.
There is no hedge. That's the short answer.
Priya Misra of TD Securities joining us right now. Priya, there is no hedge. That's the short answer. Do you agree with that?
So, long term, does the 60-40 work in an environment where bond yields are low? I would argue you're supposed to question that. Should you change allocation? Should you reduce your risk? Should you think about alternatives? Long term, I'm with you. I think we have to reassess that 60-40. For tonight or this week, given what the Treasury market's done, we've priced in a blue wave. We've also priced in quick resolution. And we're pricing in a combination of a vaccine, getting some fiscal deal done right after the election. All that is in the market. And so I think if you get a contested election or you get, not what is priced in, so you get a President Trump win, or I would say the Senate is extremely important. If the Senate doesn't flip to the Democrats, I think then there's absolutely room in Treasury yields to decline, particularly further out the curve, which have moved from that 50 to 70 basis point range. We're almost touching that 1% level, given all the supply fears. So in the near term, I think there is absolutely that hedging property, but I think you're supposed to question it for a for a longer term portfolio management perspective.
Priya, there's a few things to unpack there. Let's just start with the first point, that a blue wave is priced. Hardly anyone I speak to believes the polls. So if hardly anyone I speak to believes the polls, where do you get the idea, the confidence, Priya, just looking at the market to say this is priced? Because surely someone's got to believe the polls to go and price it.
Right. I think that's a fair point. There's a lot of skepticism on the polls, on even conventional wisdom. In fact, just 2 months ago, I think the argument was that a blue wave was negative for risk assets, and that's entirely flipped. I think so. A couple of points here. The polls have a much wider margin today than they did in 2016. So even if the polls don't pick up the shy Trump voter, for example, or that Bradley effect is not counted, is that 2 percentage points, 4 percentage points? If you've got a 7-8 point lead that Biden has, I think the market has a little bit more faith that even if you adjust for all those issues, that there is a solid lead. But the other point is, I think, how we've been grappling with this fiscal deal on, off. I think most of us expected a deal to be done by the end of July, maybe August, and here we are in November, and there is no deal. I think seeing how fiscal dysfunction was working in Congress, was it just the election, or are the Republicans going to be much harder on fiscal stimulus? And then we all looked at the blue or the Democrat platform with significant fiscal easing in an environment where we're still in the middle of a pandemic and we need that fiscal easing. I think that's why the market's sort of assuming that if you do get that blue wave, and particularly with the Senate, that we're going to get a lot more fiscal stimulus than otherwise, which is why I think the market's pricing in the supply fear. Treasuries have sold off in the long end. I think it's really a supply concern, which is why I would attribute that to a blue wave.
So you're long the 10-year, Priya. So let's talk about this. What's going to drive yields lower? Last week we had a 5.5% move in the equity market, a big move lower. We couldn't get a bid in treasuries. We ended the week, we ended the month with yields much higher through the month of October. What's going to drive the yield back down, Priya?
I think it has to be, obviously, the election is the big gorilla in the room. So if we get either a contested election or a very close election, we know 100 million people have voted early. So, how much of that is mail-in ballots? Do they have to be counted? If it's a close election, I think the market's not going to assume that we know the result tonight or by the end of the week, which I think is priced in. So if that's not known and they're contesting it, what's the chance of us getting a fiscal deal in the next 2 weeks? I think very low. That's when you can get a treasury market decline. I think if the Senate doesn't flip, then are we expecting significant amount of supply? Then I think Congress might react only when the economic data turns or the pandemic gets much worse. So which means treasuries might be the only safe haven to be in if risk assets are underperforming. So I think the election outcome is one big issue, but I am moving some of my longs in the front end. The Fed, there's a Fed meeting. I know this week there's a lot going on, but there's also a Fed meeting. I think we're going to hear from them that they are not even still thinking about raising rates. And the market has moved timing of the first hike much sooner. I mean, we're now early 2024. Just in the last month, we've moved it from late 24. So I think, for people nervous about the election outcome, maybe the front end is a better place to hide out. You may not get a lot of yield potential, but you get liquidity. Sometimes liquidity, as we saw in March, was such a key issue. It prevents you from having to liquidate portfolios in a less liquid time. I think treasuries still provide you that liquidity.
Priya Misra, always great to catch up with you, especially today. Priya Misra, the wonderful Priya Misra of TD Securities, thank you. In this market right now, 1 minutes in, we do advance with the sector price action. Here's Abigail.
John, well, with today's solid bid for stocks, the S&P 500 up about 1.4% today after yesterday's gain. Not surprisingly, risk-on sector compositions for two reasons. First of all 11 S&P 500 sectors are higher, so investors clearly moving into stocks. But we also have that move into the cyclical sectors along with value. If we use the IMAP and the Bloomberg terminal, up top, financials doing the best, up 2.3%. This as yields steepen and the yield curve steepens, and yields back up. Healthcare, though, is there. So there's that value, industrials, the cyclical tilt, staples. Once again, looking at value on bottom at this point, real estate. So there's still some jockeying around because moments ago we had those FANG sectors on bottom, discretionary, tech, along with communication services. Now they're somewhere in the middle. Interesting, though, not surprisingly, over the last 5 days, there is a strong move toward the cyclical sectors. The best sector over the last 5 days, energy and then materials. The worst two sectors, technology and discretionary. So it seems as though investors really are trying to move out of the stay-at-home trade into the reopening trade or those cyclicals, those value names. We have talked about this so many times, though, over the last 6 months, John. Let's see whether or not this time it really gets done.
Let's just hope we get a result. Abigail, fantastic work over the last hour and over the last several months going into this election. As we wrap up this program, up next, we'll run you through the market-moving events. I think you know what they are already. From London and New York, this is Bloomberg.
The time has come to elect the next president of the United States, and the stakes could not be higher. Two candidates, two very different paths for the future of the country. I'm David Weston. We will bring you the results as they unfold live on election night. Join us Tuesday, November 3rd at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on Bloomberg Television and Radio.
Valuations, particularly, sort of the technology landscape, have gotten to some pretty
extraordinary levels. So I think it's not a surprise. I don't think it's any indication of the beginning of the end, but I do think markets don't like uncertainty.
"25 minutes into the session, equity markets up by 50 points to the S&P 500. We advanced by 1.5% on the Nasdaq. A little bit of underperformance there, up by 1.2. Let's get to the trading diary. What you need to be watching through this week. At the top of the hour, President Donald Trump making a stop in Arlington, Virginia. And we get U.S. factory orders and durable goods data as well. Former Vice President Joe Biden campaigning throughout the day in Pennsylvania. We get an FOMC rate decision Thursday and closing out the week with the U.S. payrolls report this coming Friday. Full coverage still ahead right here on Bloomberg TV and radio, 7 p.m. Eastern Time in New York. Our coverage will begin on Bloomberg TV and radio. That does it for me. Blue wave, red wave, divided government, something in between, a contested election. Whatever the outcome, it is amazing to me how many investor outlooks are held hostage by the result of today's vote. From London and New York this morning, good morning. This was the countdown to the open. Catch me on Twitter at FerroTV. This is Bloomberg.
Women leaders were actually better at controlling the deaths from COVID-19. Do you think out of this pandemic, we'll see more countries be willing to elect female leaders?
When we look at women leaders, we tend to project on them baggage that they shouldn't bear.
Women are given an opportunity when no one else wants to do the job.
Women had a very clear objective. They wanted to save lives.
The women leaders, if you look at their careers, have also built up a level of trust.
In fact, women have to be better at communication in order to be elected as leaders, whereas this doesn't hold true for men.
We need to get those sexist stereotypes out of our head and give women a fair run for leadership.
Trying to change the stereotypes about women is not only the business of women, but men have to be part of it.
The time has come to elect the next president of the United States, and the stakes could not be higher. Two candidates, two very different paths for the future of the country. I'm David Weston. We will bring you the results as they unfold live on election night. Join us Tuesday, November 3rd at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on Bloomberg Television and Radio.
Months after Hurricane Maria, Puerto Rico is still in peril. Huge swaths of the island are still without power, running water, or access to medical care. Experts estimate that it will take years before these services are restored island-wide. Much of the blame has been placed on FEMA for a slow response in comparison to recent disasters on the mainland. But recovery from a disaster of this complexity and scale has proven more challenging than anyone anticipated. And filling the gaps between an overextended public sector and a suffering populace falls on the private citizens. Robert Anderson is a Puerto Rico resident of 4 years.
The eye of the storm came in south of El Yunque, swept up towards San Juan and out to Arecibo. Everything on the right-hand side is what we call the dirty side of the storm.
This isn't his first time in a disaster zone. With a military and telecom background, Anderson worked on repairing damaged cell phone towers in New Orleans after Hurricane Katrina. Some might be tempted to label him a disaster capitalist, seeking lucrative government contracts for his expertise. But as Anderson finds himself in the middle of a humanitarian crisis, he and his associates are developing a variety of pro bono recovery projects that target the island's hardest hit areas.
I see two Puerto Ricos. We're here in San Juan. They have telecommunications restored. They may or may not have power, but basic services are in place. They're able to get food, they're able to buy things. They're surviving. And when you look outside of the San Juan area, you can go 15 minutes from here and find areas that are devastated. I'm working on the devastated side.
Today, he's put together a boots-on-the-ground mission to provide medical care to some of the island's most isolated and vulnerable residents. Steve Berenbaum is one of Anderson's business associates. He offered an extra car and a set of hands.
So we received an initial report from a nurse that was out in the area. We're headed to the northeast region of Utuado for some people that are in need of urgent medical assistance.
Dr. Sally Priester is a physician from San Juan. She filled a van with medical supplies at her own expense and brought along a team of nurses. Google Maps estimated our first destination to be a 90-minute drive. But it didn't account for obstacles like this. Our first stop was the home of an 82-year-old blind Vietnam veteran. His roof was blown off by the storm, and he's been living alone in a back shed for nearly 2 months.
His cane actually got broken in the storm, so he's limited mobility. He has a number of medical ailments. Dr. Priester's having a look at him. We called the VA. They're going to get him set up with what he needs, get him stabilized so he can then be transported either to an evacuation center or off the island. It's when the chain gets broken, when those families that are connected to them leave the island or take off, these guys get left at the end of the road, and it's tough.
FEMA was not officially part of Robert's team, and their arrival caught everyone by surprise. Their job here was to survey and report back to their superiors, and did not come with medical aid of any kind.
People think that FEMA is there to hand out bottles of water, and it's not what they do. FEMA has a role to play. They have a very specific role. They bring in ships, they bring in airplanes, they bring in tractor trailers with pallets of things. But they're a big machine, and there's gaps in that thing. And you're seeing one of the gaps here, and we help fill that role. These guys are in a bad situation before, and now they're struggling for real basic things. One of the risks that you run is people going from fear to hopelessness. Those are the folks that we're trying to reach.
And how are they reached? How are they even found?
Word of mouth, mostly.
And what's your role in all this?
Ghost in the machine. I'm lucky enough to be able to communicate with folks in FEMA, the state of Puerto Rico.
For a ghost, Robert makes his presence well known. Not only was he the de facto leader of the mission, now with FEMA in tow, he created his own maps to survey storm damage.
So we're right here.
And delivered them to FEMA HQ free of charge.
I have pretty good reach.
Perhaps that's how he managed to earn himself a coveted FEMA badge without actually working for them. And it's these relationships that allow him to operate more efficiently than an NGO or a government agency.
We're able to resolve problems at a different level.
Our next stop was on a mountaintop, a family of 11 struggling to care for their special needs brother in what was left of their house.
Probably we are the first health team to come and visit this family.
Muy bien, todo muy bien.
The patient has Down syndrome. He is all day in bed. The difficulty with this is the patient cannot be alone. The most important thing is that you need to take care of the chronic disease besides disability, because they have been not going to a doctor, and no doctor has coming here yet.
So we need a refill of this medication.
After maybe 54 days, it's not getting better. And the only way that you can be able to see that is coming to the ground, drive, and see the people and talk to the people.
You can see San Juan from here, but you can't get there. It's like the Emerald City.
On this stop, we caught word that a man living alone at the edge of the jungle was in need of care.
So we decided to take a little detour, come up here and check out and see what's going on. One of the challenges is to find those people that are at the end of these roads that need help.
¿Pero por qué estás solo? ¿Por qué estás por acá tan solo? I'm asking about why he's alone right here. He said things of in life happens. Yeah, I'm here by myself. So ¿dónde vive acá? En la parte de This is not a job. To do this, you need to have passion for what you can do. You're not going to get paid.
It's said in disaster response and emergency response that the real first responders are your neighbors. You don't need to wait for a lucrative FEMA contract to go out and do good and to help the community.
In the end, do you feel like you're making a difference?
Lives you touch and people that you can affect. I don't really think about it in those terms.
But why do you do it?
It helps me sleep at night. I think it's as much for the people that are going out to help and do things as it is for the people that you affect.
Whether out of altruism, or the lure of a paid gig, or some mixture of the two, Anderson hopes to stay here to help shape Puerto Rico's future.
Puerto Rico's essentially been a colony for 400 years. It was treated poorly by the Spanish. It was not treated well by the United States when they first got here. Puerto Rico can continue in the way that it's always been, or Puerto Rico can rebuild itself like nothing that's ever been. And we have to do everything we can to make that real. That's the bottom line.
When I met him first online, I found him to be really sweet. I think I was the one who was talking for an hour. He was just listening.
When we met, I saw her. She was beautiful, intelligent, and kind, which was, something that I was looking for.
Anshu and Sumit are one of about 12 million couples that get married in India every year. Unlike their parents' generation, they're not from two close villages, but from two cities on opposite sides of the country. And their love didn't start through community matchmaking, marriage brokers, or classified ads in newspapers, but began online.
So we met through jeevansathi.com. So it's basically an online portal where we have detailed profile of different grooms and brides.
It makes a lot of remote profiles who are located in distant areas more accessible.
Thanks to growing internet and smartphone usage, matrimony websites and apps in India are starting to disrupt the matchmaking industry. More and more people are finding their partners at the click of a mouse. jeevansathi.com, where Anshu and Sumit met, is one of the biggest players. Young Indians looking for love set up profiles including their caste and horoscope, but their criteria for choosing spouses appears to be changing.
We have seen the shift from traditional caste community conservative parameters to something like which is more focused on education, employment.
Anshu and Sumit's marriage was initiated by their parents, but modern Indian couples like them have more input than previous generations.
We looked up to them to agree for the proposal, but it was primarily our decision that we wanted to be with each other.
So what's the emoji like you use the most to send to each other?
So there's a bear which basically we use for indicating a hug.
Yeah, that's our language basically, bear icon for a hug.
Time flies when you're in love, and just 1.5 months after they first met online, the couple got engaged. They decided to hold their wedding less than 3 months later. But planning a traditional Hindu wedding on such short notice is no easy task. The massive event usually lasts 3 days, has various ceremonies and celebrations, and involves the entire two families and hundreds of guests. Luckily, there are websites and apps for that.
We searched online, we got in touch with Wedding Brigade, and they helped us finalize the venue, and it makes the search faster and efficient.
Startups like the Wedding Brigade are challenging traditional wedding planners in this $50 billion industry. It provides various services from booking banquet venues to buying wedding gowns. The website makes money by charging commission from vendors.
People don't want to be limited to what is available around them. They want to know the entire range of options available before making a decision. And now it's easy to find almost everything on one portal.
Anshu and Sumit are officially married in a ritual that has gone on for thousands of years, but their love started in a very new way. Technologies might be changing the way couples meet, date, and get married in India, but they're definitely not changing everything.
The technology was only the first level help that we could get to find each other. Everything else was like very humanly and emotions and feelings based.
Massachusetts Senator Elizabeth Warren has become a symbol of everything the Republican Party stands against.
Everyone gets a right to basic health care. We need strong oversight of these banks.
A legal scholar and a consumer advocate turned politician, Warren has branded herself as a champion of the working class and made a career out of standing up to big business. While rumors of a 2020 presidency bid remain just that,
I'm not running for president.
Her Senate seat is up for re-election in 2018, and Republicans are already pumping millions into super PACs to defeat her. This is the story of how a law professor and politician came to be seen as the biggest threat to Republican values and the greatest hope for progressive America. Elizabeth Warren was born Elizabeth Ann Herron, the youngest of 3 siblings, on June 22, 1949 in Oklahoma City to middle-class parents. After waiting tables to help her family pay the bills, Warren became a star on the high school debate team. She landed a scholarship to George Washington University at the age of 16, but 2 years later dropped out to marry her high school sweetheart, Jim Warren. By 1980, Warren was a mother of 2, divorced and remarried, had earned a bachelor's degree from the University of Houston, a juris degree from Rutgers, and practicing law in New Jersey. Warren then went on to become an influential law professor, teaching, lecturing, and publishing highly cited work on bankruptcy and commercial law at 7 universities around the country, eventually settling at Harvard Law School. But Warren wasn't always a liberal lion.
Elizabeth Warren used to be a Republican, actually.
That's Stephen Dennis.
I'm a Senate reporter for Bloomberg. Around the time that Elizabeth Warren switched parties, she became a fierce opponent of a Republican drive to make it much harder to file for bankruptcy. She fought that for a decade. It ended up passing anyways.
While her efforts ultimately failed, her warning calls were heard in 2008.
We're in the midst of a serious financial crisis. Our entire economy is in danger, and without immediate action by Congress, America could slip into a financial panic, and a distressing scenario would unfold.
Professor Warren was tapped to help with oversight in the government bailout.
She would excoriate bankers and their bonuses and their practices.
Why should the U.S. taxpayer alone carry Citi?
She proposed a series of tough regulations, which became the basis for much of the Dodd-Frank financial law that we have today. That sort of catapulted her to national stardom, particularly among the progressive left.
Encouraged by her newfound notoriety, Warren declared her bid for the U.S. Senate on September 14, 2011. During the race, her opponent Scott Brown tried to derail Warren by accusing her of falsely claiming Native American heritage, a controversy that earned her the nickname
Pocahontas.
Nevertheless, she was victorious and won the Senate seat by a comfortable margin. She used her new tenure to challenge everyone, from banking regulators and Treasury officials to members of Wall Street and Congress.
I'm really concerned that too big to fail has become too big for trial. We need tough new laws to hold corporate executives personally accountable. No one should be above the law.
She called for Wells Fargo CEO John Stumpf to resign for fraud, introduced the Bank on Student Loans Fairness Act, and reintroduced the 21st Century Glass-Steagall Act. In 2016, after staying silent during the Democratic primary battle, Warren finally endorsed Hillary Clinton and had some harsh words for candidate Trump.
Donald Trump is a loud, nasty, thin-skinned fraud who has never risked anything for anyone, and that is just one of the many reasons he will never be president of the United States.
But she was wrong.
The forgotten men and women of our country will be forgotten no longer.
Warren wasted no time resisting Trump's agenda.
Have you ever managed or overseen a $1 trillion loan program?
I have not.
How about a $1 billion loan program?
I have not.
Okay.
In the Donald Trump era, Elizabeth Warren has been playing defense and trying to prevent Donald Trump and his cabinet appointees from rolling back protections that she helped enact.
Warren actually found herself rebuked by Mitch McConnell for reading a letter by Coretta Scott King about Jeff Sessions' record on racism during his confirmation.
She was warned. She was given an explanation. Nevertheless, she persisted.
That moment became something that's on T-shirts, bumper stickers, slogans, and that really galvanized a lot of support for her. It's been very hard for Republicans to get much of anything done this year, and that's at least in part to this resistance movement that Elizabeth Warren has helped champion.
We are here to fight back.
Enough of Elizabeth Warren. Like you.
Millions of dollars are being funneled to defeat Warren in the midterm elections in 2018. But it's the rumors of a 2020 presidential bid that has further prompted powerful donors to fund her opposition, often using the same playbook of constant and ruthless ad campaigns that many believe helped Trump win in 2016. It's anyone's guess if she will endure what Hillary could not.
You know, the question for Elizabeth Warren is whether she can go from being a liberal firebrand to somebody who can regularly get 60 votes for initiatives in the Senate and 218 in the House and drive an agenda, and whether she can bring together coalitions for political victories. That's the challenge, and we'll see what happens.
Sadiq Khan, the mayor of London, has made some powerful opponents.
He doesn't know me, never met me, doesn't know what I'm all about. I think they're very rude statements, and frankly, tell him I will remember those statements.
My message to Donald Trump and his team is that, your views of Islam are ignorant.
He's the first Muslim mayor of a major Western capital and proud of it. This is how Sadiq Khan went from the son of Pakistani immigrants to a lawyer, lawmaker, and now the mayor of London. Khan's parents emigrated from Pakistan. His father was a bus driver, his mother a stay-at-home seamstress. The 10-strong Khan family squeezed into a 3-bedroom flat in South London. He wanted to be a dentist, but TV in the 1980s convinced him otherwise.
Objection!
LA law, with its swagger and ill-fitting suits, caught Khan's eye. He graduated in 1991 with a degree in law from North London University and joined a human rights firm. Khan worked a number of high-profile cases, often clashing with London's Metropolitan Police Force. But he had bigger political ambitions.
This is what being a new MP is like, squatting on a bench in the absence of an office, dealing with letters from constituents.
Reports are just coming in of an explosion here in London.
There was just explosions, and then it was just smoke everywhere.
Everyone's just asking what's happened.
Only 2 months after Khan entered the Commons as a Member of Parliament, London was attacked by Islamist extremists.
That day will stay with me for the rest of my life.
He spoke out against the attacks both as a London MP and as a Muslim.
He has been very clear about his opposition to violence, opposition to terrorism, and has set out to make the case for a more open and peaceful Islam.
That's Thomas Penny, one of Bloomberg's Westminster correspondents.
Here is a man who is a Muslim, and he is standing up and being open and straightforward and being clear that the problem here is not Islam, but it's Islamic extremism.
In 2015, a decade after the attacks, Khan ran for mayor of London, and his faith was back in the headlines. His opponent, Zach Goldsmith, trying to link Khan to radical Islam.
The debate got again personal and nasty. The Goldsmith camp has called Khan extreme and accused him of associating with, quote, those who seek to do our police and capital harm.
It's a pattern of behaviour.
Even the former Prime Minister David Cameron repeated the allegations.
He shared a platform with Sajil Shahid, the man who trained the ringleader of the 7/7 attacks and accused the United States of bringing 9/11 on themselves.
But the smears didn't stick.
Zach Goldsmith ran a very negative campaign that was based on what people knew was a lie.
This election was not without controversy. And I'm so proud that London has today chosen hope over fear and unity over division.
After taking the mayor's office with a comfortable majority, Khan has brought a business-like efficiency to the role, scrapping expensive vanity projects like the Garden Bridge and the new Routemaster buses, which cost £350,000. The former lawyer who used to fight the police in court is now praised for his close relationship with them.
I was talking to a very senior police officer in the Metropolitan Police who said there was a sea change when he went into City Hall, and the police were saying how much they welcomed this because they knew where they stood and it was more straightforward to work with. So he works like a lawyer, he works like a government minister.
Khan's kept his faith at the fore. He's an outspoken voice for moderate Muslims across the world.
Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States.
Now, by giving the impression that Islam and the West are incompatible, you're playing into the hands of the extremists.
The ongoing spat between Khan and US President Donald Trump escalated when Trump went after Khan, misquoting him on Twitter just hours after the terrorist attacks of June 3rd, 2017. Khan's now one of the most prominent Labour politicians in the UK. In fact, a recent poll of Londoners found Khan was more trusted to keep the country safe from terrorism than the Prime Minister or the Labour leader. His story of going from the son of an immigrant bus driver to the mayor of one of the greatest cities in the world plays well with Londoners. But can he appeal to the rest of the nation? Has Khan got his eye on the top job? And is the UK ready for a Muslim Prime Minister?
What does it take to change the world? A big army? A cure to a pandemic? A revolution? All of these take either a lot of people, thousands of hours, or massive amounts of space. But for Julian Assange, all he needs is one room, an internet connection, and the world will listen. Assange is located here, and more specifically, right here. And from that location, he's posted government secrets, classified documents, and leaked emails from some of the world's most powerful people. And in doing so, has been labeled a hero, a villain, a nihilist, and everything in between. This is how an Australian programmer sequestered in the Ecuadorian embassy in London became one of the most influential and notorious people in the world. Born in 1971 in Townsville, Australia, Assange has always been on the move. Living in over 30 homes by the time he was in his mid-teens, Assange, along with his mother and half-brother, finally settled down in Melbourne. His introduction to hacking started at 16 when he was given a Commodore 64, which he attached to a modem. He attended the University of Melbourne, where he studied programming, physics, and mathematics. He never graduated, but that doesn't mean he didn't get an education. By 1991, Assange hacked into the Pentagon, U.S. Navy, and other branches of the U.S. government. In 1996, he was caught by the Australian Federal Police and charged with over 30 counts of hacking and computer-related crimes. He didn't get any jail time, but he was fined $2,100.
I think the first taste of what would come later was the hacking that he did as a young programmer, and that really sort of foreshadowed a healthy skepticism of the use and abuse of technology by governments.
That's Vernon Silver.
I'm a reporter for Bloomberg's investigations team.
Assange's youth as a hacker laid the foundation for him to start WikiLeaks in 2006. But what is WikiLeaks? It's a website that posts unfiltered, usually classified documents. What separates it from every other media outlet is that they have no editorial hierarchy. With a publication like the New York Times, information comes in, they take that information, package it, then disseminate it for the public to see. WikiLeaks, however, cuts out the middleman.
WikiLeaks gathers information, most of it given to them anonymously. So what they're doing is really very simple. They get the information in one end from who gives it to them and out the other with sometimes minimal interference. Julian Assange is the leader of that, the mastermind, the creator, and really, because he thinks of it as a journalistic enterprise, the editor-in-chief.
But every story starts with a source, and Assange has some unconventional sources.
Julian Assange does not hack as far as we know. He is the recipient of people who are either insiders who give him secret documents or hacked emails from a foreign power.
That's Eli Lake.
I am a columnist for Bloomberg.
And there was no source bigger for Assange than Chelsea Manning. He used to be known as U.S. soldier Bradley Manning. In 2010, Manning provided Assange and WikiLeaks with hundreds of thousands of leaked government documents. WikiLeaks quietly began releasing the documents in February of 2010, then made big headlines in April by posting what is now known as the collateral murder video.
Come on, fire!
It was a vivid, graphic video. It changed the debate on the Iraq War, and importantly, it put WikiLeaks on the map when they put it online, and they couldn't be ignored at that point.
And those leaks were just the beginning. They went on to post more than 90,000 leaked documents known as the Afghan war logs, 390,000 documents known as the Iraq war logs, and 250,000 private messages between diplomats called cables in what is now known as Cablegate. These leaks were met with very real ethical questions.
The problem with publishing those cables was that a number of confidential sources for U.S. diplomats who faced real danger when their names were exposed.
Then Secretary of State Hillary Clinton drove the point home that
every country, including the United States, must be able to have candid conversations about the people and nations with whom they deal.
Shortly after Cablegate, the Swedish government issued an arrest warrant for Assange on allegations of rape and molestation. He claimed the allegations were fabricated to get him extradited to the United States, a claim the U.S. government denied. Either way, Assange's next move was
to seek refuge in the Ecuadorian embassy, which really was the beginning of the new chapter in his life and what we're dealing with now, which is him being stuck in London.
What was supposed to be an office in an embassy is now Assange's self-imposed prison to this very day. But that doesn't mean he's slowed down. Since being trapped at the embassy, WikiLeaks has released files about Guantanamo Bay prisoners, Syrian political figures, and the draft to the Trans-Pacific Partnership. And then came the 2016 U.S. election.
Thousands of leaked emails showed Democratic Party officials possibly plotting against Bernie Sanders in his race against Hillary Clinton.
Over the course of 68 days, WikiLeaks released 20,000 confidential Democratic National Committee emails. In terms of the presidential race, if you look right here, when Assange released the first batch of emails, Trump actually takes his first lead against Clinton.
I think we've had enough of the Clintons in all fairness. Don't you think?
Once WikiLeaks started exposing secrets of the Democratic Party, Julian Assange became a hero to many on the right. Public opinion kind of flip-flopped.
WikiLeaks.
From the emails, we now know Hillary Clinton's campaign manager makes risotto, and also how the DNC squashed Bernie Sanders' campaign. One thing we don't know is who gave Assange the stolen emails in the first place.
Many leading Democrats say they suspect it was the Russians. They released an analysis from a private cybersecurity firm that had said it was the Russians.
But Assange claims
our source is not the Russian government and it is not a state party.
So this is where we stand today. The public still doesn't know who provided the emails to WikiLeaks. Meanwhile, Assange is still running WikiLeaks and still releasing documents. In March 2017, he started publishing documents from the CIA's Center for Cyber Intelligence called Vault 7.
The CIA, the agency charged with finding and keeping our top secrets, can't keep its own secrets.
As long as Assange has a connection to the world, no government secret will be too far from exposure.
Julian Assange is still in the embassy. Maybe he'll leave, maybe he won't. Kind of regardless, his work has been done. He's changed the way people think about their governments, about their own secrets, about their own hackability, and really the world has changed because of him.
When it debuted, the 4G wireless we have today allowed people for the first time to hit the road and explore unknown places with only a smartphone for directions. When 5G arrives, it could enable driverless cars to take us there as well. 5G stands for 5th generation mobile networks or wireless systems. It's insanely fast and can accommodate a lot more connected devices. But the reason it's being called revolutionary is because 5G will allow connected devices to speak to each other as well as people.
Right now we're living in a world where really it's a one-way experience.
That's Bloomberg tech reporter Ian King.
The network talks to your phone, you look at your phone and access data, then you send something back to the network. What we're being told about 5G is that really for the first time we're going to see machines communicating with each other over mobile networks in a meaningful way.
5G could end up being 100 times faster than what we have now, with speeds that could reach 20 gigabits per second. In plain English, that means downloading a full-length HD movie in seconds. 5G will also increase total bandwidth, which we will need in order to accommodate the growing Internet of Things. We're talking about the class of devices like internet-connected refrigerators, thermostats, dog collars, but 5G will enable many, many more.
Things like your utility network, factories, where machines are just sat there not connected at all. Suddenly they're all going to be connected. Suddenly we're going to be able to have real-time monitoring. Other things like cars, like utility poles, like your light, the light poles.
But perhaps the biggest advance will be a huge reduction in communication lag time, known as latency. A network of driverless cars will need the speed of 5G to ping each other multiple times per second to avoid collisions. Near instantaneous data transfers could allow doctors to perform surgery remotely with a robotic scalpel. So how will all this work? First, you need to improve network density.
And that's just a fancy word for saying you put more towers out there. What we're being told is that's not actually the case with 5G.
The idea is 5G will not only use the existing mobile spectrum, but also tap into higher frequencies called millimeter waves. Millimeter waves can carry more data, but only travel short distances. This may mean you'll see a lot more of these base stations around town. And the new towers may have as many as 100 antenna ports, compared to about a dozen on 4G cell towers. So when will we get 5G? Getting 5G ready is expected to cost providers $275 billion over 7 years in the US alone. Look for the first 5G service to pop up in big cities sometime in 2019.
When people think of Vladimir Putin, they think of capital P, power. And that's exactly the impression he creates. Whether it's physical power, firing different weapons, riding in various James Bond-esque modes of transportation, or tossing hapless opponents in judo. Or political power, ruling his own country with an iron fist, crushing his political opposition, or, most recently, being accused of meddling in foreign elections for his own benefit. This is how Vladimir Putin went from a poor, tough kid in Leningrad to a KGB spy to the very symbol of modern Russia. Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin was born in 1952 in Leningrad, which is now St. Petersburg. His father was a factory foreman and his mother a homemaker. It is widely said that Putin's public-facing tough guy persona can be traced back to him getting into fights when he was younger, which paved the way for him to take up judo. After getting a law degree from Leningrad State University, Putin joined the KGB Foreign Intelligence Service. He spent 16 years in the KGB. When Putin returned to Russia, he began his political career.
He went to work for
Anatoly Sobchak, who was then the mayor of St. Petersburg.
That's Leonid Bershidsky.
I'm a columnist at Bloomberg View.
Putin thrived in Sobchak's administration because
he was sort of considered pretty efficient city official at that time. He was very loyal to Sobchak.
So loyal and efficient that
he was noticed by Yeltsin's close circle.
And those people soon brought Putin over to Moscow to work in Yeltsin's administration, where he quickly climbed the political ladder.
Then, of course, he was promoted to Prime Minister of Russia.
That's Dmitry Trenin.
I am currently director of the Carnegie Moscow Center.
Around this time, Yeltsin and the people around him, the so-called family, decided that Putin would become Yeltsin's successor. And then this happened. The apartment bombings were carried out in 3 Russian cities, killing 293 people and injuring more than 1,000. Putin immediately accused Chechen separatists for the bombings and followed it up with action.
He was credited with having a very successful military campaign against the terrorists.
And it worked.
After that, he became an heir apparent in the eyes of the Russian people.
3 months later, Yeltsin resigned. And on his way out, a famous exchange.
He was getting into the car in the Kremlin, and the last words that he addressed to Putin before getting into his car was, "Take good care of Russia."
So Putin took over as president, and 3 months after that, won his first election. But just because Putin won the presidency, that didn't mean he had all the power. This is Michael McFall.
I was U.S. ambassador from 2012 to 2014. In the 1990s, there was a fire sale of all the things worth owning in Russia, and certain people,
the oligarchs,
did better than others in that fire sale, sometimes called privatization, and those people tended to be well connected with the Yeltsin regime, and they weren't Putin's friends.
But they probably miscalculated, thinking that they could easily find a way to influence him. It became impossible almost from the start.
And from that very moment, there was warfare between him and the oligarchs.
That's when Putin gave the oligarchs a choice. Putin's way?
Some of those people from the 90s managed to figure out a new way of dealing with Putin and have survived.
Or prison.
Others could not find common vision, and so they lost their assets.
Khodorkovsky once was Russia's richest person, worth $15 billion, but he ran afoul of President Vladimir Putin and spent a decade in prison.
With domestic power consolidated, Putin focused on restoring Russia's global influence.
Putin is the guy who believes in the expansionist Russian state. Georgia and Ukraine and all the other Soviet republics that split off when the Soviet Union fell apart, he still believes that they're traditional Russian satellites. A lot of his strategy is about keeping them in the orbit. That Yeltsin line, take good care of Russia, that's how he understands it.
And he used annexation and invasion, as well as oil, gas, and trade to keep former Soviet republics in Russia's orbit. In 2008, Putin's 2 terms were up, and he decided to step down as president. Dmitry Medvedev stepped in as president, and Putin went back to prime minister. But really,
Putin never left power. He pretty much continued running the country, and Medvedev was a bit of a figurehead.
There was actually a period of cooperation between Russia and the U.S. that benefited both countries during Medvedev's presidency.
Because Medvedev did not have the same negative attitude towards the West as Putin did.
But when Putin came back to run for a 3rd term, in the lead up to the 2012 election, it was widely believed that both the presidential and parliamentary elections were rigged, and Russians took to the streets. Putin blamed the protests squarely on America, and more specifically, Secretary of State Hillary Clinton.
He believed that she had sent, and this is his words, a signal to demonstrators.
Still, Putin won by a huge margin and set about crushing the protest movement immediately upon his return to the Kremlin. Over the next few years, Russia's economy tumbled. Putin annexed Crimea, leading to sanctions. The price of oil fell drastically. The ruble hit a new low, and America played down Russia's influence, with Obama calling Russia
a regional power.
Despite all of that, Putin's approval rating remained sky high, and then an opportunity for payback.
I think I'd get along very well with Vladimir Putin.
In 2016, there was one candidate who called Vladimir Putin very smart.
Trump exhibited tolerance towards Putin's actions annexing Crimea, and similar views on NATO and sanctions.
Secretary Clinton didn't support any of those views.
even though Putin denies any wrongdoing,
U.S. election.
Yes.
the U.S. has accused Russia of being behind the leaking of 20,000 Democratic National Committee emails, which many say helped Trump beat Hillary Clinton in the presidential election. Which leaves us here, with the possibility of a President Putin until 2024, positioning Russia to be the world power he always imagined it should be.
Jack Ma is Asia's richest man and most recognizable business tycoon. He's the chairman of Alibaba, China's e-commerce giant and one of the 10 largest companies in the world, yet he still wants more.
We know where we're going. We want to be the 5th largest economy.
Big words from the man some call Asia's Jeff Bezos. He's confident, he's charismatic, and he's definitely not the average CEO. This is how a poor school teacher went from the classroom to being one of the most influential multi-billionaires in the world. Ma was born in China's southeastern city Hangzhou in 1964. His parents were traditional musician storytellers. As a teenager, he started to learn English from foreign tourists after China opened up in the late 1970s.
And then for 9 years, Jack Ma hung around outside the Hangzhou Hotel, which is now called the Shangri-La. He would get up at 5 a.m. to talk to travelers.
That's Bloomberg technology reporter Lulu Chen.
And I cover China Internet for Bloomberg.
Ma failed China's National University entrance exam twice before being admitted to local teachers' college. He graduated in 1988. He applied for 30 jobs and got rejected, including from the fast food giant KFC.
When KFC came to China, come to us, say, 24 people went for the job. 23 people accepted. I was the only one guy.
Then Ma got a job at a local university and taught English there for about 5 years, earning just $15 a month. On the side, he started a translation company with several friends. During a company trip to the US in 1995, Ma had his first encounter with the internet at a friend's place in Seattle.
I searched the first word, beer. I don't know why, because it's easy to spell, baby. And I see beers from Germany, beers from USA, beers from Japan, but there's no beer from China.
So he searched for the word China instead and still couldn't find anything. And that got him thinking. He wanted to build something that would put China on the world's map.
He started China Pages, a Yellow Pages-like website, but it didn't take off. Then Ma joined a government agency in Beijing to help set up a website. By 1999, the internet stock boom had gripped Wall Street, and back in his Hangzhou apartment, Ma decided to try again. With his wife and a group of friends, Ma raised $80,000 and set up Alibaba, a site that allowed businesses to sell stuff to each other.
人家美国人强就强它的硬件，强就强它的系统建设，这方面确实比你早。但是玩信息玩软的，中国人的脑袋绝不比你们差。我们在座的所有人的脑袋绝不比你们差。
By 2000, Alibaba had raised $25 million from investors, including Goldman Sachs and SoftBank.
He had no business plan and zero revenue, but his eyes was very strong eyes.
In 2003, Alibaba started Taobao, a platform for individual sellers to trade with each other, and publicly declared war against eBay, who had started to make a foray into China.
Jack Ma has this famous saying that Alibaba is a crocodile in the Yangtze River, whereas eBay is a shark in the ocean. And if they fight eBay in the ocean, then they'll lose. But if they fight them in the Yangtze River, then they have a home base advantage.
In 2007, just 1 year after it forced eBay out of China, Alibaba debuted its business-facing division on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. But it delisted 5 years later as its performance sagged. But in 2014, Alibaba raised $25 billion in the world's biggest IPO in New York.
Everybody should have a dream. What if that dream comes true?
After achieving dominance in the business of e-commerce in China, Alibaba has been building an internet empire worth $472 billion, with businesses in cloud computing, online video streaming, movie production, healthcare, sports, retail, and even news media.
Alibaba buying into South China Morning Post really raised eyebrows. This is the largest English newspaper in Hong Kong, and it shows that Jack Ma's ambitions weren't limited to e-commerce. He wanted to influence not just Chinese users, but also overseas users as well.
The US has criticized Alibaba for allowing companies to sell counterfeit and poorly made goods, but in China, it enjoys the favor of China's government. It's part of Ma's company philosophy.
In love with the government, but don't marry with them.
Jack Ma's an extremely fortunate man for jumping on the internet sector so early. Note that this is a person who has no coding skills at all. He's a natural showman and a gifted public speaker, and really able to convince others to believe in his vision.
Ma's vision of growing Alibaba to be the world's 5th largest economy faces strong competition at home and abroad. It will require more than just naked ambition and charisma, but Ma is great at getting himself in the right place at the right time. So far, it served him well.
Peter Thiel is a walking contradiction. He got his bachelor's and Juris Doctorate from Stanford, but speaks out about the horrors of higher education, saying college is
as corrupt as the Catholic Church was 500 years ago.
He's a staunch supporter of the free press, yet he bankrolled a lawsuit to bankrupt an independent media company.
But these were not journalists.
And most of all, he's an immigrant libertarian who's the most public supporter of Donald Trump in all of Silicon Valley.
What Trump represents isn't crazy, and it's not going away.
This is the story of how an openly gay, immigrant genius, libertarian billionaire went from tech contrarian to Silicon Valley's biggest Trump supporter. Peter Thiel was born on October 11, 1967 in Frankfurt, West Germany, to Suzanne and Klaus Thiel. Peter's family emigrated to Cleveland, Ohio when he was 1. An Ayn Rand devotee during his youth, Thiel attended Stanford University majoring in philosophy.
His Stanford experience shaped a really big part of who he decided to surround himself with.
That's Lizette Chapman.
And I cover technology and venture capital here at Bloomberg.
He and his Stanford friends made their first big splash in tech with PayPal. After selling to eBay for $1.5 billion, they would become known as the PayPal Mafia for each incredible success after PayPal. For Thiel, that began with an early, modest $500,000 investment in Facebook.
And in VC speak, early means big risk, but also big reward. He turned that initial $500,000 investment into more than $1 billion in cash.
But Thiel was just getting started with Facebook, and he went on to make a whole bunch of wildly successful investments.
From SpaceX to Airbnb to one of the largest, most powerful companies in the United States, if not the world, and of course that's Palantir.
The incredibly controversial secretive data mining startup he founded with his colleagues from PayPal. It connects data silos and then allows non-technical people to search that information for patterns. Data like
financial information, feeds from video cameras, biometric details, passport information, flight manifest.
Palantir doesn't talk much about how they collect this data, who has access to it, or what they do with it. But they have contracts with
the Department of Homeland Security and the CIA and the Department of Justice and the Securities and Exchange Commission
and several other federal agencies. It's the richest company you've never heard of, valued at $20 billion. But there are plenty of obscenely wealthy people in Silicon Valley. What makes him different...
He's a complex ball of multiple contradictions.
Take college, for example. Even though college was extremely important for Thiel, there's something called the Thiel Fellowship.
In exchange for dropping out and a promise not to pursue college, Thiel would give them $100,000 each.
You basically tell people that if you get a diploma, you're saved. Otherwise you go to hell. You go to Yale or you go to jail.
Also, his relationship with the press.
Here's another contradiction. He's donated to free press initiatives, including the Committee to Protect Journalists.
But he also secretly spent tens of millions of dollars bankrolling a lawsuit filed by Hulk Hogan over the publication of a sex tape and bankrupting the independently run Gawker Media. Why did he do this? Because in 2007, one of Gawker Media's blogs, Value-Ag, outed him as gay. And with the lawsuit, he
found an opportunity to get back at them by funding the lawsuit that Hulk Hogan was able to bring then, but he wouldn't have been able to do that without Thiel's money.
And finally, Thiel's biggest contradiction, his endorsement of Donald Trump.
When he was asked about his support for Trump, he was surprised at the outrage that came with it from many of his colleagues in Silicon Valley. He didn't want more of the establishment.
No matter how crazy this election seems, it is less crazy than the condition of our country.
After briefly supporting Carly Fiorina in the primaries, Thiel pivoted to Trump, donating $1.25 million to Trump and his associated super PACs in October 2016. And he didn't just help Trump financially. He gave a full-throated keynote speech supporting Trump at the Republican National Convention.
I'm not a politician, but neither is Donald Trump. He is a builder, and it's time to rebuild America.
And when Trump was finally elected, Thiel was given the reins to an enormous amount of power.
And I want to thank you, man. You have a very special guy.
He was named the transitional advisor. And in that role, he did a lot of interviewing and a lot of vetting to fill hundreds of cabinet positions and different jobs within the administration.
But it turns out Thiel's support isn't unconditional.
Talking to people who spend time with him, I have also heard that he is no longer a great supporter of Trump.
It was reported that Thiel was unhappy with the direction of Trump's presidency. Ever since, he's been mum, making no public appearances, no statements, and staying out of the spotlight altogether. Although there have been suggestions that Trump could tap Thiel for a top intelligence post or ambassadorship, there's no indication he'd accept.
He's described his relationship with politics as schizophrenic. He gets really involved, and then he runs away as fast as possible.
Whether Thiel takes a new position or simply continues as a board director at Facebook and Palantir, at just 50 years old, he's primed to wield some serious influence in technology and politics for decades to come.
Two 2016 was again the hottest year on record, and the previous 17 years have seen our 16 most scorching. Scientists overwhelmingly agree. Global warming is the culprit. And it's just getting started. Ice caps, extreme weather, wildfires, droughts, and the hits keep coming. What are we doing about it? In 2015, the world took its boldest step yet to stem climate change with a historic accord in Paris. But now comes the hard part. Nations must change energy policies and invest huge amounts of money, and they will likely do it without the United States. President Donald Trump announced on June 1st that the U.S. would withdraw from the accord.
The reality is that withdrawing is in America's economic interest and won't matter much to the climate.
Here's the situation. Decades in the making, the Paris Agreement united the U.S., China, and more than 190 other nations in a push to limit fossil fuel pollution. The UN-sponsored plan secured pledges to cut greenhouse gases, the emissions that trap heat in the Earth's atmosphere, in an effort to avoid the rising seas and other environmental disasters that climate models predict. But even if all pledges are met, the globe is expected to warm by as much as 3.4 degrees Celsius this century, more than the UN target of well below 2 degrees. Meeting the Paris Agreement means that governments will have to offer more incentives for clean energy, scale back support for fossil fuels, make emissions more costly, and reduce deforestation. It's estimated that the deal will require $13.5 trillion of spending through 2030. Here's the argument. Unlike past climate pacts such as the Kyoto Protocol, each country set its own Paris targets and then promised to revisit and improve them. The U.S. was primed to play a lead role in climate change, but Trump's Energy Independence Executive Order reverses Obama-era rules and directives put in place to combat climate change, and expands production of coal, the dirtiest fossil fuel. The resulting policies threaten the global fight against climate change. Without the U.S. commitment to emissions reduction, other countries may join it in abandoning the Paris Agreement. This could make it almost impossible and even more expensive down the line to stop climate change. Optimists argue that the shift to a lower carbon future is already underway. Businesses, cities, and U.S. states such as California are already investing in wind and solar and taking other steps to make it work.
I've actually been called an environmentalist, if you can believe that.
There's an inherent attraction to light and being human. And I think on a very deep psychological level, light is this way in which we experience the energy surrounding us in a very personal manner. My name is Matt Dilling. I'm the founder of Light Bright Neon Studio, and we manufacture, produce, and restore neon works of art and design. origins of the creative content of a lot of the work at Lightbright comes from a variety of sources. Sometimes people come with a napkin sketch, some people come with an Adobe Illustrator file, and we have a whole design team who then we kind of work together to help create layouts of what it might look like. Scale it up and create a paper template using a pen plotter. And that paper template actually becomes our guide for what we're going to bend the neon to. We take from the office into the glass shop. We pick out the right size tubing with the right color for the right size project. From there, we heat up the glass tubing. The torches heat the glass well in excess of 1,000 degrees in order for it to get into its molten state. We heat up and bend the glass tubing to match the template. One of our chandeliers has over 100 different bends in it. So each one of those bends has to be marked for a heated up bend. We also have to allow the glass to cool between the bends so that the next area can be worked on and heated up in its own unique fashion. It turns into spaghetti, and then we have to make sure that that spaghetti lines back up and cools to the template. We use a blow hose to connect our mouth to the tube, create a volume that's closed, and we can control the pressure in there with our mouth. There's just a variety of challenges that come up inherently in working with glass. Glass can crack due to stress, and sometimes you'll just have a batch that all it wants to do when it gets near a torch is crack. After we've bent various components, we have to go in using the crossfire or the hand torch and actually weld all of those pieces together. The last step on that is then to weld on electrodes onto either end. Each one of those steps is very, very specific. I draw inspiration from so many different experiences. It's hard to come up with one thing that's particular, but one of the ways that I really am able to connect with the creative is to float. Floating is a similar experience to meditation, to psychedelics. Going into a blackened room and laying out in a body of water and salt that's heated to your body temperature, and it allows for all sort of external stimulation to fall away. And your internal world really begins to bubble up and manifest. You really get to experience a different relationship to your mind. I think I work with neon because I can't not work with it. It's so challenging and so rewarding. And those things are so intertwined that there's no way of separating it out. I learn so much and continue to learn so much by working with it. I find so much inspiration in working with it, and I just continue to experience new and different things through the medium. It's that close to me at this point. Once the neon tube is completed, we have to hook it up to our manifold for bombarding. The manifold is opened, a vacuum is drawn. We check the tube for leaks with our Tesla coil. We close the tube back off, and we heat it up using a very large and powerful transformer. As the tube is heated up, it releases anything that's not inert inside the tube, and we evacuate that out. We introduce the gas into it, and we seal the tube off, sealing into that tube whatever gas we introduced into it. I think my favorite part of making a neon light is when I see it lit up for the first time. Different gases, when electrified, emit different wavelengths of light. Neon gas is this very bright orange, fiery red color. Argon gas creates a very intense blue, but that light output that is produced can then be expressed in a different wavelength by coating the inside of the tubes with a phosphor coating that takes that one wavelength of light and emits a different wavelength. We bring it over to the aging table where we hook it up to an age-in transformer and allow it to settle, age the gas in that we've introduced to it. There's always a stray particle of something left inside the tube. But that time that the oxide coating can act to scrub whatever is left inside the tube while things are getting settled into place. Once the tubes are aged in, we move on to our process of assembling two halves of the fixture together in a jig, gluing up the center of the fixture to its spindle. Once the adhesive dried, we would connect the wires from the fixture together into a transformer, and we turn on power and it lights up. Part of what we love about what we do here is that we try and put out into the world the kind of things that we'd like to see. I still am surprised when it lights up. I'm still excited when I get to see it illuminated. There's an ineffable quality to it. To me, is this insight into the inner workings of the universe. It literally is. It's a way of looking at what is surrounding us in the cosmos in a new light.
Bit like an addiction. You've got to make something, you have to do something. It's borderline obsession. And every bike we build is my favourite bike at the time, and as soon as it's done, I want to build another one. Spend cycles is something I've been thinking about ever since I started cycling in my late teens. We want bikes that ultimately you'll really enjoy riding. There's never a bike that's the same. There's always a slight change. And as we build them individually as well, they have the marks of a bike that's built by hand. Most people I know cycle have an idea of their dream bicycle. And it may be an evolving idea you've had in your head. And we've worked with a lot of people that have come to us with sketches and scrapbooks. It's really, really nice to build something that's just one-off and unique. I think a lot of people see a bicycle as two wheels and a frame in the middle. There are a lot of subtle changes and nuances in design which can change the riding characteristics quite dramatically. I'm a really big fan of modernist architecture, and the simplicity of a modernist building is really hard to achieve. And with some of our bikes, they may look very simple, but I think people should not underestimate the time and effort that goes into designing a product. Tubing is key to a bike's feel and ride. Reynolds tubing has been in my life ever since I can remember. Growing up, I could never afford a frame manufactured with their tubing. We can now put a badge on our bike saying manufactured at Reynolds, which is a sort of thing as a kid I just wouldn't have believed was going to happen. Every part of the bike has a specific tube. It's not universal. The first thing we do is get the tubes out, check they're correct, check the wall thicknesses, sand the edges, make sure it's all really clean, because if it's not clean, the tubes won't join together correctly. We build in steel because I still believe it's one of the best materials to use. It's been used in bikes since the late 1800s, and they're still using it now for a very good reason. It's the flexibility that we can replace the tube, repaint the bike, and you wouldn't know it's damaged. I just like working with it. It's very sculptural. This isn't sort of aerospace precision engineering. It's a steel rule and a marker. So when we're cutting the tubes, it's within a mil or two. But what we're trying to do is take the best from bicycle building in the past and add a little bit of modern flair to it. There's various techniques for building bicycles. We do a thing called fillet brazing, where you connect a pipe together. We use a bronze rod and a flame. We heat the tubes up to the same temperature and we fill the joint with bronze. And it gives a very, very sort of fluid, lovely, sort of quite sculptural feel. You've got to practice, you've got to be able to judge material temperatures, you've got to just look at it and you just get a feel for it. It's the stage where your tubes start to look a bit like a bicycle. My father's a jeweller. He'd make sort of very pretty things, which are lovely, but for me, they don't really have any function. What I love about bicycles, you can start on a Monday with a box of tubes, and you can be riding it by the weekend, and it can last you for the rest of your life. Outside of the frame and forks, the other most important part is the wheels and tyres. When you build the wheels, you have to lace them, so there's little holes going all the way around the rim. You poke the spoke through. We do build all our wheels by hand here because a machine can't get 30 years worth of wheel building experience. Colour is very, very personal. With any of our bikes, you can have them painted whatever colour you want. We've matched one to a teapot, so we can get that scanned and we can match that, or someone's favourite item of clothing. I like to let the bike sit for 4 or 5 days minimum, just so the paint can have time to cure a little bit, and then we assemble it. We get out all the new components, and it's a case of putting them together. Some bikes you can assemble in 3 hours, some will take 3 days. And we've built bikes that cost in the £10,000 plus mark. Some people, they're saving up and this is their bike and they're going to own it for the rest of their lives. So we just want to make sure they get the right thing. I think the bike for me was the first time I had some freedom. So as soon as I had one, I was off. A lot of people still get that thrill as when they were a kid blasting down a hill, wind going through their hair. It's fun. Everyone has their favourite jacket or something that just makes them feel good. If you've got a bike that fits well, you actually feel part of it. Building bicycles as a creative outlet is fantastic. It's not something you do because you're going to get a big paycheck at the end of the day. You do it something you have a passion for it.
If you ever saw a wooden surfboard, it was probably hanging in somebody's house or underneath the deck. But kind of in the last 10 or 15 years, wood has made a big comeback. They surf wonderfully. It's beautiful and it feels great to be on one of them. I always had a love for wood and kind of passionate about things that went in the water. I've kind of been around wooden boats most of my life. There's just so much character. The way they're built, the stories that come with them, a lot of that has translated over to why we build surfboards the way we do. When we first started thinking about building surfboards, wood was the natural material we chose. They have a very high strength to weight ratio. Wooden surfboards have the longest history of use in the surf world than any other material. People have been surfing wooden surfboards since kind of the first documented history of people riding waves. The board starts in CAD, where we take a 3D model, break down the shape, and kind of create frames and templates and all the inner parts of the board that we get cut on a CNC machine. We take those frames and we just pop them out, assemble the frame into kind of a skeleton. We go out to our lumber shed, pick a bunch of cedar, and bring them into our mill shop, put glue along the edges, clamp it all together into a panel. Everything's book matched, you have symmetry in the colors and texture of the wood. Cut your outline. take our assembled frame, gently put it down right on top of the plank. Once that foundation is started, you're basically building up the three-dimensional shape, the outside part of the board, using lots of strips that kind of interlock and fit together. Every piece of wood is going to be different, and it's all going to react differently. There are frustrations with it, but I think that's one of the things that keeps it challenging. You learn to read the kind of what the grain lines are doing and what the color of the wood is telling you. Once those rails are cleaned up, we put our top planks on. It's a little bit like putting a lid on a box. It's like, this is it. Whatever's inside that board is staying inside that board. And by tensioning some rope, you can clamp the two together. It's like a time capsule. What makes our boards unique are they are built right here in York. They're built using material that grows right here in the state of Maine. They're built 100% by hand by local craftspeople and surfers. There's a lot of time that goes into these boards, between 40 and 60 hours start to finish. We wanted to build surfboards that were as hollow as they could be, but still be strong enough to work well. Too light and they don't surf well, but too heavy and they don't surf well. So there's a balance point there, and that's where we try to be. Taking the board off the rocker table once the top has gone on, that is by far one of my top favorite parts. It's just you and a shaping stand, a board, and a hand plane. Everything else is out of your view. It's simple, it's pleasurable, it's quiet. You can be with your thoughts and you can just kind of be present. There's something about taking a nice sharp edge tool to a beautiful piece of wood and feeling the curls coming off and knowing that every pass that you're making, you're kind of getting it closer and closer to what you have in mind. Once we've shaped it down and the board's looking like it's supposed to look like, it's time for it to go into the glassing room. 4-ounce fiberglass, laying it over the board, draping it over the edges, cutting it, applying epoxy, and on the board. Once both sides are lamb coated, it's time to put in the hardware. Drill and router and install the fin box. And on the other side, we drill and put in the leash plug and a vent. There's a lot of air just naturally inside the board, and that air wants to expand and contract with temperature changes. And that vent has a little piece of Gore-Tex fabric in it, and it allows air to kind of breathe both ways, but it doesn't allow water to get in. Once all that hardware is put in, it goes back into the glassing room. We brush a nice, beautiful, thick coat of epoxy over the whole surface, and that we call a gloss coat. That's supposed to look beautiful and glossy and shiny and flawless. You get to see that board come to life. Whatever the colors in the wood, they really come out. It just makes it look like candy. You just want to touch it and run your hands down it, and it's just kind of the icing on the cake. Once everything is hard, we put it into what we call the oven, get that epoxy to cure, really kind of bake it, and just get it to harden. Put in the fin, screw in the vent, and ship it out. We just love the idea of building something that's sustainable and long-lasting and made by hand. Kind of gives you a deeper connection to the product over something you might buy on a shelf. When a customer gets the board, they feel it. They 100% feel the amount of work and the amount of passion that went into the board. So I'm not really looking at hours and efficiency. We're looking at like doing it right and enjoying it as we go.
Ma Baoli, better known as Gang La, is one of the 4 Grand Marshals leading New York's Pride Parade this year. But in the country he comes from, being gay is still a social taboo. The CEO of a Beijing-based internet company is on a mission to improve the lives of millions of gay men in China.
对于每一个 LGBT 人群来说，即使这个国家不允许你跟同性爱人结婚，但是你仍然要勇敢地去选择你自己的生活，你仍然应该拥有幸福生活的权利。
Ma's company Blue City runs an app and a website specifically for gay men. Blued is one of the biggest gay social networking apps in the world, with an estimated 30 million registered users. Unlike most other apps, Blued is more than just dating or hookups.
大家可以在我们这个软件里面找他自己的情感，然后可以阅读相关的内容，然后可以进行一些娱乐，比如玩游戏啊，比如看直播啊等等。
Back in 2000, when Ma studied at a police school in northern China, he realized he didn't feel like everyone else.
因为他们都找女朋友，然后谈恋爱，但是我对长得好看的同性的男生，我反而觉得对我更有吸引力。所以那个时候我就到互联网上去找这样的一些资料，然后希望能够告诉我自己，我到底是谁。互联网上所有的信息都是负面的，都是错的，就是说同性恋要电击疗法，要被治疗，然后要吃药等等。
After visiting some foreign websites with different attitudes to homosexuality, Ma created his own site for a Chinese audience, encouraging people that
他们也是正常的，他们不用自卑，然后也不用自杀。
Even though attitudes towards homosexuals are slowly changing in China, it's still a social stigma. The virtual world of Blued, where members can be open about their sexuality, is for most a striking contrast to their real lives. This is live streaming, a function added to Blued in late 2015, right as the internet craze was starting to take off in China. Many self-made stars like Jin make decent amounts of money by receiving audiences' virtual currencies and gifts.
我们不是彼此的初恋，初恋这种事儿多不靠谱啊。
For Kyle and Klaus, a couple who have come out, live streaming on Blued means something different.
其实我经常会收到很多粉丝的一些互动的留言，就是类似就是说你们让我们看到了同志情侣之间的一些希望啊，我看到这样的留言我是很欣慰。
The government's rules for acceptable content online may shift quickly in China, with LGBT material in a grey area. Many companies feel the chill of the recent internet crackdown, but Blue City still runs as usual. Ma has won the Chinese government's trust by helping with HIV prevention among gay men. A third of the company's staff are dedicated to screening pornographic and politically sensitive content.
我不太多的愿意去对抗，我更多的愿意去对话，去改变他们的想法。我觉得这个可能在中国来说是更有效的。
In the past 5 years, Blue City has grown from a team of 7 people to a promising business with about 250 staff. Ma said the company earned over $15 million last year, mainly through advertising and selling virtual currencies to live streaming audiences. Now the company is expanding overseas.
我希望吧，通过我们的努力，布鲁蒂能够成为全球第一家在美国纳斯达克或者是纽交所上市的这样的同志互联网公司。
This is Rich Chiga. He's a Chinese rapper by way of Indonesia, and he's very popular on the internet. This is Joji. He's a Japanese-Australian singer, and he's also very popular on the internet. Plus, Joji invented the Harlem Shake meme. Let me say that again. This guy, Joji, in the blood bathtub, invented the Harlem Shake meme. But we'll come back to that. So Rich and Joji are both signed to 88 Rising, an entertainment company hoping to build a lasting global brand that will outlive singular moments of virality. They primarily create content combining Asian culture and hip-hop, a formula that apparently pleases the internet gods greatly. They've only been around for 18 months, but they're already putting up major label numbers.
I think that we have an unprecedented collective of talent, a group of like predominantly Asian artists, you know, really like making waves globally, which from an independent point of view as well.
88's founder, Sean Miyashiro, cut his teeth launching Vice's electronic music channel, Thump. But quickly, Sean became interested in life beyond dance music.
I knew that after launching a whole content platform that I have kind of the ability and the know-how to do it again, but like for what was the question.
So Sean moved to the Bronx to start over and figure it out. He couldn't afford an office space, so he worked out of his car at the top of a grimy parking garage.
Everything kind of started here. If you look around, this is my environment. This is my serenity, really. 88 Rising was built here. Built on the grounds of LA Fitness, residence in a parking garage. I was living in the Bronx. I'm just like, damn, where the hell do I go? So I just come up here and I I just kind of figure things out every single day. Being like, okay, what the hell is this thing? Coming here was kind of like my own kind of private office, basically. Like, to be honest, I would even go to the bathroom here. I would like take pisses here, you know what I mean? Like, it was, you know, it's just too far to go back down there. When I need Wi-Fi, I'd spend a good part of the day at Dunkin' Donuts. Hi, how are you? Can I get a chicken snack wrap?
Before 88 Rising officially launched, Sean caught a surprise break in the form of a Twitter friendship with a funny 16-year-old kid from Indonesia named Brian, who taught himself English by watching Rubik's Cube tutorial videos on YouTube. Seriously, that's true.
I thought his Twitter was genius, from the future, just crazy, and like just the shit that he was saying, like the memes he was making. But I didn't know that he rapped or anything like that. I really didn't, and he came up with Dat Stick like 2 weeks later.
Dat Stick was Brian's first ever attempt at making a rap song, and it immediately went viral.
Everything was great about it, but the one thing that I noticed is the song was hard as hell. Just like everything about it, man. Just like, it was menacing, bro.
Soon after the video dropped, Brian signed with 88 Rising.
I'll FaceTime with Rich. Sorry for calling you Rich Chiga on my phone, Rich. Brian, he gets like super pissed off that he's saved in my phone as Rich Chiga. He's like, dude, am I not a human to you? What's good, bro?
What's good, brother?
How you doing?
Doing great. I just did a sound check.
How was it?
It was tight.
So, Brian could definitely rap, but some viewers understandably took offense at a Chinese kid satirizing rap cliches and calling himself Rich Chiga. But if a group of well-known rappers saw the video and genuinely liked it, that could at least help validate Brian as a legit hip-hop artist. Plus, it could be really funny.
It was just kind of an idea that I just had on the spot. Everything that rappers say is better and funnier and smarter and wittier. You know, and it's just more entertaining. We just edited it as tight as possible, put it up, and it really worked.
Yo, this nigga got a pouch on and a Reebok pouch.
This is the hardest nigga of all time.
You said when you come for a trigger like me, that was dope.
Like, it's just lit, and I think people will take it as a joke at first, but it's like if he ran with that and kept doing more videos like that, it's just lit.
You know, I'd never been to America before, and like all of a sudden, it's like I see like all the rappers that I listen to just like reacting to my stuff, and I was like, what? How did this happen?
The reaction video also went viral, and even led to a remix of Dat Stick featuring Wu-Tang's Ghostface.
I'll get on that track. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Really, on the remix?
Yeah. Oh, you know him?
And yeah, the remix went viral too. Brian has since acknowledged the misstep in his name and claims he may change it. But for the time being, he's still Rich Chiga to his fans. An ever-growing global audience, hungry for more releases from emerging talent around the world.
I didn't know that it was gonna be this impactful and this important to people, and I'm very thankful and blessed that it has. And every day now that I wake up, it's like it's just like a new mission every day.
A major part of that mission involves Joji. Remember the bloody bath guy? He's a former YouTube personality in the middle of a career transition.
The sound of this song, Will He, it's like a trap song that you can like slow dance to. Awkward prom shit, you know what I mean? I used to do crazy episodic internet videos. It was going well, and one day it was me and a few friends just in a room. We were casually chilling, and then someone plays the song, and it's brand new at the time. I happened to have a lot of costumes laying around, so I told the other guys, I was like, get in these costumes and let's just dance to it, like who cares? We were like, okay, let's just go crazy at the drop. So that video goes up, I go to sleep, and the next morning, everyone's doing it, like next morning. That taught me a lot about the internet, how people want to just be a part of something. And from that point on, something changed, and I was a little better at understanding demographics and people and what they want to see and what they want to hear. I was friends with a couple other artists who were affiliated with 88, and then I also started to realize that 88 is the bridge between Western and Asian entertainment, and I really wanted to be a part of that.
Joji just released the In Tongues EP, his first project as a serious artist.
Joji's In Tongues record came out a couple weeks ago. It's #2 on Billboard on the R&B charts, which is crazy for independent release, and he's like a brand new artist.
And the success is even more impressive, knowing he went from creating something like this,
"It's just Taco Bell, what could possibly go wrong?"
to creating something like this, the newest music video for his song Demons. Tonight, Rich Chiga has a show in New York City. Tickets sold out in an hour.
I came here, I'm first on line. I was here at 1. I was the third person on line.
So why'd you get here so early?
Because I want to see Rich Chiga. I want to touch him.
What do you guys think of Joji?
He's
That's my dad, son.
Did you guys cop the new EP or like?
Yeah. I woke up at 6 in the morning just to cop that shit. And then I listened to it, and that shit started making me cry.
This is actually kind of exciting. Every time, this never gets old. Like, you live online and social media, but like, there's nothing like just being with the people.
More often than not, viral success happens by accident. And then after an appearance on Ellen or Jimmy Kimmel, the creator's star power fizzles out. But 88 Rising has figured out how to turn potential gimmicks into brands with an actual following that keeps coming back for the next thing.
Oh, shit!
So keep an eye out for 88's next move. But more than likely, it won't be covered on network television or terrestrial radio. Although, as they've already proven, nowadays that really doesn't matter.
Online retailer Farfetch is betting it can shape the future. This is its concept store, showcasing the latest in retail tech.
How do you capture all of that fantastic information that you gather in store when customers touch and feel products? And we created a concept called the connected rail. And this is using a combination of RFID and ultrasound. The RFID signal recognizes the product, and the ultrasound recognizes the movement. Take the product off, and then you'll start to see your products appear. And essentially, it's like online browsing behavior. Whichever products you touch and pick up in the store are automatically sent to your app. This is effectively what you've created is your in-store wish list. In the middle, you'll see essentially a hologram of the product. What the customer sees, they control the experience on a touch device. What this allows the customer to do is take elements of products and then add their own style to it. Right, so this is the connected mirror. So in this example, I see my products. I select a coat, and that's tried it, and it's slightly too big for me. So what I can do is choose an alternative size and send a request to the sales associate, and they'll bring that size to me in the fitting room mirror. You'll also see that we've got some product recommendations here. Crucially, the sales associate's able to push items into the mirror from their device. If you wanted to, you could simply use the mirror and pay and go. Your items would then be packed and dispatched to you afterwards.
Do you want me to turn you so you're looking outwards? Yes, please. How about there? First time we came out with B, Jade said it feels like I've been released from prison. Do you want these, Mrs?
Definitely.
Definitely. Right. Yeah. And she could say hello to everybody, people she hadn't seen for months.
It's
Jade. It's Jade. Oh.
So you can talk to Jade through this.
Hi, Katie. She's there.
Hi.
Every time anyone's seen her, they want to know why she's there. And it's kind of the opposite of when you're in a wheelchair and people see you and they kind of go, oh, should I look? I don't know what the right protocol is. When there's a tiny robot with its bright little eyes going around just looking happy everywhere, it really opens you up for conversation.
You've got some friends here, look.
Hiya. When I saw her for the first time, I remember thinking, this is going to change things. This is one of those points where if this was a book, this would be the cliffhanger. have a condition called Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, which means that I have a lot of dislocations, there's a lot of pain, and a lot of seizures and whatnot. So I can end up on my own in my room for long periods of time.
Yeah, my love.
A lot of the time, with a condition like my own, of course there's the pain, and the pain is bad, and the dislocations are bad, and the seizures and being in paralysis and never knowing whether you're going to be able to wake up properly tomorrow, that's bad. But what's worse still is being able to count the number of people you see a day on one hand.
Are you ready?
Sure am, I'm just hoping the connection's going to stay.
Yeah, me too. Alright, here we go.
When you're used to just the same little metre by metre and a half window every day, and you've been there for months, being able to just see the sky from somewhere else, or the tops of trees, or a sign, is incredible. Or being able to have that kind of chat in the car that most people probably take for granted.
I'm going to go past Grandma and Grandad so you can give them a wave. Now, if Jade is particularly seizure-y, she can still take part. And that's brilliant, really, because before she would just be left in a bed or in the house with just her carers. It's quite a small world, that.
Right, so there's one of her. Here, this costume I'm busy making at the moment. When I'm not on bed rest and I'm not just wearing pyjamas all the time, I enjoy being able to dress as different characters and go to Comic Cons and that kind of thing, because it just lets me show a different side of myself, and it's a bit of fun. If you can't go out that often, you've got to enjoy it when you do.
Was that? Good.
It's one of those weird things where I want to not have to use B because I want to be well enough to be able to go to those places myself. Like, it really makes a big difference to me to be able to go into school. But the thing is, with my condition fluctuating all of the time, I can't go into school reliably.
He's written it out bigger on the board. Thank you.
Today's the first day that I've been in school via B, and so far it's interesting. Still a few little things that we need to work out, but for the most part I think it's going fairly well. And it's brilliant because I can really tell the difference between today and yesterday. How yesterday I forced myself to go into school when I wasn't very well, and I was really tired afterwards and ended up having loads of seizures, whereas today I've been able to do all of the work. I've been able to keep a clear head and not be ill, which means I'm able to be more focused on my schoolwork.
So there is my first step of working, is to simplify root 8. The algebra test is next week.
Now I'm trying to make friendships which I'll be able to maintain with B. Before that, I end up letting people down quite often. B gives me hope, yeah. She's just always there. And if I can't do something, she can. And if I need sort of assistance to be able to make commitments, then she's there, and she means that I feel like a more valuable person because I'm more reliable.
When it debuted, the 4G wireless we have today allowed people for the first time to hit the road and explore unknown places with only a smartphone for directions. When 5G arrives, it could enable driverless cars to take us there as well. 5G stands for 5th generation mobile networks or wireless systems. It's insanely fast and can accommodate a lot more connected devices. But the reason it's being called revolutionary is because 5G will allow connected devices to speak to each other as well as people.
Right now we're living in a world where really it's a one-way experience.
That's Bloomberg tech reporter Ian King.
The network talks to your phone, you look at your phone and access data, then you send something back to the network. What we're being told about 5G is that really for the first time we're going to see machines communicating with each other over mobile networks in a meaningful way.
5G could end up being 100 times faster than what we have now, with speeds that could reach 20 gigabits per second. In plain English, that means downloading a full-length HD movie in seconds. 5G will also increase total bandwidth, which we will need in order to accommodate the growing Internet of Things. We're talking about the class of devices like internet-connected refrigerators, thermostats, dog collars, but 5G will enable many, many more.
Things like your utility network, factories, where machines are just sat there not connected at all. Suddenly they're all going to be connected. Suddenly we're going to be able to have real-time monitoring. Other things like cars, like utility poles, like your light, the light poles.
But perhaps the biggest advance will be a huge reduction in communication lag time, known as latency. A network of driverless cars will need the speed of 5G to ping each other multiple times per second to avoid collisions. Near instantaneous data transfers could allow doctors to perform surgery remotely with a robotic scalpel. So how will all this work? First, you need to improve network density.
And that's just a fancy word for saying you put more towers out there. What we're being told is that's not actually the case with 5G.
The idea is 5G will not only use the existing mobile spectrum, but also tap into higher frequencies called millimeter waves. Millimeter waves can carry more data, but only travel short distances. This may mean you'll see a lot more of these base stations around town. And the new towers may have as many as 100 antenna ports, compared to about a dozen on 4G cell towers. So when will we get 5G? Getting 5G ready is expected to cost providers $275 billion over 7 years in the US alone. Look for the first 5G service to pop up in big cities sometime in 2019.
The cubicle represents a tyranny. It confines your imagination, your thoughts, into a small physical area. Imagine pretty much every software engineer or finance person being able to, disconnect from their desk and look at holographic monitors on a beach and doing their work from there. That's not going to be science fiction. It's the modern office place.
Silicon Valley is all about building the future. A startup called Meta thinks it's getting there first, thanks to a big bet that it's made on augmented reality.
How are you?
Good, thank you. Welcome to Meta.
Thank you.
Call it a 360-degree office where you can spatialize your thoughts as part of your workflow for education, architecture, design, engineering, etc.
People often mix up augmented reality with virtual reality. VR totally blocks your ability to see or hear the real world. AR overlays holograms onto what you already see. Meta has tried to make its version of the workspace feel familiar.
You grab the hologram instead of using a controller or a mouse, and your brain already knows how to do it. In other words, we've designed an operating system that humanity has always known how to use. So you can see this eyeball, which is, by the way, photorealistic. You can see my hand is occluding the eyeball, and now the eyeball is occluding my hand, right? You see those two circles? They get small, and then they turn into this glowing white ball, and then I can move my hand around supernaturally. I can do this with two hands and rotate the thing. I could stretch it. I could throw it back right into the shelving system, and that's all you have to learn to become a modern worker.
And to prove this, the employees at Meta have started to get rid of their computer monitors, trading them in for Meta's augmented reality headsets. Myron thinks that in less than a decade, we'll all be just wearing strips of glass that can project holograms.
In the early 80s, everybody had computers on their desktop, but no one was using them because they had a lot of work to do. So they were still using typewriters. And at some point, the CEO took all the typewriters away and everybody was forced to use their computers. So it's very exciting to see a new generation of technology, a new paradigm.
I consider us like pioneers in the holographic wild. I'm pulling up my browser with my hands and sending out emails to colleagues and just kind of really acclimating to the new environment.
Now you're putting on my computer, essentially. Our digital lives live on our phones. We have all of our pictures and notes and all these kinds of things. So, and why don't you write yourself a little sticky note? I like it. And go ahead and just take your fist right over the top of the sticky note and close your fist. And now...
Oh, what? Meta's own transition to augmented reality has run into plenty of unexpected problems. And it's still going to be a while before you'll start to see these devices in your office. But I think it's a future worth waiting for.
If we could see these holograms between us, we will have been able to share our work with one another more naturally, more efficiently, and more productively than ever before. Humanity will have evolved slightly.
This is Hatsune Miku, Japan's sensational virtual pop star. She's released over 100,000 songs in multiple languages and performed sold-out concerts around the world. Her image has appeared in games, on TV, in car races, and is even etched on the side of a Japanese space rocket.
I came for Hatsune Miku, Carlos.
She's Lady Gaga's favorite digital pop star and opened shows for her in the US 3 years ago. Tens of thousands of fans attended her exhibition and live shows near Tokyo recently.
理想のアイドルっていうとどの曲でもミクはすごい綺麗に歌ってくれる。
他没有缺点啊，没有任何让我们感到不开心的一些新闻。
She's everything to everybody. That's probably why she's so popular.
Miku's creator Hiroyuki Ito and his Sapporo-based company have been developing the virtual diva for over 10 years.
初音ミクとはキャラクターとしてすごくYouTube とかで検索するとたくさんの初音ミクが出てくるんですけども、元々の初音ミクのその原点は歌声を合成するソフトウェアなんです。
Both the software and character are named Hatsune Miku, meaning the first sound of the future. Originally based on Yamaha's Vocaloid technology, Miku the software has a sound bank containing voice samples and a huge array of tools. You input the melody and lyrics, then Miku the character sings them. To date, Krypton has sold 120,000 software licenses at $200 each to fans around the world who use it to create numerous songs and share them online. Some of the fan-created songs are chosen to be part of Miku's concerts, for which they're paid a royalty fee.
もともと初音ミクっていう存在自体がボトムアップって言いますか、中にはアマチュアクリエイターじゃなくて今もうすでにプロになって活躍している方もいらっしゃるんですけども。
The company also has other revenue streams. It makes money from merchandising, licensing deals, and concert ticket sales. According to the real-life musicians who perform with Hatsune Miku, the virtual pop star is interesting and surprising.
今年で3年ぐらい、ちょうど3年ぐらいになってきて、ライブも数十本、数百本だったと。そういうことが演奏によって起こせるためのそういう器みたいな感じになってきて。初音ミクらしさって僕はあんまりない。初音ミクって何だってありっていうか。
For Ito, Miku has the potential to change the way we think about music.
そういう新しいテクノロジーによって新しい音楽のあり方っていうものを模索していきたいと思っていました。
And for her fans, it goes even further.
初音ミクって魂がないので、だからみんな魂を作り上げるために存在している。
Now, there are a lot of fitness gadgets out there. In my quest to get fit, I tested 17 of them over the last few months. At least one personal trainer I know was a little bit skeptical.
Yeah, I've been watching these new technologies come to the market for almost as long as I've been a personal trainer. They're just tricks and tropes. They're not much different than the Bowflex machines or, to be honest, the original Jane Fonda workout video.
But some of these gadgets that are just coming to the market do so much more than what they used to do, just tracking your activities. Out of all of them, this chest strap was my favorite. It comes with a robot coach that points to the future, one where you might not need a human trainer at all. And it works like this. You wear the chest strap so that it can read your heart rate, and that connects to Move's free app that talks to you.
Welcome to Move Heart Rate Hit Outdoor Running. Let's get moving and warm up in Zone 2.
Move's computerized coach tells you what to do at that exact moment, whether you're running outside or you're doing body weight exercises indoors.
Swing your arms faster to get your legs moving quicker. Let's crush this round.
And by reading your heart rate, she knows exactly how hard you're working. She keeps you honest.
Way to go, you are in the target zone. Keep pushing, you're almost at the end of the round. Don't give up.
I've been running for 7 years now, and my biggest problem is that I never push myself hard enough. I end up going on the same slow, comfortable 30-minute jog, but the Move HR Burn blasted me out of that rut. By the end of these half-hour exercises, I was drenched in sweat in a way that I never am when I work out alone. Training with a real person is great, whether that's your group instructor or your coach or your personal trainer, but humans, they're expensive. For the rest of us, this $60 gadget is all you need.
what does it take to change the world? A big army? A cure to a pandemic? A revolution? All of these take either a lot of people, thousands of hours, or massive amounts of space. But for Julian Assange, all he needs is one room, an internet connection, and the world will listen. Assange is located here, and more specifically, right here. And from that location, he's posted government secrets, classified documents, and leaked emails from some of the world's most powerful people. And in doing so, has been labeled a hero, a villain, a nihilist, and everything in between. This is how an Australian programmer sequestered in the Ecuadorian embassy in London became one of the most influential and notorious people in the world. Born in 1971 in Townsville, Australia, Assange has always been on the move. Living in over 30 homes by the time he was in his mid-teens, Assange, along with his mother and half-brother, finally settled down in Melbourne. His introduction to hacking started at 16 when he was given a Commodore 64, which he attached to a modem. He attended the University of Melbourne, where he studied programming, physics, and mathematics. He never graduated, but that doesn't mean he didn't get an education. By 1991, Assange hacked into the Pentagon, U.S. Navy, and other branches of the U.S. government. In 1996, he was caught by the Australian Federal Police and charged with over 30 counts of hacking and computer-related crimes. He didn't get any jail time, but he was fined $2,100.
I think the first taste of what would come later was the hacking that he did as a young programmer, and that really sort of foreshadowed a healthy skepticism of the use and abuse of technology by governments.
That's Vernon Silver.
I'm a reporter for Bloomberg's investigations team.
Assange's youth as a hacker laid the foundation for him to start WikiLeaks in 2006. But what is WikiLeaks? It's a website that posts unfiltered, usually classified documents. What separates it from every other media outlet is that they have no editorial hierarchy. With a publication like the New York Times, information comes in, they take that information, package it, then disseminate it for the public to see. WikiLeaks, however, cuts out the middleman.
WikiLeaks gathers information, most of it given to them anonymously. So what they're doing is really very simple. They get the information in one end from who gives it to them and out the other with sometimes minimal interference. Julian Assange is the leader of that, the mastermind, the creator, and really, because he thinks of it as a journalistic enterprise, the editor-in-chief.
But every story starts with a source, and Assange has some unconventional sources.
Julian Assange does not hack as far as we know. He is the recipient of people who are either insiders who give him secret documents or hacked emails from a foreign power.
That's Eli Lake.
I am a columnist for Bloomberg.
And there was no source bigger for Assange than Chelsea Manning, who used to be known as U.S. soldier Bradley Manning. In 2010, Manning provided Assange and WikiLeaks with hundreds of thousands of leaked government documents. WikiLeaks quietly began releasing the documents in February of 2010, then made big headlines in April by posting what is now known as the collateral murder video.
Come on, fire!
It was a vivid, graphic video. It changed the debate on the Iraq War, and importantly, it put WikiLeaks on the map when they put it online, and they couldn't be ignored at that point.
And those leaks were just the beginning. They went on to post more than 90,000 leaked documents known as the Afghan war logs, 390,000 documents known as the Iraq war logs, and 250,000 private messages between diplomats called cables in what is now known as Cablegate. These leaks were met with very real ethical questions.
The problem with publishing those cables was that a number of confidential sources for U.S. diplomats who faced real danger when their names were exposed.
Then Secretary of State Hillary Clinton drove the point home that
every country, including the United States, must be able to have candid conversations about the people and nations with whom they deal.
Shortly after Cablegate, the Swedish government issued an arrest warrant for Assange on allegations of rape and molestation. He claimed the allegations were fabricated to get him extradited to the United States, a claim the U.S. government denied. Either way, Assange's next move was
to seek refuge in the Ecuadorian embassy, which really was the beginning of the new chapter in his life and what we're dealing with now, which is him being stuck in London.
What was supposed to be an office in an embassy is now Assange's self-imposed prison to this very day. But that doesn't mean he's slowed down. Since being trapped in the embassy, WikiLeaks has released files about Guantanamo Bay prisoners, Syrian political figures, and the draft to the Trans-Pacific Partnership. And then came the 2016 U.S. election.
Thousands of leaked emails showed Democratic Party officials possibly plotting against Bernie Sanders in his race against Hillary Clinton.
Over the course of 68 days, WikiLeaks released 20,000 confidential Democratic National Committee emails. In terms of the presidential race, if you look right here, when Assange released the first batch of emails, Trump actually takes his first lead against Clinton.
I think we've had enough of the Clintons, in all fairness. Don't you think?
Once WikiLeaks started exposing secrets of the Democratic Party, Julian Assange became a hero to many on the right. Public opinion kind of flip-flopped.
WikiLeaks!
From the emails, we now know Hillary Clinton's campaign manager makes risotto, and also how the DNC squashed Bernie Sanders' campaign. One thing we don't know is who gave Assange the stolen emails in the first place.
Many leading Democrats say they suspect it was the Russians. They released an analysis from a private cybersecurity firm that had said it was the Russians.
But Assange claims
our source is not the Russian government and it is not a state party.
So this is where we stand today. The public still doesn't know who provided the emails to WikiLeaks. Meanwhile, Assange is still running WikiLeaks and still releasing documents. In March 2017, he started publishing documents from the CIA's Center for Cyber Intelligence called Vault 7.
The CIA, the agency charged with finding and keeping our top secrets, can't keep its own secrets.
As long as Assange has a connection to the world, no government secret will be too far from exposure.
Julian Assange is still in the embassy. Maybe he'll leave, maybe he won't. Kind of regardless, his work has been done. He's changed the way people think about their governments, about their own secrets, about their own hackability, and really the world has changed because of him.
I'm about to expose everything you won't admit.
And action!
This entire video is based on a true story. When I do like motivational speeches or even tell myself like, love yourself and you should love yourself.
This is Lily Singh, but to fans all over the world, she's the YouTube star Superwoman.
What up, everyone? It's your girl, Superwoman. I know we can change the world for the better, one positive day at a time.
My parents now know what I do. They didn't know what I did for a long time in the beginning of my career. I was just making videos in my room. They had no idea.
Mom, Dad, have you seen my keys? I can't find them anywhere. Because you're always on phone.
Until someone called them, like a family member from another part of Canada, was like,
Canada,
is your daughter making videos? And my mom was like, I don't know, Lily, are you making videos?
Just making videos grew into an entire career. Today, Lily's YouTube channel has some 12 million subscribers, over 2 billion views, and guest stars like Michelle Obama, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, and Seth Rogen.
I think a lot of young girls are raised to believe that you're going to go to school and then graduate and then get married and then get a job and then have kids.
And Lily was on that path, all the way through a psychology degree at York University in Toronto. But when she started thinking about a career,
I started to immensely panic and think something was wrong with me because I tried to figure out my life and it wasn't working in that straight line.
It was 2010 and YouTube was only 5 years old.
I thought nothing of YouTube. I was probably the last person in my circle of friends to discover YouTube. And I remember when I did, I thought, this is so strange. There's people making videos in their rooms and other people are watching them.
So she figured, why not give it a shot?
I one day posted a video because I was sad and I wanted to be creative and happy.
She didn't know how to edit video or write scripts, so she winged it.
It was so bad and so cringe, and my expectation was literally nothing. I was like, I'm gonna put this video up, a couple of my friends are gonna watch it, probably make fun of me, and that's gonna be the end of this. The second and third video came from, wait, 70 people watched my first one, can I get 80 to watch the next one?
She kept creating, she kept posting, and the viewers kept coming. Lily had found an audience.
A lot of the comments were, oh my God, there's a brown girl on YouTube.
More specifically, Indian. Lily's parents immigrated to Canada from India, and Lily was born and raised in Scarborough, near Toronto.
My home life was awesome. My parents, even though I portrayed them to be quite strict in my videos.
Oi, Lily, where the rest of your skirt, huh? I teach you like this, to walk around like this, showing everything to everyone?
They actually aren't like that at all. They're pretty modern and pretty cool.
Your dress is short. Don't know what for.
And were pretty lenient with me. I mean, I got away with a lot of things. I was a brat. I was a brat.
She had a different idea of what she wanted out of life than other kids. In a grade school graduation slideshow, her classmates said they wanted to be lawyers and doctors.
And then I came up and I was like, rapper.
Making out with your friends, man. But then you say that you hate hoes.
I could just feel my parents being like, why?
Because that's just not something women really did in the Singh family.
I know there was a ton of people that weren't happy about my birth being a female, so I think, and that's some real-ish, but it's a real thing. The best thing I could have done to prove to so many people that didn't want my mom to have a daughter was to become Superwoman.
What up, everyone? It's your girl, Superwoman.
It was the name of Lily's favorite hip-hop song by Lil Mo featuring Fabulous.
I love the song so much because it was one of the only songs at the time that was an empowering female song, where Lil Mo's going on about, like, I will save guys with my superpowers, and I will save girls with my superpowers, and I am the Superwoman. I thought, this name that I've had for so long that empowered me when I was younger, I'm gonna make this my screen name.
Maybe this should be a new series.
Superwoman didn't just burst onto the scene overnight with a viral video. It was a steady climb fueled by hard work.
The moment that I thought this is going somewhere and this could be a career was the first time I performed internationally. It was in India. And it was the first time where I was truly across the world and people knew my videos.
Singh has transformed herself from a bratty kid to an internet personality to a media mogul. She started a feature film, A Trip to Unicorn Island, in 2016. And her book, How to Be a Boss, hit the New York Times bestseller list in 2017 while she was on a 30-city international tour. Lily started out with the goal of getting millions of subscribers and financial security.
Hurry the hell up!
But after surpassing those goals, success has new meaning.
I've really come to terms with the fact that my definition of success is what's the best legacy I can leave behind. And it's not the number of views, the number of subscribers. It is the number of people that can say, this girl changed my life or changed something in my life positively.
CTE is often found in the brains of deceased athletes, military veterans, and others with a history of repetitive brain trauma. Hundreds have donated their brains to the VA Boston University Concussion Legacy Foundation Brain Bank.
This is a former NFL player who died in his early 70s, and this is a veteran who also died in his early 70s.
Dr. Ann McKee dissects these brains.
The hippocampus and the mammillary bodies are very important for memory. I can see that they're slightly affected.
McKee recently dissected the brain of former New England Patriots player Aaron Hernandez, who was convicted of murder and later committed suicide.
You'll see right away that the brain is showing signs of shrinkage. You can see the crevices in the brain that you can't see in the normal.
McKee says Hernandez's severe case of CTE impacted his decision-making, depression, and ability to control rage and aggression. Right now, she thinks we're underestimating how many people have CTE.
We were able to distinguish between CTE and controls and CTE and Alzheimer's disease. The next question is, can we do this in the blood, and can we do this in living people? And we aren't there yet with those answers.
But the need for a diagnosis in the living is motivating companies such as Quanterix in Lexington, Massachusetts, to work faster on technology that could diagnose concussions and CTE in as few as 30 minutes. Kevin Rosovsky is the CEO.
It's like a high-powered microscope, and so by doing that, we can see little biomarkers that you couldn't see before in the blood.
Quanterix received a grant from the NFL and just went public. Since then, its stock is up more than 40%. The company sells a machine called Simoa for $175,000 to other biotechs, hospitals, and researchers.
And for the first time in history, we're able to see brain health in blood, and that's a major breakthrough, and that's leading to less invasive testing, and we've already been able to see evidence of concussions, and there's the beginning evidence of being able to see the accumulated effect of concussions.
Quanterix is also trying to detect Alzheimer's disease, multiple sclerosis, and ALS. Rosovsky says he thinks diagnosing concussions will be easier than diagnosing CTE.
Diagnosing CT in the living probably is a couple years away. We're real excited to see the progress, but reducing some of that work into actual tests in a laboratory takes time. There's regulatory approvals, there's a lot of red tape that you have to go through.
Also in this race to diagnose CTE in the blood are Athlon Medical and Exosome Sciences. And New York's Mount Sinai Hospital is scanning for the disease in the living. But it's just one step in a series of questions for those with serious head trauma. There's still no cure for CTE.
Even if we had a great idea for a treatment, there's no way to test whether it's effective or not. So that's the enormous advance that we'll get if we can develop a biomarker for this disease.
In Boston, Ann Mostu, Bloomberg News.
Wine is a $300 billion global industry where one person's opinion can make fortunes or break them. That's because of this man, Robert Parker, and his newsletter, The Wine Advocate. For 3 decades, he dominated as the world's most influential wine critic. Now Parker's protege is building an empire of his own. Antonio Galloni runs Venice.
Antonio, tell me, what are you trying to build at Venice?
Well, at Venice, we started with the idea in 2013 of building a world-class platform. We have a database of about 250,000 professionally written reviews. On Delectable, we have 7 million user reviews. Through Delectable, we also have a partnership with Whole Foods and several other partnerships that we can't announce just yet. And when you put that all together, what we have is something that no other company in our space can even come close to.
Do you think of yourself as the next Parker?
Not at all.
Why?
Because Steve Jobs said you can't live your life trying to be somebody else. So he's one of my biggest influences, and I've never wanted to be a replica of somebody else because a replica is never as good as the original. Bob is a genius, fantastic, one of a kind. We're going to be something completely different, and I have no desire to be some version of somebody else.
Different in what way?
Every decision that I've made at this company is completely anathemic to what Bob did with his company. I want our writers to be partners. All of my senior people are locked into the company. They all have equity or they have a path to equity based on business results. That's something that we never had at Parker. Our benefits are world-class, and everything that we've done at Venice is completely different from that model. When Steve Tanzer, who is the most experienced active wine critic in America, wants to work with us, that says something. When Alessandro Masnaghetti, who's the best cartographer of vineyards, wants to work with us, that says something. When Neil Martin, who's a superstar wine critic with enormous experience in Bordeaux and Burgundy and the former lead critic at The Advocate, wants to come and be part of our team, that says something.
You make it sound like The Wine Advocate was a disaster as a company and a miserable experience as an employee.
No, it was great because I got to work with Bob Parker when he was at his prime. You know, and Bob was like a second father to me, and we talked on the phone all the time, and he gave me great advice.
Can anyone's palate dominate the wine criticism business the way Parker's did? And should anyone's palate dominate it the way his did?
I just think the world is very different today. You know, I mean, it's just a totally different world. It's probably not healthy to have a single person dominating the world.
It's not even wine criticism, it's the wine industry.
Yeah, that's probably not the healthiest thing in the world. But I think that there's just such an opportunity right now with social media and technology to reach such a massive number of people that I think it's possible that 1 or 2 people will actually have more influence than Bob Parker did, because they will, again, this goes back to your first question, not trying to be a version of somebody else. You see this in sports all the time. It's like, oh, well, nobody will ever beat this record. And then somebody comes along. You know, it's like tennis, Pete Sampras. Nobody's ever going to win as many Grand Slams. Now you have 2 guys who are ahead of that and 1 knocking on the door. And so I think a lot like that.
You're a former investment banker. How does that inform and influence what you're doing and what you've done?
My generation has had to deal with a lot more challenges. That's why I think we're actually much better poised for the future. My first job in finance, the first thing that happened was long-term capital, 1998. Then the tech bubble melted down. Then there was a mutual fund trading scandal. You know, that was all like within about 5 or 6 years. And these are the things that I had to deal with as a young executive. My peers who were 20 years older didn't know how to manage in crisis. They'd only seen Black Monday. They'd just been in a big bull market. It's very different. So I'm very lucky. People of my generation or a little bit younger have actually had to deal with a lot more crises. I think that's actually good for learning how to cope with challenges in business.
From the outside, it kind of looks like you're trying to demolish the house that Parker built, right? You left the Wine Advocate.
Yeah.
You merged with one of his chief rivals.
Yeah.
And you just hired his successor, Neil Martin.
Mm-hmm.
So are you?
I think what that says is that all the best people want to work at our company. And that's really what we strive to create starting in 2013. We wanted to create a world-class company that would attract the best-in-class talent, and not just on the content side, on the technology side, on the digital side, our office, and at every level, what we're trying to, we only hire superstars, and we're looking for those superstars.
In the world of professional wrestling, there's something called a swerve.
Hulk Hogan has betrayed WCW.
Some examples. These tag team partners are called babyfaces, or the good guys. Then one of them swerves when he super kicks his tag team partner in the head, quickly assuming the role of the bad guy, or what the wrestling world calls the heel.
Are you kidding? What a despicable act that was!
Or a match is almost lost when, what's that? The superstar wrestler appears out of nowhere sprinting down the aisle to save the match.
That's the Warriors music! That's the Ultimate Warrior!
That's a swerve. So it should go as no surprise that World Wrestling Entertainment, known as the WWE, the most popular brand of sports entertainment in the world, is prepared for any swerves that come their way. So here's the story of how the WWE learned to see the swerve coming. So I spoke to Bloomberg reporters Felix Gillette.
I'm a writer for Bloomberg News for the global business team.
And Kim Basine.
And I'm the U.S. luxury reporter at Bloomberg.
To find out exactly how the WWE is positioning itself for an all-out global invasion, which starts with a massive change to their lucrative pay-per-view model.
WWE basically pioneered the pay-per-view model on cable. I remember as a kid when the pay-per-view events came up, all of our friends would scramble around and try and get one of the parents to pay for it.
But in 2014, they took a huge risk.
They saw a little bit sooner than some of the other entertainment brands that where this whole thing was moving was away from cable and satellite television and towards on-demand streaming video apps. They made this risky decision, in essence cannibalizing that pay-per-view model, which they had essentially built.
And after some early turbulence, it's working. Roughly 1.5 million people are paying $9.99 a month for the WWE app, making it the 5th most popular streaming OTT service. This adapt-or-die approach is in the WWE's DNA. Over the past 30 years, the company always seems to think 2 steps ahead. In the early 90s,
WWE was at its most threatened when Ted Turner took them on with WCW,
which stands for World Championship Wrestling. And back then, the WCW was winning the ratings war. So in order to compete with them,
WWE had changed its product from a family-friendly kind of cartoonish style to this really raw. That's why they called their show Raw. It was this raw style of wrestling.
With violent, outrageous, reality-inspired plot lines and aggressive personas.
From a 16-foot ladder!
And they won that fight against Ted Turner, and they bought WCW.
The early 2000s ushered in an era of testosterone-driven programming aimed at the red-blooded American male.
Bra and panties matches, and people smash each other over their head with like barbed wire bats and things like that.
Until 2015, when WWE fans started a hashtag #GiveDivasAChance. Since then, WWE has hired 40 more female wrestlers, and that growing cast of female characters was part of a much larger plan.
They started to try to appeal to a broader set of people.
Let's attract more female fans. And after we've attracted more female fans, let's attract more international fans. They're broadening their base, and they're doing that in large part to make it more advertising friendly.
And not just friendly to advertisers.
They're trying to build up their fan base in China. They're trying to build up their fan base in Europe. They, already have a pretty good fan base in India.
India is a place where they already have an established wrestling culture.
Because of the gigantic Indian wrestler, the Great Khali. But there's still a lot of work to do. While the WWE set a revenue record in 2017, only 30% of it is coming from an overseas audience. And there's one person whose responsibility is to grow that number.
The buck eventually stops at Vince McMahon, no matter what's happening within WWE.
Yeah, he's a very controlling guy, and it's a very, very, very tightly scripted company.
And that goes all the way down the board to big stars' entrance music. And their outfits and things like that.
So with a CEO like McMahon always planning 2 moves ahead and an aggressive push into multiple international markets, a big issue is money.
It's hard to do all those things simultaneously without committing a huge amount of capital to it.
And that's where the WWE becomes an attractive company for buyers.
Potentially, one thing that could happen with WWE is they could benefit by being acquired by a bigger technology or telecom company, an Amazon or Facebook or a 21st Century Fox.
So with a market cap of $2.8 billion, the advantage of owning 100% of their own content, and a rapid consolidation spreading throughout the entertainment industry, it looks like the WWE is well positioned, even if there are swerves ahead.
Lara, thank you very much for coming here.
Thanks for having me.
I've always been relieved ever since you were appointed, because at least until your appointment, I seem to have the most unpronounceable name. But now so we will keep it as Dara and John. This conference is called The Year Ahead, but in your case, you are close to 6 months into the job. And I wondered what you saw in terms of the year ahead at Uber as your biggest challenge. What's the thing that you think about most when it comes to 2018?
We definitely have our share of challenges at Uber. And for me, where I want to get Uber to the year ahead is a year of normalcy. 2017 was, I think, will go down as one of the most difficult years for any company out there. And I have to give credit to the Uber team and the employees there. It is a group of true believers who believe in our mission, who believe in mobility as a service being available to consumers everywhere at a reasonable cost. And what my job in 2018 is to get rid of the distractions and get the company back to business get the company back to normalcy. There's a lot that we've done in the past 6 months as far as bringing new investors, driving a new culture and norms where doing the right thing, period, comes first, bringing a new management team, et cetera. There's a lot that we've gotten done, but this is a company that knows how to execute. This is a service. Mobility as a service is something that's universal, that's needed in the world, and I just want to get back to doing business.
It's quite interesting. You said true believers.
Yeah.
Normally, true believers are the last possible people where you're able to change a culture. Can you explain a bit about that?
Well, I think that they understand that mobility as a service, bringing the cost of transportation down, making transportation services available to anyone and everyone on a local basis, and partnering with cities to be a solution to traffic, to pollution, et cetera, that is a mission that they all believe in. And I think that they, having seen what happened in 2017, to some extent the crisis, the enormous crisis that the company has gone through, is a benefit because everybody at the company knows now that we need to change, that we need to break with the past as far as the way the company was run. We need to go from growth at any cost to responsible growth and growth in partnership with other players out there. That's clear, but now I've got to kind of get the company down to the normalcy of execution, of building great technology, and I think we're going to get there. It's still some tough sledding early on, but I absolutely think we're going to get there.
When you talk about execution, is profits one of the things you want to get? I think you lost $4 billion last year.
Well, profits,
peanuts by the standards of
profits would help. Yes. So at some point we absolutely have to become profitable, and that's part of the plan.
But do you have a kind of goal for that? Do you think you should be profitable by 2022 or by 2020?
I think that we'll be profitable before 2022. This is the business itself.
Do you want to come back a bit closer, 2020?
Yeah, listen, it's not going to, I don't want to name a specific year, but this is a business that the core business, the ride-sharing business, can be profitable within 3 years. We will continue to make very aggressive investments in building out autonomy because we think that's a terrific opportunity for building out new technologies such as Uber Elevate, where near-term profitability is not a goal, but long-term growth is. So we will look to balance near-term profitability, but as a company, we will always be a company that makes big, bold bets and takes big risks.
To what extent, though, do you think that drive to become profitable fights against a little bit of this culture change? If you want to make, you talked about making money, but not at all costs. Do those two things spar against each other?
I don't think that profitability and culture are their issue. The company in the past was willing to make trade-offs as it related to how it did business, and I think was guilty of hubris, was guilty of thinking that they knew better than others, and I think that what we know now clearly is that breakneck growth can hide cultural issues, that there are no excuses for not doing the right thing, and that you do have to make trade-offs. And as a management team, we're specifically talking about those trade-offs that you have to make. We have to be a little more patient sometimes because working with governments, regulators, et cetera, sometimes takes longer, but in the end, you build a more lasting business. And so maybe what we went through was necessary, but we're here. We can control our actions from this moment onwards, and I think everyone at Uber from this moment onwards wants to build a great company, not only in terms of growth, but in terms of the kind of company anyone would want to work at.
Can I ask you one thing which you have got as sort of hangover from last year, which is all the regulatory problems, and particularly all the cases against you? I think there are 6 criminal probes or whatever going on.
The lawyers are lining up outside the door.
Which one do you sort of think? Which one do you fear most? I suppose out of these different things.
Listen, I think that all of them are serious issues, and my response is that we're going to be transparent and we're going to take responsibility for our actions in the past. I do think that there are certain circumstances where there was smoke but no fire. And I think as a company, we have to defend ourselves and work within kind of the appropriate frameworks. And my goal is just to get beyond this stuff.
Some of these things like pricing policies, surely they go right to the heart of what Uber is, or am I wrong about that?
Yeah, I think they do, but I think that there's a way of being smart but transparent at the same time, and that's where we've got to take the company.
Take me through governments. When you talk to governments privately, do they talk any differently than they do publicly?
Governments?
Yes, governments.
I think that they are honestly a bit relieved with how we are engaging with them, because I think that the engagement is now real. I think they feel like we're out there, we're genuine because we've learned our lessons of the past, and I do think that we can take, for example, the data that we have in terms of traffic and in terms of movement of our drivers and riders, and we can use that data to partner up with cities in order to solve congestion issues, because congestion doesn't help anyone. It wastes enormous amounts of time for consumers. It hurts the environment. And I think that we are aligned with cities, for example, to partner with them in a fundamental way to solve these problems. And I do think that when these are conversations that a number of regulators and cities have wanted to have with us for many years, and I think we are really engaging with them at a depth that I think is going to create a real win-win going forward.
Do you think you were too confrontational on this before?
Yeah, I do. I think that the company was pushing growth. And listen, any innovator, to some extent, the innovation is about questioning past kind of present practices. It's about breaking things, the Facebook breaking things. We just went a step and a half too far. And what I want to keep, hopefully, is the best of both worlds, which is this spirit of innovation, the spirit of can-do, et cetera, but the responsibility of partnership. We don't know better than you. We're actually going to work with you, of actually having dialogue and respect for our city partners, for regulators, and then continuing to take risks and continuing to do daring things. And I think we can accomplish that.
Imagine this audience here is a collection of mayors or a collection of city officials, and you want to depict, this is the Year Ahead conference, depict what the years ahead in this thing are going to be like. How far is driverless cars going to go? You talked just a few days ago about the idea of there being flying cars in 10 years' time. Can you just give a description of what you think transport is going to look like?
Well, I think that we think there are three keys to transport and where the industry is going: autonomous, electric, and shared. And I think all three are necessary in order to get to the next level of city planning, et cetera. There are many cities where up to a fifth of the space taken in these cities is taken by parking and storing these cars. And so I do think that you need autonomous, you need electric, and you need shared. And I do think it's going to take some time. True autonomy for every single use case is some ways away. What we bring to bear is our developing autonomy, and we will have autonomous cars on the road, I believe, within the next 18 months, not as a kind of a test case, but as a real case out there. And over a period of time, we're going to bring autonomous transportation and feather it in with the non-autonomous transportation with drivers.
What does feathering in mean?
Feathering
mean
means
to a layman like
feathering
me?
crashing. Yeah, feathering in means if you're, for example, in Phoenix, and you make a request to go from A to B, which is what you do with Uber, there will be 95% of cases where we may not have everything mapped perfectly, or the weather may not be the right weather, or there may be an accident on the road, or you may not have 2 or 3 ways of getting from A to B, where you may say, you know what, that's not an autonomous use case. We're going to send a driver to pick that person up. For 5% of cases, everything is going send an autonomous car. The user will be able to pick, do you want, there's an autonomous car, yes or no, and we'll be able to service that A for B. That 5% is going to go to 10 and 15 and 20 as our computers and our algorithms learn more and more about what it takes to drive in a city in a real life situation. And every minute of every day, that driver, that computer is going to get better and know Phoenix better and better and better. And in 5 years, we'll have the perfect driver in Phoenix. We will have to retrain that driver in every single city. We're going to have to build out 3D maps of these cities. And it will take time, but over a period of time, you essentially have a driver who becomes the perfect driver. It'll take 10 to 15 years, but that's the feathering in that I'm talking about.
And will a child born today, will they ever need to learn how to drive?
A child born today? No, I don't think so.
So within sort of 20 years from now, we will...
I don't think so. Listen, I hear some groans.
And also,
I heard a couple of groans. 1.3 million people die from car crashes every year. 1.3 million people die from car crashes every year. That doesn't count an estimated 20 to 50 million people that are injured. Okay, this is actually a public safety issue. If you look at cars, 96% of cars, 96% of time, cars are sitting there not being used. It is a huge amount of pollution that's caused by these cars being in the road, and a huge amount of wasted time. So the safety is there. Electrification is absolutely key, and sharing these platforms is going to allow us to be much safer and also put our assets where they add value.
But it's quite interesting because when you first came in, I remember you sounding somewhat more skeptical about self-driving cars. You've been converted. Is that a?
The choir has spoken, and I'm listening. It's pretty exciting technology out there. But again, it will be a hybrid technology for some period of time.
What about flying cars? That came as a slight surprise.
Yes, that's a great project that we're working on. It's called Uber Elevate. And it is actually about battery technology.
It would have helped a lot of people here.
I know. I wish that I was available. We'll launch it here if we can. But battery technology is allowing us to have multiple rotors on planes, or helicopters, if you want to call them that. These rotors that are much smaller will be much quieter than helicopters are. Much quieter, much safer. If you add sharing into the equation, you can actually get the economics of going from A to B. We think within 5 to 7 years to a place where normal people would think about taking these flying cars. That'll be the beginning, and then it's about scaling. And we're working with a number of partners right now.
Do you think the regulation on flying cars, I've heard some proponents of it argue that it might be easier than it has been on driverless cars, because driverless cars you have to deal with existing roads, existing everything. Flying cars, essentially you're going into unconquered space.
I think that mayors that are forward-thinking understand that traffic and pollution are a real issue, and I think flying cars can be a significant solution to traffic issues in cities. And these cars, to start with, they're going to be very specific. They'll be kind of highways in the air. There'll be very specific routes that these flying cars go on. They're not going to be able to take you to your backyard and land in your backyard. There'll be these skyports. So there'll be very specific routes that you go on. And I think if you build a regulatory framework that has that kind of structure around it, I think you get to a better solve.
Can I drag you back somewhat reluctantly back to the real world? But you have Rajiv Misra, who came in with you from SoftBank.
Yes.
He's going to become a director. Last week he said that Uber should focus on repairing its market share in the US and on key European markets rather than going going to new ones. Do you agree with that? Is that the way you look at Uber?
I think one of the fundamental strengths of Uber is the global scope that we have. This is a
you
brand.
had that motto, everywhere. What's it? Everywhere for everyone.
Yeah, everywhere for
everyone.
everyone.
Do you want to make it some places for some people?
No, we like the everywhere for everyone. It's much sexier than some places for some people. That's
telling me.
Just not interesting. I do think seriously though that the global scope that our company brings is important. Our being able to build technology that we can amortize essentially everywhere in the world is hard, but it is part of the fundamental value that we introduce. So I would look at Uber very much as a global brand. That said, we're going to look at all opportunities, but at this point we are leaning forward, and 2018 for us is going to be very much a lean forward year for the company.
But without, I'm not trying to create new boardroom tension at Uber, but that would appear that SoftBank is keener on a more limited idea, whilst you're keener on everywhere for everyone.
Well, listen, SoftBank is a very important shareholder. They're our largest shareholder, and many of our shareholders have opinions over what's the right thing to do. Ultimately, the governance of the company is going to be at the board, and we'll have those discussions at the board, and we'll set our long-term strategy and then execute on it.
One of the things which Uber played, perhaps not very fortunately, a role in was the whole sexual harassment questions and everything to do with that. I suppose one very obvious question, do you think that you have solved that part of the culture? But secondly, do you think that is this time this is a real revolution and it's going to stick?
I think that what was happening at Uber was serious, and I think that while what Uber went through was difficult, I think the Susan Fowler blog was probably one of the best things that happened for Uber, and it certainly started a movement that's an incredibly important movement of the company. I'd be reticent to say that it's solved.
Yeah.
But it's not an endemic issue within the culture of the company, and I think the company has learned, and I think the company took very harsh and appropriate steps to make sure that kind of behavior is absolutely clear, that kind of behavior is not accepted in any way, shape, or form of the company, regardless of where you are, regardless of if you're a great performer or not. So I think we're at the right place for Uber as a company, but I think in general, we're not where we need to be in terms of women in senior positions, making sure that we're welcoming of women in technology, and we help women really build their careers within our company. There's a great kind of bottoms-up energy there, but we're not where we need to be, and we have a lot of work ahead of us.
On the issue of, you talked about the top performers, is that looking back, and also I suppose looking forward for many of the people in this room, because there are a lot of people's businesses which have been affected by this. If you had to give lessons to other people who are now looking at this issue, perhaps more seriously than they have done before, is the really bad issue, and I suppose I'm thinking some ways about the media industry in this, is that giving top performers more room for maneuver or whatever than people, or more discretion than people thought? Is that top performers need to be treated the same as everybody else?
I think they absolutely need to be held accountable. One of the really valuable lessons that I got early in my life was actually through Jack Welch, and he said, it's very tempting to allow top performers to misbehave in any way, but for me, he was talking about being aligned with the CEO. Sometimes you allow top performers, the tendency is, well, let them get away with some kind of behavior that is not the right behavior because they're so good. And what Jack told me very early on is that it's the top performers who are problematic culturally that are the most dangerous because they have followership within the company because people look up to them. So he's like the dumb person who is bad culturally. He's not the problem because everyone says, well, that's a dumb person, so who cares? It's the smart person who has followership, so it is incredibly important for the top performers to actually be held to account more radically than anyone else because they're the ones who have followership at the company and they have to set the example. So for me personally, that has absolutely guided how I've managed. Expedia was a company that had, excellent cultural values, and one of the first things we did at Uber was to go out and reset our cultural values, and we call them norms because to me, it's not just these values that you put on the wall and kind of people stare at and you know, it's all nice. It's about behavior. And we set out to change behavior at Uber, and I think that the company was thirsting for it, and we are starting on a path, and I believe it's going to be a positive path.
An inevitable question, I hope you won't regard it as a cheap shot, but you talked about smart people who have followers throughout a company. I mean, Travis would seem to be the epitome of that sort of figure. Is that, do you think of him as being in that category of people that Jack Welch was talking about?
I think, listen, Travis was the CEO of the company, and he had incredible followership, and he was held to account, right? I mean, he's no longer the CEO of the company, and he's a board member. He's a big investor, and so he's absolutely going to play a part on the board. But we've also been very clear as a company that we do have to make a break with the past, with how we behaved as a company. And to some extent with the new CEO being a very different kind of a CEO. So in the end, you have to be held accountable, and I think that Travis was held accountable, and at this point, he's a board member and a constructive one at that.
If you look around the world now, where do you see the next competitors to Uber? You've obviously got Lyft breathing down your neck.
Yes, yes.
Where else do they come from?
Well, I think that as you move into a world of autonomy, the position of the car manufacturers, the position of, for example, Google, who's developing Waymo and Waymo autonomous technology, you're going to get a lot of players interested in the space. And a lot of people think about Uber and ride sharing as a significant enterprise, and it is. But the fact is that we account for less than 1% of miles driven on the road now. When autonomy comes in, that number over the next 10 years is going to be closer, I believe, to 15 to 20%. So, because we're not yet a true alternative to car ownership, and I believe that as you bring autonomous and you bring the price of mobility down and make it available to everybody, everywhere, then we become a real alternative to car ownership, and that really opens up the market for us, but it also opens us up to many more competitors.
And is Google at the forefront of those competitors at the moment?
Google is one of many. I think that they've developed very strong autonomous technology, but what we think, which is exceptional, is having autonomous technology and the network under one roof, which allows us to use autonomous in a very practical way, nearer than you think.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser on Bloomberg Radio.
Yes, indeed. This is Bloomberg Business Week live from New Jersey, streaming on YouTube. I'm Carol Masser. It is Election Day 2020. That is no doubt about it, everyone. That's our top story for the day and possibly for the next few days, depending on whether or not we have a clear winner by the end of the day. But that is our focus, and we're going to talk about it a lot over the next few hours. Let's get you going, though, on that trading session because we've got a little bit of a rally underway. Charlie Pellet?
Absolutely. Close to session highs, but really in the past couple of minutes, see things fade just a tad. We've got the Dow, the S&P, Nasdaq, though, all trading higher. Right now, we have got the S&P up 48 higher by 1.5%. The Dow's up 447, up 1.7%, while Nasdaq is up 161. That is a gain right now of 1.5%. Financials, industrials, technology shares are among the biggest gainers amid bets. They are among the sectors poised to benefit after the election. 10-year down 10/30 seconds, 10-year yield 0.87%. Gold is up $11 the ounce right now, up 0.6% at $19.06. And West Texas Intermediate crude is advancing by $1 a barrel, up 2.7%, $37.83. So again, recapping here, equities higher, S&P up 51 this election day 2020, up now by 1.54%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It is indeed. All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. Do want to get right to the Bloomberg Business Week agenda. Of course, busy day, busy week. Vince Signorella is with us, global macro strategist at Bloomberg News. He contributes to the Macro Squawk Desk, which is a real-time curated news. It's audio streamed directly through your terminal. Check it out at Squawk Go on your launchpad. Dave Wilson with us, stocks editor at Bloomberg News on the remote access from New Jersey. Vince, I do want to kick it off with you. What are you guys talking about right now on Squawk Go?
Well, I mean, I think the biggest thing we're talking about and the thing that people really should focus on this evening, obviously, the presidential election, but more so and more importantly is going to be how the Senate plays.
Yeah.
At the moment, the polls show the Senate flipping to the Democrats, but the polls are what they are. If that is the case, then I think no matter who is president, we will see a big stimulus bill. And I think that's what the markets are kind of betting on today, that eventually there's going to be a vaccine, regardless of who the president is. There's going to be stimulus come down the road, and it's all going to be determined on the size of that stimulus, and the Senate is going to determine that size, because the Democratic Senate will go along with the House, and both of the candidates for president will want to see a big bill, so they won't stand in the way. So look to McConnell's Senate, and if that stays red, then I think this is not good for markets. If it does flip blue, I think we could see another rally tomorrow.
Well, it's really interesting, too, and I was listening to you earlier, I think it was on Bloomberg Radio, just talking that this blue wave, I mean, you're focusing on the Treasury market. You can see how the Treasury market is thinking as a result.
Totally. Treasury market is, they're pricing in a bigger stimulus bill, so I think they're pricing in the potential that this does flip from the Senate, because we're seeing higher yields. Now, at the same time, with a big stimulus bill going through and that being positive for stocks in the short term, going to have to look into see what the interest rate scenario does to the housing market, to that sector of the economy. And if the stimulus doesn't go to the right places, and when I mean the right places, if it keeps going to what are probably zombie businesses, and I feel terribly for the movie industry and I feel terrible for the restaurants, but if it just goes to businesses who really aren't going to be able to sustain themselves 6 months from now, this is going to be a very short-lived rally.
Right. It's money that necessarily won't have a lasting kick, and that's the difference. Hey, Dave Wilson, come on in on the trade. I'm looking at those major industry groups in the S&P 500, all but one, energy, bottom of the pack. But we've seen it kind of rally, lag, but everything else, it's fairly broad-based today in terms of equities.
Yeah, it sure is. And all the other of the 11 main industry groups in the S&P 500 are up at least 1%.
Yeah.
So there's your breadth. And, you know, you look at the individual stocks and you see basically that there are more than 7 up in the S&P 500 for everyone that's down. Just to put some numbers around Vince's point when it comes to stimulus, I was looking at this report from Andrew Garthwaite, who's a global strategist at Credit Suisse. Here's how he sees things. If indeed you get the blue wave, you know, Biden becomes president, the Democrats take the Senate and keep the House, he figures the stimulus could be as much as $2.2 trillion.
Wow.
But if the Republicans hold on to the Senate, it's a possibility that it will only be $500 billion. I mean, there's quite a gap between those two numbers, and it shows you what's at stake in this election, at least in part.
Yeah, that's a good point. Well, you know, Vince, I mean, you're a market guy, right? And you look at all these different asset classes. But, I mean, ultimately, if we don't get the economy going, you know, it's all going to trickle through and affect all of those asset classes ultimately.
Yeah, and also, you know, the one thing is that everyone seems to have forgotten about the virus as if it's gone away. We're getting lockdowns all across Europe. We're expecting the same thing here. Dr. Gottlieb said this morning that he thinks we're going to be in a sustained pace of 1,000 deaths a day in the U.S. before things get better. And, of course, we have an election tonight. I will throw one little tidbit at you as far as the election is concerned. The state of Ohio has called it right since 1896, all but 2 times.
Right.
They voted for Thomas Dewey and they voted for Richard Nixon. So they haven't been wrong since 1960. Right now, CNN has them tied at 46%. So if you're a betting person and you want to stick with the guys in Ohio and think they get it right again, you might get to go to sleep early tonight, whichever way Ohio goes.
Well, it is fascinating that despite, I think, there were some fairly decent-sized gaps in terms of some of the state polling, go back a few weeks, it has definitely narrowed. And I think the conversation that I find that I'm having with a lot of individuals is that it's going to probably be a fairly close race here, Vince.
Yeah, I think it will be. I think when it comes down to it, you got a lot of things going. More Republicans, I understand, vote in person than do by mail. So the early polling and the early counts would skew the tally one way. The later counts back towards the middle. And people don't. There are a fair amount of Trump supporters out there who won't admit that they're Trump supporters, and they'll tell you as they walk into the polling booth they're voting for Biden, and then we'll see how they flip the switch once they're inside. Yep. There's just that animosity, and people just don't want to deal with the tension of outwardly saying who they're supporting, because you're going to get it from both sides.
They call them shy Trumpers, but I've also been hearing that there are some shy Biden voters too, that especially in some traditionally red states. Vince, I want to bring Dave. I want to bring you though back, because I do wonder if we are all, if people have kind of made up their mind yet about the outcome. I mean, how we could be kind of caught off guard in terms of the equity trade tomorrow.
Well, maybe it's not so much tomorrow as what happens
or later
down the line. I mean, you have scenarios where you look at the Democratic control as a plus or as a minus. I mean, stimulus is one thing. The potential for perhaps more industry regulation is another. So, that really becomes the challenge, regardless of how things turn out. Do you indeed get the follow-through that people are anticipating right now? Remember that chart I had the other day where you saw first month after the election, and it was nothing like what you saw 4 years later in terms of industry performance.
Yeah, something to think about on this election day. All right, guys, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Vincent Signorella, global macro strategist at Bloomberg News. Dave Wilson, our stocks editor. He's going to be back with us a little bit later on. We know it's all connected. Vince brought up the virus, right? We are still facing it, and those numbers going up. We're going to talk about the virus, the election, the markets, the economy, that connectivity. That is our show on this Election Tuesday. On the election, we're going to check in with Bloomberg News political contributor and Iona College professor of political science, Jeannie Zaino. She's back with us. Also, some thoughts on how history explains so much on how Americans view the country. We're going to talk with the author of Patriots of Two Nations, Why Trump Was Inevitable and What Happens Next. I think it's a timely discussion today. Also on the virus, we'll check in with Dr. Peter Alpern over at Doximity. And then we've got a virus update, too. We're going to head to Milan, check in with the deputy mayor there, talk about the situation, also how technology is helping them through. And I kind of buried the headline a little bit in terms of business news. We've got China putting the kibosh on what would have been the world's biggest IPO. We're talking about Ant Financial. So we'll get to that in just a moment. Quick check on the Bloomberg Business Week Bite of the Day. One number that tells us a lot, $6.6 billion. Spending in the 2020 presidential election will be more than $6.6 billion, double the total from 4 years ago. That's a great number. All right, let's get a check on world and national news for that. Over to Nancy Lyons in D.C. Hey, Nance.
Hey, Carol. Americans are making their choice between President Donald Trump and Democrat Joe Biden. Nearly 100 million Americans voted early. Now we're waiting to see how many turn out today at the polls. Well, Joe Biden started his day in Scranton, Pennsylvania, speaking to a crowd where he grew up.
Welcome home, Joe! We got to restore the platform of the country. You all know it. The middle class built this country. Wall Street didn't build it. The middle class built it.
President Trump stopped by at his elections headquarters in the Washington suburbs.
I'm hearing we're doing well all over. I hear the lines are amazing. The lines have been amazing. And I think we're going to have a great night.
This promises to be a very long election night, not just to learn the results of the presidential election, but also to see the results of the down-ballot races, too, specifically the Senate. Bloomberg's Amy Morris has more from Washington.
It could be tomorrow or later before we know if the Senate flips from Republican to Democratic control. Hamilton, Indiana is traditionally very red, with a competitive race between Democrat Christina Hale and Republican Victoria Spartz. There's a special election in Georgia where Democrat John Ossoff hopes to win outright against Republican David Perdue. If Democrat Jamie Harrison can beat Republican Lindsey Graham in South Carolina, that would make the Palmetto State the first to have two black senators serving at once. In Washington, I'm Amy Morris, Bloomberg Radio.
You You can stay with Bloomberg for detailed election coverage, and don't miss our 2020 election special tonight with David Weston starting at 7 p.m. Wall Street time. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons.
All right, Nancy, thank you so much. So certainly the election, of course, our focus here, and our in-depth coverage and continuing coverage throughout the evening here at Bloomberg Radio. But as Vince Signorella just mentioned, Charlie Pellet, thank you for joining me, by the way. The virus is, of course, our huge story as well, because we continue to see some spiking numbers, especially over in Eastern Europe, Romania, Bulgaria, Hungary. They are seeing the deadliest days of the pandemic. Italy and Sweden are putting out some new curbs when it comes to society and individuals and what they can and cannot do. And France's health minister saying it's urgent that people follow the rules to ease, quote, very strong pressure on hospitals. I mean, that's what it gets down to. You and I talked about this yesterday. When you start to see more cases, quickly hospitals, all of a sudden, they don't have the capacity to handle them.
Yeah, and Carol Master, do me a favor. As you talk to market guests today, ask the question, why isn't the virus, the rising number of coronavirus cases, playing out more in financial markets today? You look at the Dow, the S&P, Nasdaq, a lot of optimism in this market, but the stories that you and I are reporting on in terms of the coronavirus, absolutely chilling. New Jersey, for example, hospitalizations for COVID continue to climb there. 1,133 as of yesterday, the most since the end of June. We've also got Massachusetts announcing another crackdown there, an order for masks in public places, overnight curfews in Massachusetts. All of this is very close to home, and yet these numbers just continue to head very much in the wrong direction.
Well, I feel like we've seen this before, Charlie, where all of a sudden, like, nothing's really changed in terms of our big macro issues, and yet the markets kind of do their own thing. And what's interesting is Wall Street's noticing, Morgan Stanley, they put out a note, some analysts writing that the rate of growth in U.S. infections has surpassed their bear case scenario, and investors wonder if the country will follow Europe with lockdown. So you do think about that. It's obviously on the mind of Wall Street, and whether we'll start to see that play out again in some of their projections.
And very briefly, let me wrap it up globally, because that's where you began. JP Morgan Chase in the United Kingdom, it's joining banking rivals and asking most of its employees there to work from home. Carol?
Yeah, I've seen this movie before. All right, Charlie, thank you so much.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business
From
Flash.
Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Election Day 2020, a move higher, another leg up for the U.S. stock market since our last update. Stocks are rallying for a second day as millions of Americans cast ballots. The dollar has weakened, yields rose, crude oil increased. S&P right now is pushing higher by 56 points. That's a gain of 1.7%. We've got the Dow up 508, up by 1.9%. Nasdaq up 185 points, up now by 1.7%. 10-year down 10/30 seconds, 10-year yield 0.87%. Gold up $10 the ounce, higher by 0.5%, $19.05 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude up 2.8%, $37.84 a barrel. After earnings, PayPal is down 2.8%. Wayfair after earnings up now by 6.9%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much for that update. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. So some of the headlines, we've seen record COVID-19 deaths in Eastern Europe. We see new curbs coming into place over Europe. Charlie mentioned earlier about J.P. Morgan Chase asking most of its employees in England to work from home. So we continue to see this soar, and cases really soaring in key battleground states too, as we all head to the polls for today's presidential election. Let's get back to someone who is seeing all of this happen firsthand. Dr. Peter Alperin is VP at Doximity. It's a professional medical network for physicians. He joins us on the phone in San Francisco, where he practices. Nice to have you back with us, Dr. Alperin. How are you? What are you seeing when it comes to the virus right now?
Oh, well, thanks for having me back. In San Francisco, actually, we have been pretty fortunate in the sense that we've had kept our baseline levels of coronavirus pretty low, and we've had really good community support in terms of people doing the things that matter, socially distancing and wearing masks. We've seen, outbreaks, of course, and we've been relatively slow to open. So in San Francisco, things are looking pretty good here on Election Day.
But when you look around the country, how do you see it, and what are your anticipation, or what do you expect kind of how this plays out for the U.S., especially watching, I don't know if it's a fair assumption that in terms of what's going on in Europe, should we assume that's going to happen here in the U.S.?
Yeah, so it is a little scary when you look around the country where you're definitely seeing virus caseloads surge. You're seeing, increased case testing rates as well as increased numbers of hospitalizations. And I think what you're seeing in Europe is in some ways what's playing out in many parts of the country here with these increased caseloads, particularly in the middle part of the country and other places where, people have gathered. It's really just the same things that help us prevent the spread of COVID-19 that we've talked about a million times. This is very much a marathon and not a sprint. So it's very, very difficult. I know people are tired, but we really have to persevere.
Well, what are you guys finding, and the folks that, within your network at Doximity, what are doctors hearing from patients? Because you guys are doing, as we know, a lot of telemedicine. We've talked with this, about this with you before. What are they hearing from patients? Are they kind of getting back to taking care of, normal medical procedures, or are they still kind of hesitant?
Yeah, so on the network, we're seeing a tremendous amount of discussion related to COVID-19 and the various topics that you brought up. Specifically, physicians are discussing that patients are having it's a tough time out there and trying to take care of themselves and their family members. But in particular, we are seeing a persistence of telehealth. So telehealth is really is staying the course. It's obviously less than it was in the springtime when there was a huge surge, but we're still seeing around particularly 20 to 25% of healthcare being delivered through telehealth, although many physicians have, of course, reopened their offices and there are procedures that are being done. But they're being very careful as they bring patients into their office. That's another topic of discussion on the Doximity network, is all the protocols and things that have happened to help patients have a safe encounter with their physicians when they do need to come into their offices. So distancing, washing their hands, and spacing out those appointments just a little bit more.
What do you think we need to think about, too, in terms of, I actually went to the poll this morning really early, first thing in the morning, mostly as a journalist. I kind of wanted to see what it the turnout and what it was like. Did drop my ballot, but I think, I did think about, I don't really want to be around a lot of people, and I do think about, is it just the basic safety, the wash your hands, keep your social distancing. And I think everybody understands, certainly in this New York metro area, the protocols. But I do think there are people who are concerned still, and understandably so.
Yeah, understandably so. But the need to vote is so important and so critical. So if you are going to go to the polls today, and you haven't gone already, if you can go in the midday when polls tend to be slightly have fewer people, that's a great thing to do, because it really is exactly as you sort of imply, Carol. It's really about keeping your distance and maintaining that. So staying 6 feet away from people, bringing your own pen is always, of course, a good idea. Reviewing your ballot, knowing who you want to vote for is yes or no is super important as well, so that you spend less time inside of the actual polling. If you can perhaps wait in your car if that works for you, so that you can stay a little more isolated, and of course wear a mask. So just some of those common sense things I think are tremendously important.
Hey, one last question before we go, Dr. Alperin. I'm hearing from people, I'm seeing it, that medical plans where telemedicine was kind of adopted just kind of loosely to get us through COVID. Now systems are saying, or employers are saying, listen, this is going to be part of your medical plan going forward. We've turned the corner on this, you think?
I do. That's something that we've seen a tremendous amount of discussion on the Doximity network related to telemedicine. I think we are going to turn the corner. Patients really like the convenience that telehealth provides, particularly patients with chronic conditions, so that they can be seen a little bit more frequently by their providers and in a safer environment. And I think physicians have realized that this is something that they need to offer, and I think figuring out how to do that is a bit of an ongoing process in terms of how to incorporate it into their practice. But I think it's here to stay.
All right, going to leave it on that note. Stay safe. Really appreciate your time. Dr. Peter Alperin, he's Vice President at Doximity, also a physician in private practice in San Francisco, and of course joining us on the phone from San Francisco on this Election Day Tuesday. Coming up, we're going to talk about one of the big stories when it hit the terminal this morning. I was actually listening to Bloomberg Radio, had to do with Alibaba's Ant Group and its IPO. We've talked about it before. It was going to be the world's biggest IPO, and yet China kind of putting the brakes on it. And we'll get into why with our own Andy Brown. That's coming up next. Quick check on the markets for you. We are seeing a bit of a rally, certainly on this Election Day Tuesday, off our highs of this session, but nonetheless, we are up about 1.6% on the S&P, Dow up about 1.8%, and the Nasdaq, it is up about 1.7%. This is Bloomberg Business Week, and this is Bloomberg.
Broadcasting live to New York, Bloomberg 1130. To Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1. To Boston, Bloomberg 1061. To San Francisco, Bloomberg 960. To the country, Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week on this Election Day Tuesday. Head to the Bloomberg terminal and you'll find this is among your most read stories for the day. Kind of surprised us all when it hit this morning, but maybe not as a surprise to our own Andy Brown. We're going to check in with him in just a moment. We're going to talk about Ant Group, Alibaba, all that in just a second. First up, though, back to your top business stories. Let's check in once again with Charlie Powell.
Hi, thank you very much. Let's begin with Alibaba Group Holdings. Its U.S.-traded shares tumbling after China halted the initial public offering of Ant Group, in which Alibaba does own a one-third stake. Alibaba shares, the ADR is down now by 8%. And again, we've got more with our Andy Brown coming up in just a moment, right here on Bloomberg Business Week. A rally underway on Wall Street. The Dow, the S&P, and Nasdaq higher, advancing for a second day. Millions of Americans voting on this election day 2020. S&P was down from the highs of the day after surging as much as 2.4%. Right now, the S&P is up 1.8%, up 58 points at 3368. The Dow is up 538, up by 2%. Nasdaq up 194. For Nasdaq, that is a gain now of just about 1.8%. 10-year down 11/30 seconds. 10-year yield 0.88%. Gold is up 0.6%, 1907 the ounce, higher by 11.79 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 2.3%, up 84 cents a barrel, 37.66 right now on West Texas Intermediate crude. Wayfair shares are advancing today, up now by 7.7%. It did report quarterly results that exceeded analyst estimates, suggesting the wave of home improvement inspired by the COVID-19 pandemic is lingering. The COVID-19 pandemic has forced millions of people to stay at home this year, and that has increased purchases of furniture and other home goods. One of the big questions for policymakers is how far lockdowns should go in curbing the spread of the coronavirus. Dr. Amish Adalja is senior scholar at the Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security. He was interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Television.
We have to remember that lockdowns were used at a time when things were very dire in the country, where we had no ability to test, we had no contact traceability, and we had hospitals inundated. I think that right now what we'll see is much more targeted public health, even as we move, even if there is a change in administration or if there's not a change in administration, that people have now realized that lockdowns have a lot of ancillary consequences in terms of other care for other medical conditions, in terms of the economy, and that you only want to do that if you're in dire straits and only for a very, very short period of time.
The Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health is supported by Michael R. Bloomberg, founder of Bloomberg LP and Bloomberg Philanthropies. Again, recapping, equities higher with the S&P up 59, a gain now of 1.8%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Charlie mentioned this at the top of his report about really what is our top story, our most read story, number one, on the Bloomberg terminal about China suspending the Shanghai and Hong Kong debut of Ant Group's $35 billion offering. It was supposed to be the world's biggest IPO. It was supposed to happen Thursday, but it's not. You knew about it thanks to our Bloomberg New Economy editorial director, Andy Brown. He has written and talked about how Ant's biggest obstacles may be the Chinese government. Andy is with us again on the phone in New York City. Andy, I'm so glad you're here. You know, this headline hit, and I think for a lot of people it was a bit shocking, but you did write about this and kind of gave us all a heads up in a column you wrote last month. Why is it, though, that China is doing this?
You know, Jack Ma has always had an uneasy, ambiguous relationship with Chinese authorities. He once was famously quoted as saying, "Love the government, but don't marry them." In other words, keep your distance. And regulators have never quite known what to make of Jack Ma. On the one hand, they look at him as a big opportunity. He's clearly a disruptor. He's bringing a lot of small and medium-sized enterprises into the formal economy, putting capital their way. On the other hand, there's always been this sense among regulators that he's an accident waiting to happen. They haven't been able to decide, and yesterday, or today rather, they did. They've decided that he's too much of a risk, and they're reining him in.
Well, and why wait, though, kind of to the 11th hour, Andy? This is obviously a company that they've been looking at for some time. Why is it, is it just because the IPO finally said to them, wait, we've got to really now look at this more closely and maybe do something about it?
Well, he made a terrible political mistake. It was at a conference recently in Shanghai. He lit into Chinese and international financial regulators, basically called them all a bunch of fusty old folk, holding back innovation, stunting the dreams of young people, not understand. He said that the Basel Accord was an old people's club. He said banks in China were basically had a pawn shop mentality, and he said all this at a conference where the headliner, the keynote speaker, was Wang Qishan. He's one of the most powerful men in China. Formerly, he was the anti-corruption czar, but is also one of the godfathers of the Chinese banking system. And Wang Qishan's line at that conference was completely opposite. His line was, we have to be cautious, safety first. And Jack Ma comes in and says, we've got to rip it all up and start again. Wang Qishan, obviously, his arguments have won the day.
Yeah, I anticipate that, that Jack Ma's, PR team kind of sitting at the side being like, what are you saying? What are you saying? What's interesting is, though, Andy, I think about China wanting to open up and be much more involved in and be really dominant, whether it's technology, finance, more sophisticated parts of the global economy. And I feel like Ant is one way for them to do this, but it's interesting then to see them kind of rein it in. So is this much more a personal thing when it comes down to it, or are they really concerned about kind of the structure and the sprawl, if you will, of Ant?
Well, this is a broader political issue. China right now is throwing open its markets to foreign investors. It wants more money in the markets, and that message is being welcomed by U.S. investors. People like Ray Dalio was saying, we really need to reweight China in our investment portfolios. It's now 3%, should be 15%. If it goes to 15%, it would imply this massive gusher of money. But what this episode dramatically highlights is that when you get involved in Chinese markets, you're also getting entangled in Chinese politics. Right now, it's impossible to say what Jack Ma's political risk profile is. Nobody knows, least of all Jack Ma himself. That's kind of important, given that Jack Ma is the richest guy in China, and this is potentially, if he ever pulls it off, the biggest IPO in history.
Andy, got about 20 seconds. Should we say this is far from over and we could still ultimately see that IPO? Just quickly.
Yeah, we could. It still could go out, but there's going to be, it's going to be a very bumpy ride, which essentially is what foreign investors need to expect when they get involved in the Chinese financial system.
Thank you so much, Andy. We knew when this story hit, we had to talk with you because you gave us that heads up. You've been on it. Andy Brown, thank you so much. He's editorial director at Bloomberg New Economy, joining us on the phone in New York City. All right, let's get another check on world and national news. Back over to Nancy Lyons in our 99.1 newsroom in the nation's busy capital. Hey, Nance.
Yes, Carol. Voters are casting their ballots, including this voter in Kenosha, Wisconsin, who said he'd swim through a lake with alligators to vote.
This isn't about one person or Joe Biden or Donald Trump. This is about America, like who we are.
It's been estimated 105 million Americans have already voted, and we could see the total number this time reaching 150 million. Well, Americans should rest assured the country's election system is free of tampering by foreign sources. That's the word from Chad Wolf, Acting Director of Homeland Security.
Our election infrastructure is resilient, and we have no indications that a foreign actor has succeeded in compromising or affecting the actual votes cast in this election.
The candidates are staying busy. Democratic presidential hopeful Joe Biden started his day in Scranton, Pennsylvania, where he grew up. He says he's confident, but the race isn't over.
Feels good, but you got to run through the tape, man. You got to go all the way through the tape.
President Trump was asked on Fox and Friends this morning when he might declare himself the winner.
When there's victory, if there's victory, I think we'll have victory. I think the polls are, suppression polls, and I think we'll have victory, but only when there's victory. There's no reason to play games.
President Trump is pledging a legal fight over vote counting that drags on after the polls close, all but guaranteeing an ongoing struggle over pandemic-related voting rules if the election result is close. Pennsylvania Republicans have already filed suit against a county near Philadelphia, alleging officials illegally allowed absentee and mail-in votes to be counted before Election Day. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries.
All right, Nance, thank you so much. I'm Carol Master, along here with Charlie Pellet. And one of the stories that caught our attention, we talk about this a lot. We've been watching the real estate sector and the impact of COVID-19, Charlie, but we've been watching retail and I feel like malls for a lot longer than that, especially as we became a country that was over-malled. We just had too many, and we were starting to see fallout, and the virus just kind of exacerbated that.
And they are falling by the wayside one by one. There are 4 reasons that why you go to the malls or why kids go to the malls, and you can give me a kerching after every one. Reason number 1, why do you go to the mall? To buy stuff.
Kerching.
Okay, number 2, to see movies.
Kerching.
Okay, number 3, to get food.
Kerching.
And number 4, kids so they can get away from their parents.
Kerching.
Now,
and none of that's happening.
And none of that's happening. That's my point.
And hence the kerchings aren't happening. No, listen, I can't even remember. I'm not a big mall person, but I can't even remember the last time I went to a mall. And we know, we've seen a lot of retailers go to the wayside, JCPenney, Brooks Brothers, so many that were either, tenants, main tenants when it came to a mall, they have fallen on hard times and that has impacted them. But again, as you said, what's happening in the virus, it's just kind of ramped that up because nobody's going there.
Well, let me ask the question. Your daughter, has she ever been to a Sears? Has she ever been to a JCPenney?
She's been to a JCPenney, but not a Sears.
Yeah,
actually, that's not fair. We've been to a Sears because we have a mall nearby.
Fair
when
enough.
she was younger, and that was a place we would go.
Emphasis on when she was younger, and probably because mom and dad dragged her along. But the other thing, too, is this story is going to get even worse. According to the Bloomberg News story, more pain to go around as of October. 14% of American malls, now these are not the tenants, but the malls were delinquent on their mortgages. So more tough times ahead for the mall industry.
Exactly. And this story also gets into that these properties have Byzantine webs of financing. It's complicated relationships. And so we'll have to see ultimately who's impacted by it. But it's something we are watching very, very closely, right? There's all this connectivity because of COVID-19. You don't go to malls, it hurts the tenants, they don't pay their rent, and then it impacts the mall owners. Charlie, thank you.
updates, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Financials, industrials, and technology shares are the biggest gaining stocks today amid bets. They are among the sectors poised to benefit after the election. The S&P's up 60 points now, a gain of 1.8%. The Dow up 557, up by 2.1%. And Nasdaq is up 202 points, up now by 1.84%. 10-year's down 11.30 seconds, 10-year yield 0.88%. Gold on this election day higher now by $11.26 the ounce, up by 0.6% at $19.06. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 2.4%. $37.70 right now for a barrel of WTI. Again, recapping, equities rallying for a second day with the S&P up 60, up 1.8%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Well, he's a known Republican economist, worked under President George W. Bush, also worked on the campaigns of Mitt Romney, also Jeb Bush. And yet he says President Trump, well, he doesn't exactly have an economic plan. Bloomberg Business Week economics editor Peter Coy, watching all things election and the economy, joining us on the phone in New Jersey. Also with us, Bloomberg Business Week editor Joel Weber from Brooklyn. A timely story, no doubt about it here, Joel.
Yeah, well, Peter is full of timely stories, and we're going to see more to come, and I hope talk to him about more than just this one that he wrote for today. But Peter, let's start there. You got a little time here with Hubbard, and curious what he had to say.
Well, I've talked to Glenn over the years, before and after he was with the George W. Bush administration. And he is a sort of a conventional sort of small deficit, small government Republican. And for Trump is not to his liking, so we know that. So he's said negative things before. But I called him just to try to get an assessment of sort of what the Republican establishment thinks of Trump, and that's what he came up with. He has some nice things to say about Trump. He agrees with him on taxes and deregulation for the most part. He doesn't agree with him on trade. He feels like Trump provoked needless conflict with allies over, for example, steel and aluminum tariffs, and didn't go about dealing with China the right way, even though he was right to take on China. But as for the next term, he said that Trump has been conspicuously vague on what he hopes to achieve in his second term. And that's why he said, it's not like I dislike his plan, it just doesn't have one.
Right. Well, but he's also not very complimentary about Joe Biden either when it comes to an economic plan, right?
Right. So I got a few Bloomberg terminal subscribers who wrote to me saying, how come you singled out his criticism of Trump in the headline and not Biden? I said, well, I wrote back. I said, look, when a Republican criticizes a Democrat, it's not news. When a Republican criticizes a Republican, that's news.
Right.
Yeah.
So Peter, let's talk about.
He doesn't think Biden has a very detailed plan either.
Yeah.
But you could come back. Either one of the candidates could come back and say, "Look, I'm not governing yet. I'm campaigning. It's a different kind of thing. You don't necessarily want to have a detailed blueprint for what you're going to do in office when you're just trying to win votes."
Yeah.
So Peter, I know you've been squirreling away on many things, some of which that that I've asked you to do, and others that you've been great at nominating. But I want to just kind of pick your brain going into election night, and I'm wondering, sort of like you as an economist and like longtime part of the big voice of Bloomberg Business Week, what are the things that you're thinking about?
First of all, I always take care to say I'm not an economist. I'm a journalist who writes about economics. So
there you go. Sorry, thanks for that.
Not claiming, but I think this, as I wrote in one of my pieces, I forgot which one because there's so many floating around. Oh, just for the reader, by the way, just for the listeners, by the way, you probably need to know that we have multiple plans. We have stories for every possible contingency pre-written.
I will
say a crazy exercise.
It's been a fun week at Business Week, right?
I'm going to actually just add a caveat there, which is like every scenario we think we know about. Yeah,
You're right, exactly. A meteor could still strike.
Yeah.
But it's kind of weird, like placing it's like wearing virtual reality goggles, where to write an article about a scenario means you have to thrust yourself into that world. So I've been in the Trump wins world, and the Biden wins world. I can tell you all about them in Technicolor.
Well, but it's interesting. Go ahead, Joel. Yeah.
Oh no, I was gonna say, like, I want to save all of that for tomorrow, maybe.
Yeah.
Actually, but as you've kind of done that, like, what are the things that have stood out to you, especially in regards to like what business looks like under either of these candidates for the next 4 years?
So Bloomberg Economics did a fairly narrow look at just asking one key question, but a very important one, is like stimulus. So we have had several months now of a gap in coronavirus relief and starting to weigh on the economy. So what's going to happen? And Bloomberg Economics believes that the strongest stimulus package would come with a Biden win and a Democrats taking the Senate, perhaps $2 trillion relief package. The worst would be if there is no decision for weeks and weeks, heaps of animosity, and however it turns out, nobody's going to want to work with each other, and we'll have a small relief package. The one where Trump wins and, say, Democrats or Republicans keep the Senate, you still get a pretty good result, because the assumption there is that the Republicans, already starting to look ahead to the midterms in 2022, will want to provide a little more stimulus than they've been willing to this fall.
Well, and we know that stimulus is so key in terms of keeping the economy going.
Yes.
And obviously the financial markets, it's all connected. I kind of kicked off the show saying everything's connected, whether it's the virus, the election, stimulus. Hey, before you go, Joel is quite the taskmaster, because you've been doing a lot of stories. There's a great story, and because we talk so much about polls and polling in the election, and you asked the question, what is the margin of error anyway? If anybody didn't take statistics.
So I don't know how many people listening remember Emily Latella from the old Saturday Night Live.
Yes.
What's all this fuss about endangered feces?
Wes Gordon, sorry.
I'm saying, what's all this fuss about the margarine era? No, it's the margin of error. No, it's you got to read it. It's like impossible to explain briefly, but I just try to explain to people, when you hear this term, it's a little more subtle than you might guess. For example, the reported margin of error for a survey refers only to the headline numbers and not to the subcomponents. And also, it doesn't refer to the differences between the candidates. For example, if you hear there's a 3% margin of error on a survey, that doesn't mean there's a 3% margin of error on the difference between Trump and Biden. The difference would have roughly a 6% margin of error. Just keep that in mind, because people put a little too much faith sometimes in the results they hear from polls.
I think we left Joel. I think he went to get a drink or something.
No,
all of a sudden it felt like statistics class.
It was a perfectly good sort of cliffhanger, unfortunately, to like leave us on heading into tonight, where it's like, hey, there's been polls and there's also this thing called margin of error, and no one knows anything.
Like, we don't have enough uncertainty out there. All right, guys, thank you so much. Already my favorite time of the day here. This was so good. Joel Weber, thank you so much. Editor, Bloomberg Business Week. You got to be sure to check out the magazine, because they are really working hard on all the different scenarios and how this all works out. On the remote access from Brooklyn, Peter Coy, economics editor at Bloomberg Business Week, on the phone from New Jersey. Check him out too at Peter Coy on Twitter. Always great, and you learn something. All right, you are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. We're going to get a check on the virus. We're also going to get a check on what the world's global mayors are doing when it comes to the virus, and also using more and more technology to deal with that, and also just make their cities and their citizens live in a better way. This is Bloomberg.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We move into the final hour of trading on this Tuesday, November 3rd, 2020. It is Election Day. Stocks are rallying for a second day as millions of Americans cast ballots. The dollar has weakened, yields rose, crude oil increased. Let's begin with stocks, with the S&P up 60 now, a gain of 1.8%. The Dow's up 560, up 2.1%. And Nasdaq is up 204 points, up now by 1.9%. 10 years down 11/30 seconds, 10-year yield 0.88%. Gold is up 0.6% at $19.06 the ounce, higher by $11 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 2.5%, up 94 cents a barrel. 37.75 right now on West Texas Intermediate crude. S&P 500 index down, though, from the highs of the day, still showing a gain of 1.7%. Financials, industrials, and technology shares are the biggest gainers. Amid bets, they're among the sectors poised to benefit after the election. Priya Misra is head of global rate strategy at TD Securities. She was interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
For tonight or this week, given what the Treasury market's done, we've priced in a blue wave. We've also priced in quick resolution. And we're pricing in a combination of a vaccine, getting some fiscal deal done right after the election. All that is in the market.
And again, 10-year yield 0.87%. Alibaba Group Holdings American traded shares are tumbling after China halted the initial public offering of Ant Group, in which Alibaba owns about a one-third stake. The Chinese move shocked investors who'd lined up for a piece of what was expected to be the world's biggest initial public offering. Alibaba ADR is down now by 8.3%. The top cruise industry group, the Cruise Line Industry Association, is extending its voluntary suspension of U.S. operations through the end of the year. Yesterday, we had individual cruise lines making that announcement. Today, it's the association. Norwegian Cruise Line shares up 2.7%. Carnival Corp up 1.3%. Royal Carib up now by 1.2%. Again, recapping, S&P up 55, up 1.7%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser on Bloomberg Radio.
Well, COVID-19 laid bare many of the inequities in our world, whether it was about who got sick, access to health care, or our ability to really support ourselves and take care of our families. It also brought out further a digital divide. But as our Bloomberg Associates team researched for its second Digital City Tools report, cities continue to focus on the technologies that are enabling city services to be delivered more effectively with the goal of providing better services. And really, it's about a higher quality of life for its residents. Bloomberg Associates is the philanthropic consulting arm of Bloomberg Philanthropies. Michael R. Bloomberg, of course, the founder, majority owner of Bloomberg LP, the parent company of Bloomberg Radio and Bloomberg Philanthropies. Let's get more, though, on this report. Let's bring in Milan Deputy Mayor Roberta Coco. She's on the phone in Milan, Italy, and also with us is Bloomberg Associates Principal Catherine Oliver on the phone in New York City. So great to have both of you with us. And I want to dig into the report in just a moment, but I do have to ask you, Mayor Coco, how are you doing? We know Italy getting ready for more stimulus, stricter measures because of the virus. How are you doing? How is your city doing?
Okay, first of all, thank you for inviting me. Yes. And I'm really happy to share my experience with you tonight. And, Milan was the first large city in Europe struck by the pandemic. And we had such a rest during the summer, but now, unfortunately, we are again under a new wave of pandemic. So tonight, our Prime Minister, Mr. Conte, is announcing a new means for trying to face these pandemic. So we are all waiting what will happen, but we know that we will have to be ready for a new kind of lockdown. We really hope not as terrible as the previous one, but we understand that we have to do something to control the pandemic.
Right, right. No, and we certainly hope that that it isn't as tough as it was certainly last time. Catherine, I want to bring you in. You and I have talked a few times since spring about how kind of our worlds have been turned upside down on all levels because of COVID-19. You guys were working on this report. We're conducting research as COVID happened. Tell us kind of what your team set out to do and how the virus impacted what you were looking at and what you were hearing from the cities that you engaged with.
So the study really showcases what 30 leading digital cities are doing to address city needs. And when we did the report 2 years ago, it was really, the goal was to facilitate peer-to-peer learning and to really take a look and to showcase interesting ways that city governments around the world are using technology to engage with their residents and their visitors. But as you said, when we were doing this report, COVID-19 hit, and it altered every aspect of urban life. And, more and more mayors and leaders quickly realized that technology was critical for every form of communication, distributing their messaging, telling stories, tracking data. So it became essential. But the need for data collection and data sharing is important, but leadership is important. And, it would vary widely from city to city, but it really crystallized the importance that you need a strong leader. You need a digital approach and an appreciation of the use of technology. But it was really exemplified in what Milan Mayor Beppe Sala could do with his amazing team. They were hit with COVID early on, and how they were able to embrace the technology and use it effectively to really get information out, critical information out at a time that was critical to their constituents and businesses.
Well, and that's a really, important point, that you can have technology, but unless you have the right leadership and the strong leadership to really use it effectively, it's just technology. Deputy Mayor Coco, how did, expand upon what Catherine just talked about technology becoming critical and how you use it during the shutdown. And I'm curious, if you have any specific examples.
Yeah. So I have to tell something at the beginning, because we were working on a huge digital transformation plan since the very beginning of the mandate of the Mayor Giuseppe Sala. So we began to build our digital strategy in 2016. And so we have been working on a complete new strategy to move most of our services on digital assets, and trying to move the opportunity for citizens to achieve services through their mobile phones. So this was our strategy. When the pandemic struck, in a sense, I can say that we had built something. And so I can't say that we were ready, because nobody was. And so this pandemic was so terrible that at the very beginning we were shocked. But we had the digital infrastructure and the digital services that we built, and so we could use them as our levers for facing the situation. And for example, we boosted all the services to mobile phones, because people were locked down, they were in their houses, and so we couldn't ask them to go out, to go to the registry offices for any need that they might have.
Right.
And so we had to offer our services in their houses. And the same, for example, for the people who were in real need. So we had to reach them, mobile phones, reassuring them, offering them information,
Deputy
and offering them
Deputy Mayor Coco?
any kind of need.
Just hold on for a second because we've got to do a little bit of news, but I do want to come back and continue this conversation because I think that's a really important element that we all realized mobility and certainly our phones became such an important lifeline. We're going to get back to Deputy Mayor Roberta Coco and Catherine Oliver of Bloomberg Associates. Right now, though, a quick check on world and national news. Back over to Nancy Lyons in D.C. Hi, Nance.
Hey, Carol. It's a busy day in polling precincts across the country as voters cast their ballots. Precincts in the key states of Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania will be among the first to close beginning at 7 p.m. Wall Street time. President Trump is planning to watch the results in Washington, while Joe Biden will be in his home state of Delaware. Former CIA Director, Defense Secretary, and White House Chief of Staff Leon Panetta tells Bloomberg, "We all need to wait."
Probably the most important thing that's going to be required is patience. Patience to allow the state officials to conduct these counts, patience to get an accurate vote count that can determine who the winner is, and patience to allow our system of voting to be able to work and work effectively.
Well, the lawsuits are already starting even before the polls close.
Republicans in Pennsylvania are suing officials in Montgomery County outside Philadelphia. They're accusing them of illegally allowing early votes to be counted before Election Day and forcing GOP representatives into a tiny holding pen so it'd be harder for them to monitor today's vote. President Trump's already planning a legal fight over vote counts that drag on after the polls close. Longtime aide to Vice President Mike Pence, Matthew Morgan, is leading the Trump campaign's legal strategy. Till now, it's been focused on curbing Democratic efforts to loosen vote-by-mail rules. In Washington, I'm Nathan Hager, Bloomberg Radio.
Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take. Powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries, I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
All right, Nancy, thank you so much. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. I'm Carol Massar. One of the companies that we're watching in today's trade is Mondelez. The company reported earnings after the close yesterday. Stock down just a little bit. It's down about 2% so far year to date. And the international chairman and CEO, Dirk Van de Put, he caught up with Alex Steele and Guy Johnson on Bloomberg TV earlier today. They talked about the snack company's third quarter earnings and outlook. And here's a little clip where the chairman and CEO really talks about how Mondelez is getting ready for countries, unfortunately, locking down again.
Well, we see a slight uptick in the at-home consumption. We see our clients asking for more inventory. So they're getting ready for what happened during the first phase of this pandemic. I don't think it will take the magnitude of the first phase because there was a little bit of panic, uncertainty. I think now we are into it and it's clear that we can keep supply chain going as it relates to food and household goods. So I think as consumers stay more at home, yes, they will consume slightly more, but it's not going to take the same type of increase that it took in the beginning. To give you an idea, biscuit consumption in the US was up 12% in March and April. It's currently up 6%. It might go up to 7, 8% maybe, but it's not going to go back to that 12% that we saw in the beginning.
And that was Mondelez International Chairman and CEO Dirk Van de Put catching up with our TV crew earlier today. You can catch that entire interview on the Bloomberg and, of course, always at Bloomberg.com. As I mentioned, stocks down a little bit, but they were really hurt during the pandemic, especially for some of their products where it skews in those markets where it skews towards things like gum and candy, which they make and supply. A lot of people, of course, because they were going out less, because they were in lockdown, because of COVID-19, that certainly impacted Mondelez, which has a large gum and candy business. But again, giving us a little bit of outlook, but kind of getting ready for potentially those additional waves. You're listening to Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Stocks push higher, holding close to session highs. Let's head right over to the First Word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call on this Election Day 2020. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. That's right. U.S. stocks are surging today with the Dow currently up 535 points. S&Ps are up 55, and Nasdaq climbs by 184. The U.S. 10 yield at 0.88%. Gold and oil both gain. Small caps are up 2.4%, and transports gain 350 points. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, leaders to the upside, industrials, financials, and consumer discretionary. Only energy fell. And leaders to the upside in the Dow, Goldman Sachs, Walgreens, and Boeing, while Chevron led to the downside. After earnings, PayPal fell 4%, Mosaic slumped 12%, and Wayfair gained 6.7%. In other news, Prudential reports after the bell, and wrapping things up, U.S. early voting has topped 100 million ballots. Live from the First Breaking News Desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie.
Okay. Thank you very much, Bill. And to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg Type Squawk SQUAWK on your terminal. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Want to get back to our discussion. We're talking about Bloomberg Associates and their second Digital City Tools report. With us is Milan Deputy Mayor Roberto Coco. She is on the phone in Milan, Italy, and also joining us is Bloomberg Associates Principal Catherine Oliver. She's on the phone in New York City. Deputy Mayor Coco, let me get back to you because I knew you were finishing and you were talking about the use of mobile phones, mobility, in terms of dealing with the COVID situation in your city. I did want to let you finish your thought.
Yeah, I was, explaining that we had to leverage all the digital assets that we prepared in advance because facing the pandemic, we had to move all our services on the mobile phones because citizens in their houses, they had their own mobile phones in their pockets. They couldn't go out because they were locked down. And so we boosted the apps to help citizens during the lockdown. For example, apps that reported nearby shops with home delivery, or how to connect with our municipality, or even trying to help citizens to use technology to be connected to their families and their relatives. And we knew that technology was a kind of lifeline for people on that terrible situation, for school, for work, for personal relationship, and also for being connected to the municipality.
Catherine, I want to bring you back in putting together this report. You worked with several cities around the globe, and I do wonder if there were often common challenges and a sharing of knowledge and solutions that came about in terms of tackling those problems.
Sure. We surveyed 30 leading digital cities, global cities around the world, representing every continent. And the report really maps the deployment of 41 technologies across 5 areas in government: connectivity, data, city operations, transport and mobility, and of course, safety and security. And we looked at how these technologies are applied to specific city challenges and priorities. And I think it's important that there's no such thing as a quick fix. All of these cities, like all of us, are grappling with new technology. Technology is changing quickly, and these cities have to be nimble and creative and have the expertise to embrace them and deploy them. But developing a digital culture and then embedding these digital tools and processes in city operations takes time and planning and investment, and as Roberta will tell you, patience. But I have to give credit to Roberta, and what she's doing in Milan is that it's important to have and to create a pipeline of expertise and talent. And Roberta has launched a number of STEM programs, really designed to educate a younger generation more about opportunities in science and technology and teaching them about how this could be applied to potentially careers within city government. And I think that this is really very important, and Roberta has really dedicated herself to this, to be a role model herself. She's had a very successful career at Microsoft and now has gotten back into public service to really make a difference in Milan. But I think that she's helping local city services, but also thinking creatively about how to create that pipeline of talent and create the next generation of entrepreneurs.
Well, Deputy Mayor Coco, talk to us about talent, because you can have initiatives, plans, but Catherine brings up such a good point that if you don't have basically the infrastructure in place, which includes having the right people to be able to implement what you want to put into place when it comes to technological initiatives. Talk to us about what was a priority for you and what needed to be done.
Okay. Thank you very much, Catherine, for your words. It has said that in public administration, we do not have enough resources and enough digital skills for driving the digital transformation plan. And this is true. And so we have to react also because, especially in Italy, we are suffering from a very large digital gap, which is all around, the public administration, private sector, everything. But we are, moving forward, and we are changing this situation. And from a public administration point of view, you can't drive a deep digital transformation plan if you do not have enough resources to manage it, to lead it. And so we built quite a huge program of hiring new experts in technology and also attracting youth in different ways,
right?
As intern or in the first years of the university and so on. At the same time,
Deputy Mayor, my apologies. I have to break in because we're running out of time, but I do hope we can reach out to you again. It would be really interesting to hear a little bit more about the initiatives that you are putting in place to get this all done. Milan Deputy Mayor Roberta Coco on the phone in Milan, and our thanks also to Bloomberg Associates Principal Catherine Oliver joining us to talk about the Digital City Tools Report. Bloomberg Associates, of course, supported by Michael R. Bloomberg, founder of Bloomberg LP and Bloomberg Philanthropies. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week, and this is Bloomberg.
Broadcasting live to New York, Bloomberg 1130. To Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1. To Boston, Bloomberg 106.1. To San Francisco, Bloomberg 960. To the country, Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
Yes, indeed. This is Bloomberg Business Week on Election Day 2020. Coming up, though, we're going to talk a little bit about the chart of the day. Dave Wilson will be here in just a moment. In the meantime, let's get back to your top business stories. Check on that trading day. Here is Charlie Gallagher.
Thank you very much. And, of course, we got the song of the day coming up with Dave Wilson. Stocks pushing higher right now. Another leg higher for the S&P right now. 28 minutes to go ahead of the close. Stocks rallying, led by a surge in banks as Treasury yields climb, with investors placing final bets before the American election outcome. Complete coverage, of course, right here on Bloomberg Radio and Bloomberg Television. S&P, let's get right to the numbers. I'll give you more on the why in a moment. S&P up now by 64. That is a gain of 1.95%. The Dow's up 595 points, up 2.2%. Nasdaq is up 222 points, up now by 2%. 10-year down 12/30 seconds. 10-year yield 0.88%. Gold up 11.53 the ounce, up 0.6% at 19.07. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 2.8% higher by $1.02 a barrel at 37.82. Right now, again, we've got stocks pushing higher. S&P up by 64, a gain of 2%. Wayfair among the companies out with earnings. It did report quarterly results that exceeded analyst estimates, suggesting the wave of home improvement inspired by the COVID-19 pandemic is lingering. The COVID-19 pandemic has forced millions of people to stay home and shop, especially for furniture. Wayfair up today by 7.3%. Boris Johnson has said there is no alternative to imposing a coronavirus lockdown across England to stop the health service from being overwhelmed, as the UK Prime Minister revealed plans for whole cities to be tested to root out asymptomatic carriers of the disease. Dr. Amish Aldalja is senior scholar at the Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security, and he says what has changed since the early days of the pandemic is that we now fully grasp the effectiveness of wearing masks.
The biggest difference is that we know that pre-symptomatic people who don't have symptoms yet, can spread this virus. And that's where the mask recommendation came from, that there are people out there that have the virus that don't know it, that are contagious. And face coverings help to decrease the force of infection. That's the simplest thing we can do to avoid any kind of lockdown talk. If we can get people to wear face coverings very diligently, we will see a decrease in spread.
The Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public